Chapter 151, 151, The Thunder Dragoness Wrath, 4 months ago. Chapter 151, The Thunder Dragon's Wrath. When Rasa thought of Bunpuku's current state, he suddenly realized something. Shukaku, the one-tail, had grown amidst the harsh winds and sands of the desert. It wasn't surprising that Bunpuku, now partially transformed, had inherited the ability to use magnet release. But what truly shocked Rasa was that the monk had managed to unleash the iron sand secret technique, the signature technique of the third kekkei. High above, countless iron sand arrows formed silently, hovering ominously in the air. Under Bunpuku's control, they surged toward Kaido with terrifying speed and penetrating power. The iron sand-like gold dust could be gathered, scattered, and manipulated at will. It could pierce flesh with ease, making it a fearsome weapon. But Kaido didn't flinch. In an instant, a massive barrier of lightning flared to life around him, enveloping him in a protective dome of crackling energy. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. Ebizo's wind-style blades struck the barrier like blades on steel, releasing sharp metallic echoes. Then came the rain of iron sand arrows. Kaido raised his hand, and the thunder field around him surged outward. It transformed into a vast sea of white lightning that swept up the falling arrows in midair. Cracked. The lightning twisted into writhing serpents, vaporizing the iron sand with violent electric currents until nothing remained. Though the exchange seemed long and fierce, it all happened in a flash. Each fighter's expression told a different story. Bunpuku, cloaked in dark red chakra, showed nothing. Ebizo remained calm, having already witnessed Kaido's overwhelming power, but Rasa, who had hoped to make an example of him, looked utterly humiliated. Despite not truly coordinating, the three of them had still effectively attacked together, and not one of them had landed a single blow. That humiliation burned deep.
Ebizo, Bunpuku, attack together.
Rasa roared, slamming his hands down. A torrent of golden sand surged like a tidal wave. Bunpuku followed suit, his tailed beast chakra flaring violently. Black iron sand erupted from the ground, wrapping around Rasa's golden sand like a flowing black veil. Ebizo moved fast. He retrieved a scroll from within his robe and slammed it to the ground. Poof! A massive iron war fan emerged from the smoke. Grabbing the fan, Ebizo leapt onto the swirling waves of sand and iron. Forming rapid hand seals midair, his chakra surged.
Wind-style Great Scythe.
Chapter 152, Tsunede's Fiancé. The white thunder dragon violently shattered the hurricane that had been compressed to the extreme, surging toward its target with remaining momentum. Whoosh! With a sharp screech, a black chakra sphere like a dark cannonball appeared in front of the thunder dragon. The dragon's body coiled midair and encircled the tailed beast ball in one swift motion. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the tailed beast ball detonated. The dragon's body bulged from the pressure, releasing streams of dark smoke, yet no visible aftermath followed. It remained eerily intact. The white thunder dragon shimmered like an illusion, yet remained unwavering.
How is this possible?
Rasa exclaimed in disbelief. That was a tailed beast ball, the ultimate technique of a tailed beast capable of leveling villages with a single strike. And yet, the thunder dragon had easily absorbed it. Earlier, it had dispelled a combined attack from 3 Shinobi, dismantled Ebizo's great scythe, and now this. It was becoming clear why this man had defeated Anoki, along with both the 4 tails and 5 tails. Rasa began to regret using this monster of a Shinobi as a demonstration of power.
Enough hesitation. Remember your path, you're the future 4th kekkei.
Ebizo barked. Meanwhile, a second-tailed beast ball formed in Bunpuku's maw and launched toward the thunder dragon. Whoosh! The black sphere sped through the air. In a flash, it was upon Haku. The white thunder dragon slashed out its lightning claws and met the tailed beast ball head-on. Boom! The impact echoed like the clash of titans. Light burst from the dragon like a miniature sun, illuminating the entire Shinobi world. The dark orb twisted space itself as its energy condensed into a black pearl. Light clashed with darkness yin against yang, as the sky painted itself in hues of black and white like a massive Tai Kai symbol. At the epicenter, space warped visibly before stabilizing again. On the battlefield below, the very earth churned. Columns of sand funneled upward, stretching out for nearly a kilometer. The raw energy spawned hurricanes, hurling sand and dust across the horizon like the end of days had arrived. Border of the land of fire and land of wind. Two opposing armies stood at the brink. On one side, Chiyo led the sand forces, with Pakura standing close by. Across from them, Nara Shikaku led the Konoha ranks, flanked by Namikaze Minato and other senior shinobi. Shikaku's brow furrowed. His original plan had been to wait for Kaido to engage the sand forces, then flank them. Ideally, the conflict would end swiftly. But just as Konoha's forces moved, the full force of the sand stood ready. Among them stood Pakura, master of Scorch Release. She and Chiyo, who appeared barely conscious, had clearly returned with reinforcements. Shikaku's mind raced. He didn't know exactly who their reinforcements were, but he recognized the telltale signs: multiple masked ANBU from the Sand Village. Only one conclusion made sense. Magnet-style, Rasa Future Kazekage had arrived personally to end this war. With time running out, Shikaku made a decision. Regardless of her current stance, Konoha needed Tsunade. The moment his orders went out, he saw something awe-inspiring. A thunder dragon, colossal and shimmering, burst from the clouds. It collided with a distant sandstorm, swallowed it whole like a predator consuming prey, and soared forward unabated.
Shikaku-sama, there were 3 powerful chakra signatures in that sandstorm.
Reported Hyuga Tokugawa, Byakugan activated. Shikaku immediately grasped the identities: Ebizo, Rasa, and the One-Tails Jinchuriki, Bunpuku. His face darkened. If Kaido failed to win, Rasa's presence would tip the battle irreversibly. Reinforcements from Konoha would take too long, and their best chance supporting Kaido was gone. The earlier blast had stirred Chiyo awake. Despite her injuries, Chiyo was still a cage-level opponent, one only Tsunade could stand against. The gap between Cage and Jonin wasn't just a rank, it was a chasm. Only someone like Minato, master of spacetime ninjutsu, could stand out as an exception. Suddenly, a dark orb rocketed from the horizon and struck the Thunder Dragon. Even without Tokugawa's report, Shikaku knew it was another tailed beast ball. But once again, the dragon coiled and consumed it with a single motion. No backlash, no explosion, only the roaring echo remained. The sheer absurdity of it all left the shinobi on both sides speechless. This was power reminiscent of the first Hokage himself. Shikaku exhaled. He had made his choice.
Attention, all Konoha shinobi, this is an official order from your acting commander. Hold your positions. Monitor every sand ninja in front of you. Do not let a single one escape until the battle between Tsunade-sama's fiancé and the Sand's high command concludes.
Chapter 153, 153, Boosting Their Morale, 4 months ago. Chapter 153, Boosting Their Morale. In his opinion, the way those two looked, either they were engaged or something else was going on. Shikaku had said it half jokingly, half strategically, to draw Kaido, the mysterious lone warrior, closer to Konoha's ranks. Just as Shikaku finished speaking, a sharp voice suddenly called out from behind him, sending a chill down his spine.
Shikaku, what did you just say?
He turned around to find Tsunade standing there, a faint, terrifying smile on her face. Black flames crackled around her as she waved her hands slowly, the aura of a cage unmistakable. She had returned to her tent to formulate an antidote for Chiyo, but she couldn't focus. The image of that man lingered in her thoughts. Eventually, Tsunade gave up trying to concentrate and instead used the healing palm technique to treat the burn on her hand. Just as the treatment ended, a loud explosion echoed in the distance and her tent trembled. Instinct kicked in, top-tier combatants were clashing. Thinking of her recent encounter, her heart skipped a beat.
He couldn't possibly be going after Chiyo, could he?
She murmured, suddenly anxious. Pushing open the tent flap, she stepped out only to find a messenger from Shikaku heading toward her. They exchanged a look and rushed toward the source of the noise. As they reached the edge of the camp, they heard Shikaku shouting. Tsunade, already annoyed, grew angrier as the implication of his words hit her. A fiancé. So that's what led to this.
Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, you're here.
Shikaku greeted her, his smile forced.
Yes, I'm here. Shikaku, tell me, when did I get a fiancé? Why don't I remember such an important detail?
Tsunade asked, clapping his shoulder with enough force to make him stumble. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Shikaku answered carefully.
Tsunade-sama, it's a morale tactic, a temporary solution to ease Konoha's troops.
So, you're using my name to boost morale.
Tsunade's grin widened and a crack split the earth beneath her feet. Her patience was running thin. Boom! Another explosion rang out in the distance.
That was that a-tailed beast ball, and
Tsunade's eyes narrowed.
Yes, the thunder dragon and the tailed beast ball.
Shikaku confirmed.
That dragon is linked to the white lightning kekkei genkai, extremely powerful.
He glanced at Tsunade.
The man called Kaido is the same masked figure Jiraiya-sama warned us about. Who's he fighting? Rasa Ebizo and the one-tailed Jinchuriki.
Shikaku answered grimly. Tsunade stiffened, her heart felt inexplicably uneasy.
should we support him? With Konoha's might, we can push back the sand forces.
Shikaku shook his head, motioning to the well-organized sand forces nearby.
Those are Rasa's elite troops. It would be a long, drawn-out fight. Even if we wanted to help Kaido, we might not get there in time.
What he didn't say aloud, most of them couldn't even participate in a fight at that level. Maybe Tsunade could, but if she left, who would hold back Chiyo? And then there was her hemophobia, her condition.
Lady Tsunade.
Shikaku said after a pause.
What now? Do you know Lord Kaito?
He's masked. How should I know if I know him?
She snapped.
But the fact that he sought you out means he knows you. If possible, please try to keep Lord Kaido in Konoha. A man of his caliber could bring Konoha into a new golden age.
Tsunade scowled but didn't respond. His words lingered in her thoughts, stirring a strange excitement in her chest. Roar, roar. The ground trembled as Shukaku emerged massive, talisman-covered and radiating wild chakra.
Hahoha, I'm finally out.
The monstrous cry sent waves of disorientation through both armies. Lower-level Shinobi clutched their heads, disoriented and nauseous.
The one-tailed Shukaku.
Tsunade muttered.
Don't you dare die, Kai.
Across the battlefield, Kaido calmly faced Shukaku. As far as tailed beasts went, they were powerful but not enough to faze him.
You must be the masked man Bunpuku mentioned.
Shukaku growled, an evil glint in his eye.
Yes.
Kaido said with a nod.
Then die.
The beast roared. Turning to Rasa and Ebizo, it shouted.
Stay back. If not for our shared goals, I'd crush you too.
Wind-style drilling air bullet. Chapter 154, The Wrath of the Thunder God. Unable to break through Kaido's lightning barrier, Shukaku's wind blades dispersed into the sand, unleashing a storm. Within seconds, the ground turned into a chaotic vortex, sand swirling and cascading as if caught in a sandstorm. The radius of destruction stretched over 100 meters. Golden sand filled the air, blotting out the sun. This was the true strength of the one-tailed beast in its natural habitat.
Hahoha, not bad, kid. You blocked my wind style. Let's see how long you can keep that up.
Shukaku bellowed, mouth widening with a crazed grin. Wind-style drilling air bullet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 consecutive wind bullets blasted toward Kaido.
What a waste of chakra.
Kaido muttered, his tone calm. Behind him, thunder surged. A colossal lightning palm stretched forth, engulfing the 3 air bullets with ease. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed from within the lightning hand, sending plumes of black smoke curling into the air. The relentless battle between Kaido and Shukaku twisted the expressions on Rasa and Ebizo's faces. They exchanged glances and dove back into the fray. Though they hated to admit it, Shukaku was clearly being overwhelmed.
Enough, this is a waste of my time.
Kaido murmured. In response, the lightning field behind him shimmered with intensity. A moment later, a massive lightning avatar took form. Towering above the battlefield stood the Thunder Warrior, just like the one Kaito summoned during his clash with the third Tsuchikage. But this time, a second figure accompanied it, a white thunder dragon, more than 10 meters long, coiling around the giant like a loyal beast. 2 billion volts, thunder god descends. Kaito launched into the air, landing at the center of the thunder giant's forehead like a divine figure. Rasa and Ebizo's faces darkened with dread.
Don't hesitate.
Ebizo snapped.
We've already crossed blades. We can't let him leave alive. Agreed.
Rasa growled. Chakra surged as Rasa clapped his hands, sending waves of golden sand crashing forward like a tsunami. Ebizo conjured a dozen razor-sharp wind blades that shimmered in the air. Wind-style wind blade. The enhanced wind shuriken blazed through the sky, transforming into demonic ceiling projectiles that spiraled toward the thunder giant. Rasa followed up swiftly. Magnet-style gold dust spear. The golden sand waves shifted, transforming into countless high-speed golden spears that launched at Kaito with terrifying precision.
I didn't ask for your help.
Chapter 155, 155, The Sand Surrenders, 4 months ago. Chapter 155, The Sand Surrenders.
You're leaving just like that, ignoring me entirely.
Rasa's voice cracked with disbelief. His pride refused to accept defeat so easily. Ebizo sighed. Deep down, he knew the truth: this battle was already over. Those white lightning attacks overwhelmed Rasa's gold. No, they overwhelmed every metal-based technique. His deadly gold sand, feared across nations, now looked like harmless dust against the divine power of Kaito's lightning. In the distance, Shukaku screamed.
It hurts, it hurts.
Ebizo turned to see Shukaku trapped in the elongated thunder coffin conjured by the thunder giant. White lightning pulsed through it, flowing like liquid energy, endlessly tearing into the one-tailed beast's body. From afar, it looked like Shukaku was wrapped in an elegant veil of white light, but the ear-splitting screams betrayed the reality: it was torment. Shukaku repeatedly tried to liquefy into sand and escape, but the coffin was sealed. The walls were lightning barriers, forming an unbreakable prison. No matter how he shifted, he couldn't seep through the currents. Ebizo clenched his jaw. Even Shukaku was being defeated. Hovering above, Kaito calmly looked down at the tailed beast, who had reverted to its true form.
Shukaku, stop struggling. You're not getting out.
He said, voice like thunder.
Damn it, it hurts. It hurts so much.
Shukaku screamed, his beastly eyes bulging in rage and pain. The white lightning wasn't just restraining him, it was devouring his chakra, eroding the metallic elements within his body. Chakra constructs shouldn't feel pain like this, and yet Shukaku wanted to die just to end the suffering. It was a kind of agony he had never known.
No, I can't take this anymore.
He bellowed. His black eyes flashed. He opened his massive jaws and began charging a tailed beast ball. Black and white particles condensed in an instant.
Let's see if your lightning prison can survive this.
Boom! A roar exploded from within the white coffin. The tailed beast ball detonated, shaking the heavens. And yet, the thunder coffin only trembled for a moment before returning to stillness.
Damn bastard!
Shukaku snarled. Half of his massive form had been consumed by his own blast, and his beastly eyes began to fade. The sand body unraveled, collapsing slowly. From the remnants, an unconscious old monk spilled out bunpuku. Seeing the monk, Kaito knew it was over. Shukaku had been resealed. With a silent thought, the white lightning vanished as though it had never existed. The battlefield was quiet, save for the scorched earth and shifting sand. Kaito picked up bunpuku and reappeared before Ebizo and Rasa.
Still want to fight, future fourth Kazekage?
He asked flatly. He pondered the situation. The One-Tail's Jinchuriki couldn't die. Gaara's future depended on him. Chiyo must live too. She was needed for Gaara's future resurrection. Rasa, he couldn't be eliminated either. Who would seal Shukaku into Gaara? Even Ebizo, though unimportant in the grand scheme, had no reason to be killed now. Chiyo might retaliate if he were harmed, and altering the timeline could cause an irreversible chain reaction. In short, no one here could die. Kaito sighed, frustrated. After all that effort, all he'd defeated were foot soldiers. His power felt wasted. When Ebizo met Kaito's gaze, he understood everything.
We surrender.
He shouted quickly. Beside him, Rasa scowled but said nothing. What else could he do? Even 3-on-1 they had lost.
Fine, since you concede, I'll let it go.
Kaido replied. He gently set Bunpuku down, then vanished. At the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, both armies remained on alert. But unlike the sand forces, the Konoha Shinobi were smiling. Even from afar, it was clear who had won.
Incredible!
Said Narashikaku, his tone admiring.
Lord Kaido's strength is even greater than our intelligence suggested. I've never seen him before, but if my clan could arrange a marriage alliance with him.
He cast a subtle glance at Tsunade.
Shikaku. Let your clan members make their own choices.
Yamanaka Inoichi said with a smirk.
Besides, I don't recall anyone particularly good-looking in your clan this year. Unlike mine, we've got several waiting to marry. Talented, beautiful, graceful, perfect candidates.
Though joking, they spoke truth. In noble clans, marriages weren't always chosen freely, especially during wartime. Shikaku's words served two purposes. 1, to gauge Tsunade's reaction. 2, to genuinely explore the possibility of connecting with Kaido. Of course, it all depended on Kaido's interest. And with Tsunade nearby, the odds weren't in anyone else's favor. Beside them, Yuhai Shinko gave a wistful sigh. His family was too small to even consider such talks. Tsunade listened in silence, her mood suddenly souring. With a stomp, she cracked the ground beneath her feet. Seeing her temper flare, Shikaku and Inoichi instantly fell silent, sweat beading on their foreheads. Shikaku had his answer. Cracked. Suddenly, arcs of lightning sparked in the air. In a blink, a figure wrapped in white thunder appeared in front of Tsunade.
You bastard.
Chapter 156, 156, The One Who Shattered the Sand, 4 months ago. Chapter 156, The One Who Shattered the Sand. Gulp. Shikaku and Inoichi stared at the scene in disbelief. Shikaku felt like he should really abandon the thoughts that were running through his mind.
You bring a gift like this the moment you arrive.
Kaido said, holding Tsunade's smooth fist with a slight smirk.
HMPH. Judging by your smug face, I take it the Sand Ninja were defeated.
Tsunade scoffed.
Yes, they were. I've fulfilled everything I promised you. I hope you'll uphold your end.
Your conditions? What exactly are they, Kaido-sama? Don't tell me it's about marrying Lady Tsunade.
One of the Konoha higher-ups joked, smiling as he approached alongside Shikaku.
You're reading too much into it.
Kaido replied flatly, shaking his head.
What are your conditions?
Tsunade asked, frowning in confusion. Kaido.
Yuhai Shinku muttered, with a look of amused regret.
Everyone else rolled their eyes, ignoring him. Meanwhile, in the Sand Ninja camp, Rasa walked solemnly toward Chiyo, Bunpuku and Ebizo by his side. The moment they appeared, the Sand Ninja warriors stepped aside respectfully. Their expressions were heavy with sadness. The result was obvious.
Rasa-sama, Ebizo-sama.
Pakura greeted as she bowed. Then, without waiting, she carefully took Bunpuku's body from Rasa and carried it himself.
Granny Chiyo.
Rasa said bitterly.
Give us a few days to sign the peace agreement with Konoha.
You mean to tell me that even the three of you combined couldn't win?
Chiyo demanded, though the tremble in her voice betrayed the answer she already knew. The Sand Ninja behind her leaned forward, listening with bated breath.
It was his white lightning.
Ebizo explained.
He couldn't even use half his strength in that fight.
Rasa remained silent, his face grim.
That man, he wasn't sent by fate. He was sent by the gods to protect Konoha.
Ebizo said after a pause.
We can't win, not against someone like him. Surrender is the only choice.
Chiyo's fists clenched. Her body trembled with frustration and resentment, but deep down she knew no one in their ranks could match Kaido's strength. After a long silence, she exhaled and her shoulders slumped. It was as if she aged 10 years in that single moment.
Fine.
She turned to Rasa.
After the agreement is signed with Konoha, return to the village. You'll be recognized officially as the fourth Kekkei. From now on, I won't involve myself in the village's decisions. I understand, Grandma Chiyo.
Rasa said, joy and sorrow mixing in his expression. At the Fire Country border, 10 miles from the Konoha encampment.
You bastard, you forgot again. And why do you keep smacking my butt?
Tsunede's angry voice echoed through the forest. Kaido didn't slow his pace.
You forgot something important. How long has it been since I reminded you? Half an hour, tops. In that time you completely forgot. Unbelievable, your brain must be in your chest.
Kaido's irritation flared, and his palm strikes landed a little harder. That's right, despite the drawn-out feeling of the battles, from Chiyo to Rasa and Bunpuku, it had all happened within half an hour. In that short time, Kaido had crushed the Sand Village's elite, a clear display of how overwhelming his power had become.
Enough already, I forgot, okay. It's not like I did it on purpose.
Tsunade growled, if only I could beat you, I'd have done it already. My poor butt.
You.
She exclaimed. The fact that he was healing her butt was completely forgotten. At this point, she'd been embarrassed by him so many times, what was one more? She looked at him with a complicated expression, somewhere between anger and resignation. Her future reputation.
How does it feel?
HMPH, it's fine.
Tsunade muttered, shooting him a glare that could have cracked stone.
So that's it, just helping Hoshigakure get my assistance. No hidden agenda.
She couldn't understand it. Just for a request for Hoshigakure village, this man had taken down the Sand Village's upper echelon. The implication was obvious Sunagakure would surrender. It didn't feel real.
No, I told you already.
Kaido said, rubbing the back of his neck.
Our relationship is.
Tsunade's eyes widened and her face turned pink.
A special relationship.
Kaido saw the shift in her expression and quickly clarified.
Not like that.
Oh, then what kind of special relationship is it, Kaido?
Chapter 157, 157, The Hidden Truth of the Senju, 4 months ago. Chapter 157, The Hidden Truth of the Senju.
You took advantage of me, ruined my reputation, and now you say it's not what I think. Do I really look like someone that casual to you?
Tsunade's tone was dangerously sweet, but the fire behind her eyes was unmistakable.
If you don't give me a damn good reason, I swear I'll bite you, literally take a piece of flesh.
She snapped, stretching her fingers and cracking her knuckles with a sweet but murderous smile. Ayanami Kaido sighed. He knew it, if he didn't give her something solid, Tsunade was going to explode. Maybe spanking her back then had been a mistake.
Fine, come here, I'll show you something.
He said, waving her over with one hand. He stepped toward a nearby wildflower, half-withered and drooping under the sun.
What are you up to now?
Tsunade asked, visibly annoyed but curious.
Just watch.
Kaido pointed his index finger at the flower. A soft green glow emerged from his fingertip as he channeled life energy into the plant. Within seconds, the dying flower perked up. It bloomed with vibrant color, petals unfolding in full brilliance as though it had just been born. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock.
That vitality.
I suppose you could say that.
Kaido replied casually. Tsunade stared at him, stunned. She didn't even hesitate. She lunged forward and shoved him into her chest with excitement. Kaido.
You're an estranged Senju, right? One of the lost branches.
No, not exactly.
Kaido said slowly.
It's a little more complicated. Just know that I'm tied to the Senju.
Buddy, it's literally just 1% though, Wepwa.
I knew it.
Tsunade said, nodding.
I could feel that vitality in your chakra. I thought I was imagining it, but it's real. If you'd told me from the start you were one of us, I'd have agreed to your request immediately.
It doesn't matter now.
Kaido said, expression turning serious.
But I need you to keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone, not even Hiruzen.
Why not? You might not know this, but the Senju clan is barely holding on. After the Second Great War, our numbers dropped drastically. There aren't even 20 of us left. Most are elderly and the children.
If you returned, you could restore our clan's glory. And do what? Challenge Hiruzen for leadership.
Kaido scoffed.
Don't be naive.
Tsunade blinked.
What are you talking about?
Come on, you've already thought about it. You just didn't want to admit it.
Kaido said, his tone calm but piercing.
Why do you think the Senju clan disappeared? Because they were too respected, too powerful.
You know it's true. In Konoha, people might not even remember the Hokage's name, but they all know the Senju compound.
He paused.
And Hiruzen-sama, he's the Hokage. What happens if the Senju rebel? What if the people choose them over him?
Tsunade's body trembled. Silent tears began to fall down her cheeks. She had known, deep inside she'd always known, but hearing it said aloud hurt far more than she expected. Kaido continued, not holding back.
If I'm right, then after Konoha signs the treaty with the Sand, the few remaining Senju men will die accidents, maybe an attack by enemy spies. But it won't be an accident, not really.
No.
Tsunade shouted, shaking her head in denial.
Hiruzen-sensei would never. He's not that kind of person.
He might not.
Kaido said.
But Danzo will.
He leaned forward.
All he has to do is send a few root agents dressed like enemy spies. Then ANBU can intervene and eliminate them. A handful of disposable pawns for the end of the Senju bloodline? That's a trade Danzo would make any day.
Kaido's words cut deeper than any blade. Tsunade clutched her chest, gasping through her tears.
Stop, please stop.
She screamed, her voice cracking. Kaido said nothing more. Instead, he stepped forward and gently pulled her into his arms. He held her trembling body and whispered.
I know it hurts, but you already knew, you just didn't want to admit it.
After a long pause, he pulled back slightly and changed the subject.
By the way, what happened with the Sand battlefield? They had 2 cage-level shinobi. Why were you the only one Konoha sent? In your condition, your hemophobia, you shouldn't even be near a battlefield.
Tsunade wiped her eyes, calming down.
Konoha actually sent Orochimaru and me originally. He was in charge. But 3 days ago, Hiruzen-sensei recalled him. Said Kumagakure was acting suspiciously near the border and ordered Orochimaru to go there.
He promised that strong reinforcements would be sent with the supply route. If I'm right, it's probably Minato.
Kaido chuckled darkly.
Minato, with his flying thunder god, he can go toe-to-toe with any cage. Once he masters it, he'll surpass even them.
Then his expression darkened.
But do you really believe Hiruzen-sensei sent Orochimaru away to stop a potential Kumagakure invasion?
Tsunade blinked.
You think it's something else.
Kaido's gaze turned cold.
The 3rd Raikage just died in a fight with Onoki. The 4th hasn't even taken office yet. Kumagakure's in no position to invade anyone. Then,
Kaido replied.
It came from Danzo and Hiruzen.
He narrowed his eyes.
With Orochimaru gone, Chiyo would face off against you. Ebizo could be held off by Minato, but when your hemophobia kicks in.
Tsunade said nothing, her breath caught.
Hiruzen.
Kaido's hands clenched. He wasn't going to forgive that, no matter what.
When I leave Konoha.
Chapter 158, 158, Shadows Behind the Sand Treaty, 4 months ago. Chapter 158, Shadows Behind the Sand Treaty.
By the way, do you know Kato Dan?
Kaido asked again casually. He remembered clearly, in the original timeline, Kato Dan was Tsunade's lover, but when he'd asked Shizune last time, she said no. That contradiction had bothered him ever since. Had his presence caused a butterfly effect that altered history? But wait, when exactly was Kaido born here? Kato Dan lived during the Second Shinobi World War. The two shouldn't even be from the same era. Still, the uncertainty nagged at him. Until he understood the situation clearly, he couldn't relax.
Kato Dan, you know him.
Tsunade blinked.
Yeah, I remember him. I actually liked him. He stood out.
She thought for a moment, then continued.
Back during the war, I suggested every squad have a medical ninja. Everyone pushed back except him. He backed me without hesitation. Later on, he died. A shame, really.
That's it, you two weren't close.
Kaido asked, frowning slightly.
What kind of relationship are you imagining?
Tsunade scoffed.
That guy trailed me for a while, confessed, and I punched him across the courtyard. I don't like people weaker than me. After that, I never saw him again.
Kaido said, tilting his head.
I'm not upset.
She said hesitantly.
Just surprised.
I just wanted to know for sure. I might be connected to Kato Dan somehow.
Kaido said, lying without even blinking.
That's what I thought. Why the sudden curiosity?
Never mind, let's focus on the real issue.
His tone turned serious.
What now?
Tsunade asked, pouting slightly.
It's about Rasa and his team. The way they showed up was odd. Rasa told Chiyo that their village's ANBU intercepted intelligence suggesting I was headed here. Not just that, they had a full analysis of my strength and said I was planning to destroy the Sand's frontline forces.
Tsunade frowned.
And that strain.
Kaido let out a dark chuckle.
Because I appeared out of nowhere. No one knows much about me except Iwagakure and Jiraiya. After I fought with Onoki, I disappeared. Iwagakure had no idea where I went.
He paused.
During that time, only one person, or rather, one group made contact with me. Who? Root Shimura Danzo.
Kaido's voice dropped, heavy with cold intent. Tsunade's expression changed immediately.
Danzo, what did that old snake want?
He wanted me to cooperate with him. I refused, and in the process...
Tsunade whistled.
With Danzo's petty, vindictive nature, he's definitely going to stir something up.
You sound like you know him well.
Tsunade's face darkened.
Too well.
Then let's go find out exactly what he's planning.
Kaito didn't wait. He wrapped an arm around her waist and vanished in a flash. A border between the land of fire and the land of wind. At a makeshift negotiation table, Nara Shikaku sat sweating. On the opposite side were 4 high-ranking Sand Shinobi. Normally, in wartime, the defeated country would send envoys to the victor's village formal, proper diplomacy. The Sand should have traveled to Konoha and negotiated with the Hokage or his advisors. But the Sand village had ignored protocol entirely. They set up a table right at the front line and demanded negotiations on the spot. As the deputy commander on the battlefield, Shikaku wasn't authorized to make such sweeping decisions. Konoha hadn't had time to respond, and Tsunade had been whisked away by Kaido. Now he and his team, including Yamanaka and Inoichi, were stuck, facing intense pressure under the gazes of 3 cage-level Sand Shinobi, Chiyo, Rasa, and Yura.
Granny Chiyo.
Shikaku began cautiously.
You must understand, Sand has been defeated. Per protocol, your village must send formal representatives to negotiate directly with our Hokage. That's standard practice.
What a joke.
Chiyo snapped.
If it were your forces that beat us, we'd follow protocol. But was it really Konoha that defeated us?
She leaned in, her tone sharp.
Let's not pretend. The reason we're even talking right now is because of that Mankaido.
That's not quite true.
Shikaku said, trying to remain diplomatic.
Kaido is now the fiancé of our Konoha princess, Tsunade. That makes him one of ours.
Is that so?
Chiyo said coolly.
Then let him say it himself. If he publicly declares he's part of Konoha, we'll proceed as tradition demands.
She remembered what Kaido had said during their fight, that he owed Tsunade a favor. In her eyes, that meant Kaido had no allegiance to Konoha, only a personal debt. All intelligence from the Sand side indicated Kaido was a wild card, unaffiliated with any of the 5 great nations. That's why Chiyo had chosen not to follow protocol. The situation wasn't traditional. Shikaku fell silent. Chiyo's words were sharp, calculated. They hit exactly where it hurt, even though they called him
Lord Kaido.
The truth was, no one in Konoha could say with certainty that he was loyal to them. In fact, Konoha's leadership wanted him to be, badly, but it was still unclear. And the truth remained, Sand had been crushed not by Konoha's forces, but by Kaido alone. Chiyo leaned back and crossed her arms.
Enough chatter. 10 million ryo in cash, 500 sacks of grain, 100 explosive tags. That's our offer. Take it or leave it. If not, we resume hostilities.
Shikaku's face turned crimson. Was this some kind of joke? That level of compensation wouldn't even support the frontline forces for a week. Behind him, Inoichi and the other commanders looked equally insulted.
Rasa-sama, do you agree with this?
Shikaku asked tightly. Rasa's face twitched. He didn't look proud of the situation either.
We've entrusted negotiations to Chiyo. The rest of us are here to offer support.
He closed his eyes quickly, clearly trying to avoid laughing or showing how awkward he felt. Shikaku took several deep breaths, suppressing his anger.
You're crossing the line.
He said, voice low and dangerous.
This is an insult.
Chiyo scoffed.
Don't act like we don't know what's going on. Kaido's your golden goose. Tsunade's fiancé or not, you want him tied to Konoha. And you'll say or do anything to make it happen.
Chapter 159, 159, Negotiations with Sand Ninjas. 4 months ago. Chapter 159, Negotiations with Sand Ninjas.
We cannot accept what you offer at all. There's no sincerity in this negotiation. If this continues, we'll have no choice but to bring Tsunade-sama here to handle things directly.
Shikaku said coldly.
Then let that violent girl come.
Chiyo snapped unfazed. She paused for a moment, then added.
I'll say it again. As long as you can make Kaido admit that he's from Konoha, we'll proceed with formal procedures. Otherwise, this compensation package is final. To put it bluntly, the only reason you're even sitting here is because Konoha betrayed your kinds.
Chiyo sneered, her tone laced with sarcasm.
You!
Shikaku pointed at her, so furious he couldn't even finish his sentence. Suddenly, a loud crack of thunder echoed through the sky. With a flash of lightning, Kaido appeared, carrying Tsunade in his arms. The moment he landed near the negotiation table, the atmosphere shifted. Shikaku's expression lit up, clearly relieved. Chiyo, however, frowned slightly.
Kaido-sama, Tsunade-sama, you've arrived just in time.
Shikaku said quickly.
As the defeated side, Sunagakure is offering our Konoha village 10 million ryo, 500 bags of grain, and 100 explosive tags. Isn't that a pathetic excuse for compensation?
As he spoke, Shikaku deliberately used the phrase.
Our Konoha.
It was a calculated move. If Kaido didn't object, it would imply he accepted his status as part of Konoha. But was Kaido the kind of man who played those kinds of games? He'd never had any love for Konoha's inner circle, especially not its older generation. The likes of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura, and Koharu had all taken part in schemes that ultimately led to the decline of the Senju clan. For Kaido, they were enemies of his very bloodline. Even if he hadn't been a time traveler, he'd never have sworn allegiance to Konoha. It was simply a matter of principle and survival. So when Shikaku finished speaking, Kaido didn't hesitate to correct him.
You said our Konoha. That's incorrect.
Kaido said flatly.
I'm not from Konoha. Haha, Kaido-sama, you're joking. You and Tsunade-sama are so close. Isn't that the same thing as being one of us?
Shikaku said, refusing to back down.
What happens between Tsunade and me is our business. It has nothing to do with Konoha.
Kaido replied coolly. Chiyo's heart soared. She had been tense when Kaido arrived, but now, all that anxiety vanished. His statement was more than enough. Shikaku and the other Konoha representatives looked humiliated. Their expressions darkened instantly. Kaido, meanwhile, didn't care. He didn't know any of them personally, nor did he owe them anything. He was simply being honest. Shikaku turned to Tsunade, silently pleading with her to step in. But Tsunade wasn't inclined to help them either. After what had happened with Hiruzen and the others, her loyalty to Konoha was already shaky. What Kaido said today only solidified her doubts. In that moment, she even considered leaving the village altogether. She gave a small shake of her head, signaling that she wasn't going to intervene. Kaido ignored them and turned his attention back to Chiyo and the other Sand leaders.
10 million ryo, 500 bags of grain, and 100 explosive tags.
He said with a smirk. Chiyo's cheerful mood took a sudden dip. On the other hand, Shikaku and the others looked hopeful. Maybe Kaido didn't belong to Konoha, but if he pushed Sunagakure into offering more, the benefits would still fall into their lap. Chiyo eyed him warily.
What do you mean by that?
Simple, remove all the zeros.
Kaido said with a calm smile. Chiyo blinked.
I said remove all the zeros.
Chiyo's face twisted as she mentally calculated. That would turn the offer into just one ryo, 5 bags of grain, and 1 explosive tag.
Are you serious?
She asked in disbelief.
Yes.
Kaido nodded without hesitation.
Wait, if it goes like this, our Konoha will have paid a heavy price for nothing.
Minato finally spoke up.
And what does Konoha's lack of spoils have to do with me?
Kaido shot back.
Let's not forget it was me who defeated Tsunegakure's forces, not Konoha.
He turned to Shikaku, sarcasm in his voice.
You just stood on the sidelines, and now you want a piece of my victory.
Shikaku's expression darkened.
It's simple.
Kaido said.
If you want compensation, then fight for it. The Sand Shinobi are standing right there. Challenge them. If you win, take your payment.
Chiyo's eyes lit up with admiration. Despite the heavy losses her side had taken, the idea of Konoha and Sand going head-to-head without Kaido's involvement was suddenly very appealing. Kaido had wrecked their frontline, but he was just one man. The real threat had always been Konoha. With a sharp smile, Chiyo seized the opportunity.
Kaido-sama is absolutely right. If Konoha wants to fight, we'll meet them in battle. We can start right now if you'd like. Let's see who comes out on top.
She radiated confidence. After all, they had Rasa plus 3 other cage-level fighters. That made 4 total. And what did Konoha have? Tsunade, Minato, though he wasn't officially part of the current command in Yuhai Shinku, who was strong but not quite at their level. Tsunade raised her hands and shrugged.
Don't look at me, this is the first time we've even met. I can't order him around, he helped because of a deal between us.
Shikaku looked grim.
I can't make that call, I'll have to report this to the Hawkage.
After more than a month of battle and heavy casualties, they were now walking away with nothing. It was a devastating blow.
That's your problem.
Kaido said with a shake of his head.
I'm done here.
He turned to leave.
Wait, if Kaido-sama is leaving, please stay a few more days.
Shikaku said urgently.
Not interested.
Kaido replied flatly, then he turned to Rasa.
You said you received intel that I was coming. Mind telling me where that information came from?
Rasa hesitated for a moment, then took a small note from his pocket and handed it over.
It's a bit strange. One of our ANBU was attacked, and when he woke up, this was in his hand.
Chapter 160, 160, The Hidden Betrayal, 4 months ago. Chapter 160, The Hidden Betrayal. Kaido took the small note and handed it to Tsunade.
Here, take a look at this, and tell me if it seems familiar.
Tsunade frowned as her eyes scanned the message.
Why do I feel like I've seen this before?
She slapped her forehead in realization.
That's right, Shikaku showed me this exact intel earlier. But didn't he say it was sent by Hiruzen-sama? Shikaku, you should see this too.
She said, passing the note over. The moment he heard Kaido mention the contents of the note, a sense of dread sank into Shikaku's chest. When he saw what was written on it, his heart dropped completely. He recognized it immediately. How could he forget? It described a powerful figure, someone matching the strength of the first Hawkage, suddenly appearing in the ninja world. It was information that demanded attention. There were only 2 key differences. 1, this copy had come from Rasa, not Hiruzen. 2, this version included 1 extra line. Kaido might be heading to the Land of Wind to destroy the Sand frontline troops. As that final line settled in, cold sweat broke out on Shikaku's forehead. His hands trembled. There was no doubt now, this intel had originated in Konoha. What made it all the more absurd was that, while the troops were fighting for their lives on the front lines, someone in the rear had already passed this crucial intel to the enemy. Whoever leaked it clearly hadn't considered the consequences. What if Kaido hadn't destroyed the Sand frontline? If Rasa had sent reinforcements, every Konoha soldier here might have been annihilated. This wasn't just a breach of information, it was indirect murder. Shikaku's face paled. Still, based on his understanding of Hiruzen, he couldn't believe the old Hawkage would have allowed this, which meant someone else, another high-ranking Konoha official, had betrayed them. Inwardly, he cursed, "You fool. If you're going to leak information, at least change it enough that we don't get caught.
Take a look at this, everyone.
Shikaku said, his voice flat. He passed the note to the other Konoha executives around him. Those who had seen the earlier intel from Hiruzen recognized it instantly. Among them, Namikaze Minato's reaction was the most severe. The message perfectly matched one that had been sent to him by Jirya. Tsunede's eyes narrowed as she came to the same realization. She wasn't as analytically sharp as Shikaku, but she could still see where this was heading. A dark cloud fell over the Konoha delegation. Chiyo watched with quiet satisfaction. So this is Konoha's famed unity? Hilarious. They're practically tearing each other apart.
The third Hokage likely didn't know this was leaked.
Shikaku finally said in a low tone.
Hiruzen may not be involved.
Ebizo added, smiling coldly.
But it definitely came from someone high-ranking. This intel is far more detailed than anything we had. It practically reads like a mission brief.
As a seasoned intelligence officer, Ebizo knew exactly how much the Sand Village had managed to gather on Kaido. The difference between their version and this one was enormous. Although their side had lost, they wouldn't be paying any war reparations now. That alone was a victory. Sure, 1 or 2 silver coins, 5 bags of grain, and a detonating tag might have been handed over, but in their eyes, that was just charity for a few strays. A small price to keep Sand safe. Actually, they hadn't technically lost at all. Everything now depended on what Kaido decided. Ebizo almost wanted to laugh. If Kaido chose to walk away and ignore the situation, Konoha would have to face the full might of the Sand's revenge alone. But if Kaido did care, well, even the Sand could spare a few more supplies if it meant surviving. Right now, all eyes were on Kaido.
I wonder when Kaido-sama plans to leave.
Rasa asked. He didn't bother referring to himself as the future 4th Kazekage titles didn't matter right now. His emotions were turbulent. He had prepared himself to accept a humiliating defeat.
Do whatever you need to do. I've got other matters to attend to.
Kaido said calmly.
But,
he added, his tone turning cold.
As for Konoha's leadership, stay out of my way. The rest can do as they like.
Shikaku and the others felt the pressure in the air grow heavier. They cursed silently, which moron at the top sent that intel? We had a guaranteed win.
Don't worry, Kaido-sama. We'll make sure those Konoha executives don't move.
Chiyo cut in, her words sharp and spiteful.
But what about the rest of the Konoha forces?
Kaido shrugged.
That's not my concern.
I thought bro didn't want to mess up the timeline. Imagine if Inoichi gets stabbed or something, then Ino would just get terminated from his timeline Elmao. With that, he turned toward Tsunade.
Come with me.
He reached out and took her wrist, and in a flash, they vanished from the field. After the pair disappeared, Chiyo and the other Sand ninjas turned to face the Konoha delegation. Their eyes burned with anger. Led by Rasa, they turned their backs on Konoha and began marching back toward the border of the Land of Wind.
Shikaku.
Yamanaka Inoichi asked in a hushed voice.
We fall back, 10 kilometers inside the Fire Country border.
Shikaku replied grimly. The others wore similar expressions of frustration. They had held all the cards until someone blew up the game.
And report everything to Hokage-sama. Let him decide how to respond.
Shikaku said, his voice low. He turned and walked off. Not far from Konoha's forward camp, Kaido set Tsunade down gently. His tone was thoughtful but distant.
I'm leaving. If anything happens, come find me at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan's former homeland. I'll be staying there for a while.
I will.
Tsunade replied softly.
But
It's him.
Kaido answered, his voice cold and sure.
I've killed too many of his root agents in the land of bears. That old bastard doesn't let go of grudges.
He looked up at the sky for a moment, then back at her.
No more talking. If something comes up, you know where to find me.
Chapter 161, 161, The Senju Clan, 4 months ago. Chapter 161, The Senju Clan. Kaido went there because he truly needed a place to train. At his current level of power, the effects of his next advancement would be staggering. He had to find a remote, expansive place where he could practice without interference. It was the era of the Third Great Ninja War. The five major nations were all entangled in conflict. Smaller nations were caught in the middle, manipulated as pawns. Kaito thought about it and realized that the land of whirlpools, already destroyed, would remain untouched by the war. According to the original timeline, the Hidden Mist Village wouldn't join the war until much later. With enough time before their involvement, he could complete his advancement without interference. Half a day later, Kaito arrived in a small town near the ruins of the land of whirlpools. After washing up, grabbing a meal, and stocking enough supplies, he set out. The ruins were overrun with weeds, shattered stone, and remnants of a forgotten village. Kaito strolled quietly through the broken remains. Stains of old blood clung faintly to the cracked walls. They marked the final stand of the Uzumaki clan, their legacy wiped out, their cries absorbed into the silence of the rubble. After confirming he was alone, Kaito found a quiet, hidden spot deep within the ruins. There, he began his training to open the next gate. Nightfall. The sky shimmered with countless stars, each one gleaming like a scattered pearl. Together, they formed a breathtaking blanket above the world. Hokage's office Konoha. The Konoha leadership, known as the Konoha F4, gathered under the leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen puffed from his long pipe, his expression dark. On the table lay a report intelligence Shikaku and his team had covertly sent back. It outlined everything that had happened the day before.
Everyone take a look, read it.
Hiruzen slammed the table, his voice sharp with anger.
What's got you so worked up, Hiruzen?
Udatane Koharu asked as she picked up the document. Her face darkened as she scanned the pages. She passed the information to Mitakato Hamura and said gravely,
Jiraiya.
You're asking me, who do you think I should ask?
Hiruzen growled, his eyes narrowing as they flicked toward Danzo. It was clear he suspected Danzo. Hiruzen knew he had been in contact with the masked man, but he hadn't expected him to actually leak the information to the sand.
This is a mess. What do we do now? With Rasa bringing reinforcements, Tsunade and the others won't be able to hold out.
Koharu muttered. She caught the glare Hiruzen gave Danzo but said nothing. She couldn't throw Danzo under the bus now, even if he had caused this. Right now, Shikaku's team has fallen back to within 10 kilometers of the Fire Country border. If they don't get reinforcements soon, they'll be forced to retreat even farther.
What do you mean they've already fallen back? What are Tsunade and Minato doing? Can't they hold the line?
Koharu snapped, growing anxious.
What choice do they have? Rasa didn't come alone, he brought the strongest elite sand Shinobi with him. If our side doesn't retreat, they'll get wiped out.
Hiruzen said bitterly.
There are 4 cage-level fighters with the sand, including Rasa, and Tsunade's team is expected to stop them on their own. That's suicide. This is getting out of hand. Let me go.
Danzo said, his tone grim.
You will go, but we need to send more. Just one reinforcement isn't enough against the sand.
Hiruzen replied coldly.
Recall Jiraiya. The Iwagakure front won't move for a while after being pushed back by that man named Kan.
Hamura said. Koharu sighed and rubbed her forehead.
Is now really the time to bring this up?
Sure enough, Hiruzen's already sour mood grew even worse.
That's right, that man managed to defeat the 3rd Tsuchikage. What if he decides to turn his attention to us next? We'll deal with the border later. First, we need to think about how to handle that masked man. Based on Jiraiya's intel, is this really the kind of person we should be making an enemy of right now? Too late for that.
Hiruzen muttered.
We already offended him. Reconciling now won't be easy.
He's close to Tsunade, isn't he? Let her talk to him. We'll claim that the leak came from a sand spy hiding in Konoha.
Koharu suggested.
Do you think he'll believe that?
It doesn't matter if he believes it. We'll make our stance clear. If he won't marry Tsunade, there's no need to make peace.
Koharu said with a shrug.
Exactly. We're Konoha, the strongest village in the Shinobi world. We're not like the sand or rock scum. If he dares to come here, I'll make sure he never returns.
Danzo's voice was sharp with killing intent. Hiruzen clenched his jaw. Danzo just couldn't help himself. The man could have been a powerful ally. Now, thanks to Danzo's arrogance, he was an enemy, a dangerous one. And in the midst of war, Konoha could ill afford to create more enemies.
Enough, everyone out. Let me think.
Hiruzen waved them off with a tired gesture.
By the way, Hiruzen, last night we caught several enemy spies infiltrating the Senju compound. They attempted to kidnap the remaining Senju children. My root agents intercepted them, but during the clash, the spies killed the children before we could stop them.
Danzo said calmly.
What? You're telling me the last children of the Senju clan were murdered by spies, and I'm only hearing about this now.
Hiruzen exploded. He was furious. This was unforgivable. With Tsunade fighting on the front lines, the Senju clan had already been on the brink. Now, their last heirs were gone. When Tsunade returned,
Aren't the Uchiha in charge of village security? What are they even doing?
Chapter 162, 162, Second Gate Open. 4 months ago. Chapter 162, Second Gate Open.
Danzo, find him for me. Mobilize all the root and Anbu forces. The mastermind behind this must be captured. Our teacher's people cannot die in vain.
Hiruzen Sarutobi roared.
Understood, and Tsunade.
Danzo asked.
Keep it hidden for now.
Hiruzen sighed. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for Danzo and the others to leave. Once they were gone, Hiruzen's expression shifted. The sorrow vanished completely from his face. His eyes narrowed, deep and calculating. Land of Whirlpools. In a secluded, shadowed corner of the ruins, Kaito sat cross-legged. Inside his mind, an electric drill made of lightning was hammering at the threshold of the second gate. It had been half a month since he arrived here, but with time manipulation inside his training space, he'd been training for nearly 6 months. After relentless training, Kaito had finally created a crack in the gate. All that remained was to advance entirely. Throughout these 2 weeks, he remained wholly focused. Yet because of his disappearance, the timeline had shifted slightly. Without Kaito in the picture, Rasa and his forces attacked Konoha's frontline leadership directly. The border troops were overwhelmed and pushed back nearly 20 miles toward Konoha. Following Kaito's orders, Rasa didn't kill Shikaku and the others. Instead, they were taken hostage. This resulted in Konoha being extorted for a large supply of resources. Only Minato Namikaze managed to escape. By the time Danzo arrived, it was already too late. He narrowly escaped being captured himself. With Shikaku and the others taken, Danzo alone was no match for Rasa and his 4 elite companions. News of the debacle sent shockwaves through Konoha. Hiruzen was forced to comply with the demands. Shikaku wasn't just a battlefield strategist, he was the Nara clan head. Alongside him were Inoichi, Yuhai Shinku, and Tsunade, each one a key pillar of Konoha's future. Smart as they were, Rasa and his men retreated after the exchange, not pushing their luck against the village's main force. Once the hostages were returned, Hiruzen immediately redeployed them to the front lines. He even recalled Jirya from the Cloud Nin border and stationed him there. With Tsunade, Jirya, and Minato, proficient in spacetime ninjutsu, Konoha's foundation had stabilized. 2 months later, Kaito remained in quiet meditation within the ruins. The second gate was nearly fully opened, only a sliver remained. He estimated it would take 2 more days to complete the advancement. 2 days later, inside the training space, a massive surge of chakra erupted from Kaito's body like a tidal wave, wild and seemingly endless. Violent fluctuations of power caused violent gusts of wind to sweep through the entire kilometer-wide radius around him. The soil beneath him compacted and sank as if molded by invisible pressure. Kaito opened his eyes, a soft smile on his face.
Finally!
With a thought, he commanded the training space to level the terrain. Then, he began focusing on stabilizing the vast influx of power now coursing through him. The second gate had granted an overwhelming increase. His chakra now rivaled even-tailed beasts, and his taijutsu abilities had scaled accordingly. Even more astounding was the boost in his spiritual energy. Already among the highest in the ninja world, it had grown by another third.
If I'm able to open all gates,
He muttered, elated. Without hesitation, Kaido summoned 500 shadow clones to help him acclimate to his enhanced body and chakra. Half a month passed. After rigorous, relentless training, Kaido finally mastered control of the energy. His body and power had become one. The next step would be the final gate, but there was no rush. His body still needed time to fully adapt. Buzz buzz. As he casually threw a punch, the air exploded with pressure. Kaido grinned. He was just one step away from the level of the Sage of Six Paths, but that step remained the most difficult of all. Opening his eyes, he looked up at the sunlit sky. A rare moment of peace settled over him.
finally,
He murmured, "Bruh, you're lightning itself, what do you need that jutsu for?" Suddenly Kaido's brows furrowed. He sensed someone approaching a chakra signature that was unmistakably special. 2 chakra presences within one body. A Jinchuriki. He'd seen this before.
Father,
Kushina's voice trembled.
today marks the anniversary of the fall of Uzumaki. I brought food from Konoha for you all.
From her basket, she pulled out various dishes and white chrysanthemums. Her movements were practiced, this wasn't her first visit. Kaido watched quietly from the shadows. He knew the Uzumaki clan's fate had been sealed in part by Konoha's silence, especially the decisions of the old guard. He exhaled.
what a pity.
He muttered.
Who's there?
Chapter 163, 163, Secrets Uncovered, 4 months ago. Chapter 163, Secrets Uncovered.
Don't be afraid, I'm not your enemy.
Kaido said calmly as he stepped out from the shadows. Kushina remained wary, her eyes still alert.
I told you already I'm not after you, or the 9 tails inside you.
Kaido added, his tone composed.
Who are you?
Kushina wiped away her tears and questioned him, suddenly gripping a kunai in her hand.
I know Tsunade and Minato Namikaze. I fought the elite sand Shinobi near the borders between the land of wind and the land of earth.
Kaido explained carefully. Kushina narrowed her eyes, studying his outfit more closely.
Wait,
I'm Kaido,
He corrected with a frown.
and I'm not Tsunade's fiancé.
who are you trying to fool?
She scoffed.
Everyone in Konoha knows about you spanking Lady Tsunade. It's already made its way around the whole ninja world.
A vein pulsed on Kaido's forehead. Damn that Shikaku, I'm definitely going to deal with him later.
So, what are you doing in the ruins of my homeland? Trying to steal Uzumaki sealing techniques.
You're overthinking things.
Kaido said, shaking his head.
The ninja world's in the middle of the 3rd Great Ninja War. I just came here to find peace and quiet.
Peace and quiet? You could have gone to Konoha for that. With your ties to Tsunade, the Hawkage would definitely allow you in.
She challenged.
I'm not interested.
Kaido said with a sneer.
If I went to Konoha, who knows how Hiruzen Sarutobi and his scheming clique would try to get rid of me.
Kushina's expression darkened.
So Minato was right. You really don't like Konoha.
It's not Konoha I hate. It's those behind-the-scenes manipulators like Hiruzen who only think about power.
Kaido replied unfazed.
Do you even know what happened after you took down the sand leaders and left?
Kushina said, her voice heavy.
Rasa and the rest pressed forward without opposition. They advanced 20 miles into the land of fire. All our border commanders, except Minato, were captured. In order to retrieve them, the Hawkage had to trade a massive amount of resources. Now Minato and the others are holding the line in the land of wind. We can only talk through summoning techniques.
She said bitterly. Kaido paused, thoughtful, so my actions shifted the course of history again. Looking at her, he sighed.
You wouldn't understand. It's better that you don't know the full picture.
After a moment of silence, he asked.
Today,
Yeah,
Kushina's expression softened into sorrow.
I'll offer some chrysanthemums too.
Kaido said, stepping forward and gently scooping a handful of flowers from her basket. He tossed them into the air, then bowed 3 times.
You say you're related to us. Who exactly are you?
She asked, a mix of suspicion and curiosity in her voice.
Doesn't matter. Once you're done paying your respects, you should head back. You snuck out, right? Konoha's probably already looking for you.
Kaido suddenly paused, then gave her a serious look.
Do you want to know the truth behind the fall of Uzumaki?
Kushina blinked in surprise.
The truth, we were surrounded and destroyed by 3 of the great nations. What other reason could there be?
There's definitely more to it.
Kaido didn't wait for her to question further.
The truth starts with Konoha.
Kushina frowned.
Why is Konoha always at the center of these things?
Do you want to hear this or not?
Kaido asked, annoyed.
Fine, go on.
She said, gritting her teeth. If anyone who knew Kushina well saw her now, they'd be shocked. This wasn't the same hot-headed, quick-tempered girl they were familiar with.
Let's talk about 2 things first: Konoha's barrier network and the Senju clan.
Before she could interject, he warned.
Say another word and I'll stop talking.
Kushina immediately covered her mouth.
First, Konoha's barrier. Everyone knows your Uzumaki clan handled all the village's barrier seals when Konoha was founded. It wasn't a big deal during the reigns of Hashirama and Tobirama since the Senju and Uzumaki were close. They trusted each other. But things changed after Hiruzen Sarutobi became Hokage. The village barrier system is Konoha's first line of defense. You could even call it the village's lifeline. How could someone like him be comfortable knowing it was in the hands of outsiders? Back then, the Senju clan still had major influence. That alone was a threat to Hiruzen's authority. He saw them, and by extension, the Uzumaki, as obstacles. So he started undermining both clans. The Uzumaki were the first to go. Why? 2 reasons. 1, without the Uzumaki, the Senju would lose their strongest allies. 2, Hiruzen wanted your sealing techniques for himself. Controlling the barrier meant controlling the village.
When the Uzumaki clan was besieged by 3 major nations.
The land of lightning and the land of water attacking makes sense, they're close. But the land of earth, why would they cross such a distance to attack a small, isolated village like yours? And why did Konoha's reinforcements arrive only after the village was nearly wiped out? Doesn't that sound suspicious to you?
Kushina faltered, her lips parting slightly.
The Hokage was dealing with the land of wind and the land of earth back then.
She said, but her tone lacked conviction. Kaido chuckled coldly.
At that time, Konoha was the strongest military power in the ninja world. The foundation left by the first and second Hokage was enough for them to take on all 4 other villages at once and still hold their own.
Chapter 164, 164, Ninetales emerges. 4 months ago. Chapter 164, Ninetales emerges.
The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan.
Kaido said coldly.
Each of those families could stand against an entire nation on their own. Add to that the Ino Shikacho, the Aburame, and Shinobi like the White Fang.
In the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi never planned to send reinforcements. To him, the land of whirlpools was nothing more than an outsider. Why risk his resources for someone he doesn't consider part of Konoha?
As for the Senju, they were probably relocated by Hiruzen long before the attack to some distant border to protect Konoha.
Kaido continued.
Why do you think you survived? Why were you sent to Konoha?
His voice dropped to a calm but cutting tone.
Think about your purpose.
Jinchuriki.
Kushina echoed, her voice barely above a whisper, hollow with realization.
You've seen it yourself, haven't you?
Kaido pressed.
After the Second Great Ninja War, the Senju clan practically vanished. Even Nawaki, their heir, died mysteriously on the battlefield. Now, aside from Tsunade, the Senju are a name only. The remaining few are either too old, too weak, or barely alive. No, scratch that. Even the weak are gone, only husks remain.
Kaido said with a bitter sneer. Kushina's chest tightened. What had seemed like conjecture seconds ago was suddenly beginning to feel terrifyingly real. Just over 2 months ago, Konoha had suffered a devastating infiltration. 3 of the last Senju children were kidnapped by enemy spies. When the spies realized they couldn't escape, they murdered the children on the spot, then bit their own tongues and ended their lives before they could be interrogated. The Senju bloodline had been snuffed out.
You!
Kushina recounted in a trembling voice, her face pale. She could barely believe what she was saying. Even thinking about it felt like betrayal. Kaido's eyes darkened.
Hiruzen Sarutobi.
As he spoke, a trace of killing intent flared unconsciously in him.
Hiruzen Sarutobi.
Kaido's fists clenched, his body trembled with rage. The annihilation of the Senju stirred something primal inside him, something violent. He looked down to find Kushina trembling too. Her body was cold to the touch. Kaido took a deep breath, forcing the bloodlust out of his system and releasing a slow exhale.
Sorry,
He said.
that slipped out. Huh?
Kushina gasped, her knees weak. The oppressive presence that had just vanished had been suffocating.
You.
She said, clutching her chest. Kaido's voice grew colder.
Tell Tsunade this, I'll be waiting here, if she wishes it.
Kushina's voice wavered.
You can't be.
You should leave.
Kaido said firmly.
And don't tell anyone about me. Someone from Konoha is already on your trail.
He felt them multiple chakra signatures rapidly approaching.
I will, thank you.
Kushina bowed deeply, a shadow in her expression.
I'll let Lady Tsunade know.
She said, then turned and vanished into the forest, heading for Konoha.
Kushina-sama, you're not permitted to leave the village at will.
A root agent barked as she reappeared.
Do you have any idea what kind of chaos you've caused? Konoha is in an uproar. Lady Kushina, we're here to escort you back safely.
An ANBU captain said calmly, signaling to the others. 4 more ANBU appeared silently, surrounding her. While they claimed to protect her, it was obvious they were there to keep her contained.
I know.
Kushina answered, her voice cold. Her heart was storming with thoughts of Kaido's words. The cold behavior of the ANBU only added fuel to her anger. Right now, she missed only one person, Minato. The village she once loved now felt like a cage. And the people around her. Liars. Her fury began to boil. Her eyes started to shift, slowly turning into vertical slits. Crimson chakra leaked out from her body, enveloping her like mist.
The Ninetails chakra.
One ANBU shouted.
Fall back, someone alert the Hawkage immediately.
One ANBU disappeared in a flash, racing back toward the village. The remaining 4 drew weapons and kept a cautious distance from Kushina. None dared to engage. Kushina was a powerful Jonin even without the Ninetails' power. Now that she had started transforming, charging in would be suicide. Suddenly, whoosh! Kushina launched forward, eyes wild with rage. Snap! Before one ANBU could react, a crimson claw shot out and pierced his chest. His body collapsed to the ground, eyes frozen in shock.
Damn it, spread out.
The captain shouted. His voice drew Kushina's attention. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of him, claws raised and burning with red chakra. Whoosh! The ANBU vanished, just barely evading her attack. Boom! Dust exploded as her claws tore a trench into the earth where he had stood.
Fire style, great fireball jutsu.
The ANBU shouted from above, forming hand signs midair. A massive fireball blazed from his mouth, roaring down at Kushina. Roar! Her body howled as she raised one hand. The fireball hit her directly.
She caught the jutsu.
One of the ANBU gasped.
As expected of the Ninetails host.
Another whispered. The captain landed, sweat on his brow.
You all right, Captain?
His teammate asked as they regrouped.
I'm fine.
The captain answered.
We need to hold her off until backup arrives. Understood.
Chapter 165, 165, Rampage of the Ninetails, 4 months ago. Chapter 165, Rampage of the Ninetails. After learning the truth, Kushina felt a deep, soul-crushing sorrow. The village she once trusted had turned out to be the very hand that destroyed her people. In the darkness of her mind, she stood silently in front of the massive gate where the Ninetales was sealed. The air was damp, the floor slick with water.
Kushina, let me out.
The Ninetales roared from behind the gate.
Don't you want to destroy Konoha? Set me free, and I will help you tear it down.
We share a common enemy. Come on, Kushina. Break the seal, and I swear on the name of all tailed beasts, I'll help you destroy that village.
Snap, snap. Outside her consciousness, Kushina's transformation accelerated. The chakra tail behind her flared up, multiplying to 6 in an instant. Her body became engulfed in dark red chakra, and 4 sharp, bony claws emerged from her limbs. Roar! At that moment, she had fully succumbed to the Ninetales' influence, just like during Pain's invasion when Hinata had thrown herself between Naruto and death. The sinister chakra surged, sending powerful gusts sweeping outward. Even standing nearby made the surrounding Anbu tremble in fear.
Captain!
One of them asked, voice shaking.
Evacuate, stay out of her direct path, but don't lose sight of her.
The leader said grimly.
The Ninetales must not be lost.
Just as the words left his mouth, the sky darkened. A colossal claw descended with terrifying speed. The captain barely escaped, but the others weren't so lucky. They were crushed into nothing, leaving only splattered remains behind.
Damn it!
The captain cursed, only to be hit by a blast of force that sent him flying like a ragdoll, blood gushing from his mouth. As he soared backward, he caught a glimpse of the monstrous fox's face. Boom, boom, boom. The air screamed with pressure. A red glow flashed in his eyes. He knew in that split second that death was certain. A crimson claw tore through his chest. Blood sprayed in every direction. The captain of the Anbu died in fear. Roar! With all enemies eliminated, the berserk Kushina let out a wild cry. Black and white particles gathered in her mouth, coalescing into a massive tailed beast ball aimed straight at the land of fire. Boom! The dark, swirling sphere rocketed into the sky, trailing destruction in its wake. Moments later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the distance. Flames, shockwaves, and ash clouded the air. At the ruins of the land of whirlpools, Ayanami Kaito had just begun meditating, hoping to better understand the strength granted by unlocking 7 of the gates. But before he could focus, the ground began to tremble violently. A familiar, malevolent chakra surged in the distance. Kaito narrowed his eyes.
That's the Ninetales.
Without another word, Kaito vanished. Roar! Back near the chaos, several Konoha ninjas had gathered. They'd been searching for Kushina, but now stood frozen in horror.
What the hell is that? She's lost control of the Ninetales.
This isn't right. How did it happen? There's no way we can handle this. Prepare Earth-release jutsu. We'll trap her and wait for Hokage-sama's orders.
The squad leader barked.
Understood, Captain.
The others responded in unison. Earth-style Yellow Springs Swamp. Earth-style Earthflow River. Earth-style Earthflow Wall. One after another, the ground shifted and morphed beneath their feet. Muddy swamps formed, walls of earth rose around the Ninetales, enclosing Kushina in a fortified prison.
Earth-style barrier, Earth prison dome.
The lead Anbu shouted. He pressed his hand to the wall, and the barriers began to merge overhead, forming a thick, chakra-infused dome. It was one of the strongest Earth-style techniques, capable of regenerating and absorbing chakra from within. But it wasn't enough. Boom! 2 enormous red claws burst through the walls, tearing the structure like paper. A crack the size of an arm tore open. With a thunderous roar, the Ninetales shoved its claws through the gap, forcing the dome open with brute strength. Crash! The massive earth ceiling was ripped free and flung at nearby ninjas. They scrambled to dodge, but some were too slow. The Ninetales leaped from the shattered dome, its 9 tails lashing like giant spears. With each swipe, it sent shockwaves rippling through the earth. Even seasoned Jonin would hesitate to approach. In mere moments, the battlefield turned into a wasteland. Ground shattered, screams echoed, dust clouded the sky. As the most powerful of all tailed beasts, the Ninetales easily overpowered its opponents. Even with their strongest jutsu, the Anbu couldn't hold up. The oppressive chakra alone forced their bodies into overdrive. Many couldn't even use their full strength. Soon, only 4 of the original 8 Anbu were left standing.
Captain, we're being wiped out. If this keeps going, we're all going to die.
One of them shouted.
I know.
The leader snapped.
We're too far from Konoha. Even if Hokage-sama sends reinforcements now, they won't get here in time.
Chapter 166, Hiruzen would pay. Whoosh whoosh. A barrage of flaming shuriken rained down from above, pelting the Nine Tails. A loud voice followed.
Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red.
Boom! Explosions lit up the beast's body, but the Nine Tails emerged from the smoke completely unharmed. A figure landed in front of the ANBU captain. His mask resembled a dog's head, and his eyes glowed red, each with 3 tamos swirling inside. It was none other than Uchiha Mew, cousin to the late Uchiha Kagami. Upholding Kagami's legacy, Mew had joined the ANBU to serve as a bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village.
You're here, Mew.
The ANBU captain's tense stance eased slightly upon seeing him.
Apologies, we're late.
Mew said calmly from behind his mask.
Captain, has the Nine Tails gone completely berserk? Yes, the rampage is worse than we feared. We've already lost more than 10 ANBU.
The captain replied grimly.
What's the current plan?
The captain named Arrow gave a bitter laugh.
I tried using Earth-style barriers to contain it while waiting for Hokage-sama's reinforcements, but it tore through the jutsu like paper. After that, it went wild, killed 4 more of my men in seconds. Nothing we're doing is working.
He pointed toward the beast.
Kushina's at 8 tails now, her chakras become monstrous. None of us can approach without getting shredded.
Mew's expression darkened.
I'll try something. If it doesn't work, I'll improvise.
With that, he vanished without another word. Arrow stared after him.
Incredible speed. That's Uchiha Mew for you.
Whoosh! Mew reappeared on top of the Nine Tails' head, wielding a sword engulfed in blazing flames. He raised it, slashing down swiftly. Boom! The chakra-formed head of the Nine Tails burst apart on impact, but the beast didn't even flinch. Its massive claws swung up to crush Mew like an insect. Bang! In a flash of smoke, Mew vanished again. The Nine Tails' head, wrapped in dense red chakra, instantly reformed as if nothing had happened. Mew landed a distance away, watching intently.
Its regeneration is absurd.
His Sharingan spun rapidly. He performed a series of rapid hand signs.
Genjutsu, darkness walking technique.
Within his mind, the spiritual world was immediately flooded with darkness. A massive, malevolent fox face surged forward, roaring directly at his consciousness. Buzz buzz. Tig.
How is he?
Arrow rushed to catch him as he stumbled. Mew gasped heavily.
No good, my genjutsu doesn't work. As soon as I initiated it, the Nine Tails chakra threw everything into chaos.
Even someone like Mew, renowned in the ANBU for his mastery of fire style and illusions, was helpless. He was among the best in the village, feared and respected across the ninja world. And yet,
if only I had awakened Mangekai Sharingan.
He asked weakly, still panting. Arrow narrowed his eyes.
We retreat, keep a safe distance, follow her quietly and wait for Hokage-sama's support.
Da-da-da.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Arrow demanded, tensing immediately at the sight of the unfamiliar shinobi.
Stand down.
Mew caught Arrow by the sleeve and looked up weakly.
If I'm not mistaken.
Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly.
You're with the Uchiha.
He hadn't expected the third Hokage would allow the Uchiha clan into ANBU during his regime. That could only mean.
You're from Uchiha Kagami bloodline, aren't you?
Mew nodded.
Impressive. Yes, Uchiha Kagami is my cousin. I was raised under his watch. HMPH, as I suspected.
Kaido scoffed.
That old snake Hiruzen would never allow the Uchiha clan close to ANBU without some manipulation.
Mew gave a bitter smile. Rumors were true. Kaido harbored a deep grudge against the third Hokage.
How dare you slander the Hokage?
Arrow snapped, stepping forward. PSHHHK. Without a word, Kaido's hand struck like a flash of lightning, piercing arrows chest clean through.
Do I need you to tell me what to say?
Kaido muttered coldly. He yanked his blood-slick hand back, lightning crackling faintly across his fingers as he flicked the blood off.
Why you?
Mew stared stunned.
Lord Kaido, why? If you hadn't shown respect and weren't Uchiha, you'd already be dead.
Kaido said bluntly. After Kushina revealed the truth, that the last of the Senju clan's children had died, Kaido's rage had solidified into a deadly resolve. Hiruzen would pay. Now, seeing one of Hiruzen's loyalists, he didn't hesitate. The Nine Tails could wait, for now vengeance came first.
You bastard, you killed the captain.
The remaining ANBU charged in rage.
No, don't.
Mew shouted, but it was too late. The moment they moved, Kaido vanished. Mew's Sharingan spun rapidly, but even with enhanced perception, he couldn't track Kaido's movement. He gasped.
That speed.
Chapter 167, 167, Leeching off Tsunade's connection. 4 months ago. Chapter 167, Leeching off Tsunade's connection. Just as Uchiha Mew was mumbling to himself, the wet sound of blood splattering echoed in his ears. He turned quickly and was stunned. Kaido had appeared in front of the other ANBU at some point, a bloody kunai gripped tightly in his hand. Uchiha Mew's eyes widened in disbelief. The ANBU around them all had red lines slit cleanly across their throats. Some were still mid-hand seal, faces frozen in confusion and disbelief, unaware they were already dead. Gulp. Uchiha Mew swallowed nervously, unable to speak. If he dared say a word, he was certain he'd follow those ANBU to the afterlife in the blink of an eye. He thought grimly.
How can this man possibly be Tsunade-sama's fiancé? He feels more like a god of death than anything else.
Roar. A massive claw, so large it seemed to blot out the sky, suddenly slammed down toward Kaido and Uchiha Mew. Kaido lifted his head, calmly staring at the enormous paw overhead. Without a word, he raised his right hand slightly. Bang! A muffled impact exploded across the battlefield. The ground beneath Kaido's feet caved inward from the pressure, and a powerful shockwave blasted outward in all directions. The Nine Tails froze for a split second. In its eyes, a flicker of confusion passed like it had just struck an immovable wall. Undeterred, it raised its claw again and brought it crashing down. Once, twice, a third time. Over and over, the colossal paw slammed down. Yet Kaido stood motionless, one arm still outstretched. His face was calm, almost bored. His thin palm remained steady, like an unyielding pillar holding up the heavens. Uchiha Mew watched in stunned awe. Just moments ago he thought he was doomed. Now.
That's it.
Kaido's gaze locked onto the Nine Tails. There was a faint smirk in his voice.
That all you've got?
Uchiha Mew couldn't believe his ears.
Is that?
He muttered under his breath. Roar. Enraged, the Nine Tails opened its maw wide. In an instant, dense black and white chakra particles spiraled into a tight sphera-tailed beast ball, formed faster than Uchiha Mew had ever seen. It launched the attack directly at Kaido. Still calm, Kaido raised his hand, white lightning crackling to life. It surged forward in a blinding flash, and in the next moment, a square-shaped thunder barrier formed, enclosing the entire Nine Tails within. Boom! The black-tailed beast ball struck the barrier head-on with devastating force. The sky shook with the impact. Black energy flooded over the thunder barrier like a tidal wave, but the glowing electric walls held firm, absorbing the full fury of the blast. Outside the barrier, silence reigned. The ground didn't so much as tremble. But inside it was pure chaos. The earth shattered, rocks exploded, dust clouds churned like a storm. It looked like the end of the world. Uchiha Mew trembled as he stared.
This.
His voice was shaking, though he didn't realize it. Inside the barrier, Kaido remained focused. With a mere thought, the electric walls began to close in, tightening slowly around the Nine Tails. Crack! Crack! Roar, roar! Kushina, completely cloaked in the Nine Tails chakra, let out a guttural, animalistic scream. It sounded nothing like a human's voice. It was the cry of a beast caged and burning. Yet Kaido's face remained impassive. He gestured again. From the walls of the barrier, thousands of white-blue lightning snakes emerged like flowing mercury, surging into the Nine Tails all at once. Roar, roar, roar. The beast howled louder than ever. In seconds, it was engulfed in flickering white lightning, like it wore a net of pure energy. 1 minute passed. Then 2. By the 3rd minute, the beast's cries began to weaken. Its massive form slowly began to shrink. The fiery red chakra peeled back, retreating into Kushina's body. She dropped to the ground, unconscious. Kaito exhaled quietly. With another silent command, the barrier faded away. The storm was over. Smoke rose from a deep, scorched pit in the earth. At its center, Kushina lay completely still. Her body was exposed, her chakra cloak fully gone. Kaito didn't avert his gaze. His face was unreadable. He removed his outer robe and gently covered her before lifting her into his arms. Just as he turned to leave, rustle, rustle. From the shadows, dozens of masked figures emerged like insects from the earth. Anbu, Root, a dense wave of shinobi now surrounded him.
You must be Kaido.
One Root agent said coldly.
Hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to us immediately.
Kaido scoffed.
I recognize your chakra. You were hiding nearby while I killed several of your comrades.
He glanced around, sneering.
So brave now, but earlier when your own were dying, you were nothing more than cowards watching from the dark. This is Konoha's elite, pathetic.
He had sensed them earlier, dozens of chakra signatures staying still, waiting, lurking. And now, when the danger had passed, they crept out from their holes like rats. He scanned their numbers, around 50 in total. The weakest were Chunin level, the strongest elite Jonin. Kaido's expression twisted into something between disgust and fury.
So this is the proud might of Konoha, 50-1 like cowards.
He shifted Kushina slightly in his arms, then turned his gaze to the one who'd spoken.
You want her? Fine. Tell me, who gave you the right to talk to me like that? Was it that sewer rat Danzo or that fossil Hiruzen Sarutobi?
The moment the words left his mouth, tension exploded among the Anbu and Root. Several reached for their weapons, chakra flickering dangerously. Kaido stared them down.
You want to attack me? You better think very carefully about what that'll cost you.
He took a step forward, his gaze cold and cutting, like blades slicing through the crowd.
No!
One Anbu said, his voice slightly softer than the rest.
The Nine Tails Jinchuriki belongs to Konoha. Considering your relationship with Lady Tsunade, we are.
Kaido chuckled coldly.
Tsunade!
His laughter grew louder, more bitter.
You leeches never stop bringing her up, do you?
He stepped forward again.
Yes, Tsunade and I are close, but that has nothing to do with Konoha. Don't insult her by pretending otherwise. You want Kushina.
He lowered his voice. It dropped into something dark and razor-sharp.
Then fight me for her.
He paused, letting the words settle like poison in their ears.
And if you can't win?
His eyes glowed with killing intent as his voice dropped to a whisper. Chapter 168, Where Are My Clothes? As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous pressure erupted from Kaido. He stood tall, exuding an overwhelming aura that crushed the air around him. It was as if an ancient, divine mountain had descended, suffocating every Anbu present. His killing intent became tangible. The air reeked of blood-thick, suffocating, endless. To the Anbu, it was as if they had fallen into a crimson sea, and Kaido was a Shinigami rising from it, ready to reap all life in his path. Gulp! Faced with such a monstrous presence, even the elite Anbu couldn't help but swallow nervously. Fear crept into their eyes.
This is insane. This guy defeated the Sands' high-ranking officers single-handedly. Just this presence alone.
The thought echoed silently among several Anbu. They cast subtle glances toward their captain, awaiting his decision.
The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is Konoha's asset. We cannot allow anyone to take her.
A Root agent said flatly, his tone unwavering even under the crushing pressure from Kaido.
I advise you to stand down.
He paused.
Or we will attack.
Root operatives were known as weapons loyal only to Danzo, who had given a clear order: retrieve Uzumaki Kushina at all costs. Had this man been anyone other than Kaido, the root agents would have acted long ago.
Attack!
Kaido scoffed. The next instant, his figure blurred. Boom! A sickening crack echoed. Kaido's palm had slammed the root agent's head straight into the ground. Dust scattered. The earth split, a crater forming beneath the impact. The root agent's mask shattered. His lifeless eyes stared up at the sky, blood and brain matter soaking the dirt, dead instantly. Lightning sparked around Kaido's hand, searing away the blood like divine punishment. He calmly drew a kunai from his gear pouch, his tone cold and final.
Let me see how you plan to take Kushina away from me. Kaido-sama, we truly mean no hostility.
The Ambu captain stammered, his voice strained. Inwardly, he cursed the dead root agent. You knew nothing of this man's power, yet even after seeing what he did to the Sand's top brass, you still provoked him? Are you trying to kill us all? Even as a Jonin, he couldn't see how Kaido had moved. If Kaido wanted them all dead, they wouldn't last a second. What a goddamn idiot.
Kaido-sama, please. We never intended to be your enemy.
The Ambu captain shouted, his voice cracking. Panic had completely taken over.
No need.
Kaido replied with a sneer.
Since you came together, you'll stay together.
With those words, he vanished once more. Splatter. Screams returned and vanished just as fast. The Ambu captain stood alone, frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. His entire squad.
Go tell the third Hokage.
Kaido said, walking past him.
Kushina will remain here with me for a while. She'll return on her own when she's ready. Oh, and...
He stopped and looked back with a chilling smile.
Tell him I'll be visiting soon.
Without another word, Kaido nodded at Uchiha Mew and carried Kushina into the distance, toward the ruins of the land of whirlpools. Behind them lay corpses, blood, and the heavy stench of death. A breeze swept through the clearing, carrying the scent of iron. The Ambu captain finally moved.
Kaido.
That night, a crescent moon glowed gently in the sky, stars scattered across the vast dark canvas. Kaido sat by a campfire, his hands glowing faint green. He carefully healed Kushina's injuries burns from her partial transformation into the Nine Tails. Once he finished, he slowly pulled his hands away. His gaze shifted to the roasted suckling pig he'd prepared. Crackle. Kushina murmured groggily. Her eyelids fluttered open, her gaze hazy. She looked around in confusion before spotting the masked figure by the fire.
You again.
Then suddenly her eyes widened. A chill ran down her spine. She looked down. Her face turned red. Then blue. Then red again.
You bastard, where are my clothes?
Tears welled in her eyes as she screamed at Kaido. Kaido rolled his eyes.
Really? Do I look like that kind of guy to you? Even if I was starving, I wouldn't choose you. Honestly, isn't Tsunade 100 times better? You're not my type.
He gave her a casual glance. Kushina caught the look and exploded.
You.
She sprang to her feet, furious, ignoring the blanket wrapped around her. F-wump. The cloth slipped off. She froze mid-charge. Her face turned a shade of crimson that even the Sharingan couldn't replicate. Chapter 169, 169. I've come to borrow your techniques. 4 months ago. Chapter 169, I've come to borrow your techniques. After tightly wrapping herself in fresh clothes, Kushina stepped out of the shelter, her face flushed red. With a fierce expression, she demanded.
Tell me, what exactly did you see?
Haha, I didn't see anything, really. Just a shame the headlights were a little.
Kaido teased with a laugh. Kushina's eyes narrowed dangerously.
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Kaido waved both hands in surrender. Kushina's expression darkened.
Then explain, what happened today? Why were all my clothes gone?
The glare she gave Kaido was like someone staring at the person who murdered their family. Her body had been seen, completely exposed, and her innocence, at least in her eyes, was tainted by the man in front of her. Not even Minato Namikaze, her crush, had ever seen her in that state. They had only held hands, And now, in just 3 days since she left the village, this had happened. Kushina wanted to cry.
You really don't remember anything.
Kaido frowned, slicing a piece of roasted pork trotter and offering it to her.
I don't. All I remember is leaving you and running into Konoha's Anbu. After that, everything's a blur.
She held her head, wincing.
Was it the Nine Tails?
Exactly.
Kaido nodded.
When I arrived, you'd already lost control. The Nine Tails will had taken over your consciousness. You weren't yourself anymore. You attacked everyone in sight.
Who did I?
Kushina asked, her voice trembling slightly.
Konoha's Anbu.
Kaido replied calmly, taking a bite of the pork.
I got there just in time to suppress the Nine Tails and bring you back.
As for your clothes, they were burned off by the chakra when you transformed. Tailed beast transformations aren't gentle, especially for a full Jinchuriki.
So,
Kushina muttered, still feeling bitter. She was still a virgin. Having her body seen during a rescue didn't make it feel any less humiliating.
Yes.
Kaido answered straightforward as ever.
Now hurry up and eat. Once you're done, you should get back to Konoha. Otherwise, that old man Hiruzen might start panicking.
then maybe you should have gotten me proper clothes.
She snapped.
Like I carry girls' clothes around.
Kaido replied with a deadpan expression.
Eat first. I'll head to the nearest town and grab something that fits you.
After that, the two fell silent, focusing on the roast before them. Half of the pig ended up in Kushina's stomach. Kaido blinked in disbelief. So it's true Uzumaki are bottomless pits.
I'm leaving, bastard.
She muttered.
Take care.
Kaido said casually, waving without looking at her.
HMPH, you jerk. Aren't you supposed to say something meaningful?
Her cheeks puffed up as her temper flared.
All right.
Kaido said with a smirk.
I hope you and Namikaze Minato get married soon, have a bunch of kids, and live happily ever after.
Wham! Kushina punched him square on the head. For some reason, that comment made her blood boil.
HMPH.
She huffed, disappearing in a blur of red hair and frustration. Kaido rubbed his head and stared at the spot where she vanished. That was Naruto's mother.
Halt, who are you?
Barked a guard, standing tall with narrowed eyes. The two stationed shinobi tightened their grip on their weapons. Their caution was justified. Kaido wore a mask and his presence alone was unnerving. In wartime, even a shadow could be a threat.
I'm here to meet the fourth Raikage.
Kaido said, his voice calm.
Just tell him.
He paused, then shrugged.
Never mind, I'll let myself in.
And just like that, he vanished. Gulp.
Where?
One guard stammered.
Not at all, but did you hear what he said? He wants to see the fourth Raikage.
The other answered in disbelief.
I'm going to report this to the Raikage right now. You stay here.
The panicked shinobi bolted toward the central tower. What the hell is happening in broad daylight? Raikage's office Kumagakure. The newly appointed fourth Raikage, sat with a scowl on his face, listening to a dry report delivered by his secretary. His broad arms were crossed, his muscles twitching from boredom. Standing nearby was a young woman, no older than 20, attentively taking notes with sharp precision. Her name was Mabui, future personal assistant to the Raikage, and niece of the late third Raikage's right-hand man, Darui. Suddenly, whoosh! A shadow appeared in the center of the room.
Who are you?
Raikage growled, rising from his seat, his tone edged with hostility. Before anyone could react, Darui stepped forward, squinting at the masked figure.
Oh, so you've heard of me.
Kaido raised an eyebrow beneath his mask.
Your intel is impressive. Kaid.
The Raikage muttered, now fully alert.
Why are you here in Kumagakure? I've come to borrow your village's complete lightning release body reinforcement techniques.
Kaido replied bluntly.
No.
I answered without hesitation.
The lightning release body technique is our clan's exclusive ninjutsu. It cannot be taught to outsiders.
Chapter 170, 170, His Might 4 months ago. Chapter 170, His Might. The lightning release body reinforcement technique was the foundation of the Cloud Village's strength. What had leaked to the outside world were only the most basic forms of the technique, nothing useful or powerful. Because of this, the Shinobi of Kumigakure had long stopped caring about the diluted versions spread beyond their walls. Only those with high status, or those who had rendered great service to Kumigakure, were ever allowed access to the complete lightning release body reinforcement technique. But the moment Kaito arrived, he had comprehended the entire structure of the technique on his own. And worse still, he wasn't even from the village. Had Kaito not indirectly helped the fourth Raikage avenge the death of his father, the Raikage's infamous temper would have already sparked a battle right then and there.
Is there really no room for negotiation?
Kaito asked, his voice low and growing colder. Sensing the shift in Kaito's tone, Raikage's eyes narrowed, a storm of fury flickering within them.
None, leave now.
As one of the 5 great nations in a land that revered strength above all, the Hidden Cloud had never tolerated outsiders threatening their authority. If not for Kaito's terrifying reputation, I would have already acted. At its core, everything came down to power.
This is your last chance.
Kaito said, his voice calm but sharp as steel.
Will you hand over the complete lightning release technique, or not? You're the Raikage, you should know how much your words weigh.
He paused, then added coldly.
But if you don't...
The moment those words dropped, a wave of spiritual pressure burst forth from Kaito. The air trembled. It was as if the atmosphere itself was being crushed under a giant weight. The pressure roared like an ocean storm, crashing over everything in the room. Mabui, the weakest among them, managed to stand for barely a second before collapsing unconscious. And the pressure only intensified.
So strong.
Darui thought, his body shaking as he fought to stay upright. Despite being a seasoned Jonin and former secretary to the Third Raikage, he could hardly withstand Kaito's overwhelming aura. Under this kind of pressure, only elite Jonin would be able to function at all. The rest, useless. And elite Jonin were scarce after the brutal battle with the Sand Village. Across all 5 great nations, such shinobi were the backbone of their respective villages, prized and rare. But Kaito wasn't just strong. He was someone who had gone toe-to-toe with the Third Tsuchikage and defeated both the Four Tails and Five Tails. If war broke out now, Kumigakure wouldn't just lose, it would be devastated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 6 masked cloud shinobi appeared in front of the Raikage building, alerted by the surging pressure. All 6 exuded powerful chakra, each of them an elite Jonin. Further away, other Anbu agents waited beyond the reach of Kaito's pressure, their instincts telling them to stay back.
Raikage-sama, are you all right?
One of the elite Anbu asked respectfully. Boom! The fourth Raikage, his anger finally boiling over, slammed his fist into the desk, splitting it in half. His eyes burned with fury.
You dare threaten me, the leader of a nation? To me, you're just another disappointment.
Kaito said with a sneer.
So last time, will you give me what I want or not? You've crossed the line.
I exploded in rage. Lightning surged over his body as he activated the lightning chakra mode, forming a dense armor of chakra around him. With a roar, he lunged forward, his ironclad fist aimed straight at Kaito's head.
Raikage-sama, wait.
Darui tried to stop him, but it was too late. Kaito didn't move. As Ai's thunder-charged punch came barreling toward him, Kaito calmly extended his right hand open-palmed. Bang! The collision created a shockwave that rocked the entire building. The floor trembled, and a fierce wind gusted through the broken windows, sending shards of glass flying. Even the Anbu's masks weren't enough to shield them from the force. But none of them were paying attention to the wind. All eyes were locked on the scene in front of them. Kaito stood unmoved, his palm gripping Ai's armored fist. That punch Ai's signature technique, the devastating heavy flow, was completely neutralized. It was a blow that no ordinary Jonin dared to face head-on. But this masked man,
Darui,
he said through gritted teeth,
go retrieve the complete lightning release body reinforcement technique.
Chapter 171, 171, The Thunder Goddess Trial, 4 months ago. Chapter 171, The Thunder God's Trial. A smile formed on Kaido's face.
It would have been better if you had done this sooner. Why the delay?
The fourth Raikage clenched his fists, glancing away in frustration. Moments later, Mabui entered the room, holding a scroll, the one containing the secrets of the lightning release body technique. This technique was a treasured legacy of the hidden Cloud Village. The scroll didn't just detail the training methods but also contained invaluable insights collected over generations. Kaido gave the scroll a brief glance, uninterested in the basics. His own mastery of lightning release body technique was already on par with past cage-level shinobi. What he truly sought was the final stage of the technique. The first and second stages were techniques Kaido had already deduced on his own. But the third stage—
Strengthen the body with heavenly lightning.
Heavenly lightning, referring to the natural lightning of Thundercloud Canyon. Body fortifying using the lightning to refine one's own physique. However, Kaido had consumed the thunder fruit, making him immune to most forms of lightning. But would natural lightning, unfiltered and uncontrolled from the skies, still affect him? It was a question he intended to answer. He handed the scroll back to Mabui and turned to the Raikage.
Thank you, Raikage. I'll head to Thundercloud Canyon. I'll go first.
With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, Kaido vanished in an instant.
What speed?
The fourth Raikage muttered.
Listen up.
The Raikage shouted, turning to his men.
No matter what happens in Thundercloud Canyon, no one is allowed to interfere. Understood, Raikage-sama.
Replied a Cloud Anbu.
Good, make sure my orders are followed.
Darui stepped forward, worry etched on his face.
Raikage-sama, to be honest, even with our top-tier shinobi, we can't match Kaido's strength. I know.
The Raikage replied, his voice steady.
As Raikage, I've endured for the sake of the village, but as a man.
Without hesitation, the fourth Raikage tore off his white ceremonial robe, revealing a muscular body crackling with chakra. Lightning erupted around him as he launched himself forward, vanishing from sight like a thunderbolt.
Darui-sama, what should we do now?
A hesitant Anbu asked. Darui sighed, rubbing his temple.
He's just like the third Raikage, impulsive and stubborn. Barely acts like a cage half the time.
He turned serious.
We'll follow Raikage-sama's instructions. We're not on his level anyway. Just hope Killer Bee has mastered full-tailed beast transformation. Oh, and evacuate the civilians. If they wander into the village now, it'll be a disaster. Yes, Darui-sama.
With that, the Anbu and others exchanged glances and disappeared in coordinated flickers. The Cloud Village kicked into action. Squads mobilized, evacuations began, defenses were reinforced, and Thundercloud Canyon became the epicenter of anxious preparation. Meanwhile,
Yo, trouble comes, got no drum. Guess I better go meet him.
B said, grinning as he pocketed his pen and stepped outside. Atop the canyon, Kaido stared at the thunderclouds churning above him.
Let's see if this actually works.
He ignored the distant roar of the Raikage. Craig. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm tore through the sky, striking directly where Kaido stood. He didn't flinch, he simply let it hit. He remembered what the scroll said.
Heavenly Thunder Body Fortification.
Chapter 172, 172, Thunder Ascension, 4 months ago. Chapter 172, Thunder Ascension. Swish. The power of heavenly thunder within Kaito's body vanished again, without a trace. This time, Kaido caught a faint glimpse of something unusual, a flash of white.
Was that?
Kaito frowned, the possibility nagging at him. He remembered how Enel in the original story couldn't absorb lightning from the sky. He could manipulate it, sure, but not consume it. So why was it that Kaito's thunder fruit could seemingly devour the sky's lightning? That didn't add up. Determined to find out, Kaito summoned the white thunder from within his body as another bolt of lightning descended. He directed it toward the exact point of contact. Bzzzzz. Instantly, the white lightning reacted wildly, as if it had sensed something irresistible. It surged forward and devoured the heavenly thunder in a single gulp. Kaido murmured, A flicker of lightning danced along his right hand. He quietly analyzed the change within his thunder fruit.
Still not enough.
He muttered, unable to sense any real improvement just yet. His eyes lifted toward the boiling sky.
Then let's go higher.
With each step, he rose into the sky, leaving ripples in the air beneath his feet. It was as though he were climbing an invisible staircase straight to the heavens. Below, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee stared at him in disbelief.
Since when could he fly?
The Raikage muttered, jaw clenched in disbelief.
Oh yeah, that dude's smooth like a groove. Big bro, can we fight yet?
Killer Bee grinned, still half rapping.
Wait until he comes down. He can't stay up there forever.
The Raikage growled through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, a squad of elite Cloud Anbu had taken up positions across Thundercloud Valley. Each one carried the strength of an elite Jonin, and all of them watched the sky with sharp eyes. They knew that a clash between the Raikage, Killer Bee, and the masked stranger was inevitable. One of the Anbu asked, pointing at the figure ascending the sky.
What is he doing, walking into the sky like it's nothing? Heh, judging by his outfit, that's Kaido. Looks like he's gonna fight the Raikage and Bee-sama. What an idiot. That part of the canyon has the highest concentration of natural lightning. He's asking to die.
Another scoffed.
Shame, we won't get to see Raikage-sama and Bee-sama go all out.
Up in the sky.
So, it really only works inside the body.
Kaido muttered. Without hesitation, he activated the secret method, the Heavenly Thunder Body Fortification Technique. He sat in midair, letting bolt after bolt strike him. Each time, the heavenly thunder surged into his body, only to be devoured by the white lightning deep inside him. Once, twice, over and over again. 1 month passed. Kaido remained suspended in the sky, struck by lightning dozens of times per day. When he got hungry, he'd descend to the canyon peak, eat, take a quick nap, then return to the clouds for more. Even his training space had changed, now reflecting the terrain and sky of Thundercloud Canyon. With 1 month passing outside and 10 more within the training space, Kaido effectively trained for 11 months straight. During that time, the power of his thunder fruit increased dramatically. He could now release more volts. The gain was immense. Eventually, the lightning in Thundercloud Canyon could no longer push his limits. His body had become so saturated with lightning that it barely affected him anymore. Still, the relentless strikes had one more benefit. His physical endurance had increased, albeit slightly. A pleasant surprise. In this time, Kaido also came to understand why his white lightning could devour heavenly thunder. First, it was because his body had become strong enough to withstand it. Secondly, the thunder in Thundercloud Canyon likely paled in comparison to the voltage he now generated. Having reached a new voltage threshold, there was no longer any excess energy for him to absorb. He was at equilibrium with the sky. Descending from the sky, Kaido landed atop the canyon's highest peak. He took out an ANBU mask and spare clothes from a seal tag tucked in his belt pouch. His original gear had long since been obliterated by the heavenly lightning. For the past month, he had wrapped his body in lightning to cover himself fortunately. Being so high up meant the cloud ninja below likely didn't notice. Now fully dressed again, he stood at the cliff's edge.
Heh, thanks for the hospitality, Raikage. You came to see me off.
Kaido teased.
See you off, don't get cocky.
The Raikage growled.
Let's finish this.
With a furious roar, he activated his lightning chakra mode. The ground beneath him cracked as he launched forward, vanishing in a bolt of light. Killer Bee followed instantly, his figure vanishing in sync with the Raikage. Boom! In the next instant, the two of them appeared before and behind Kaido, one charging from the front, the other from the rear. Their arms, protected by massive iron bracers, surged with violent chakra-infused lightning. They aimed straight for Kaido's neck from both sides.
Lightning style, absolute bull thunder blade.
Chapter 173, 173, Bonus, Raikage's Dignity. 4 months ago. Chapter 173, Bonus, Raikage's Dignity. A faint voice echoed behind the two of them.
Compare your speed with mine, you're far behind.
Before the words finished, Kaido vanished again. He reappeared silently behind the fourth rakeage, delivering a swift black whip kick to his back that sliced through the air with deadly precision. Like an explosive eruption, raw energy burst outward in shockwaves. Boom! The rakeage slammed into the ground like a meteor, denting the hard earth and dragging a trail behind him as the impact plowed forward.
Hit my brother, you bastard, you idiot.
Killer Bee singing his odd tune charged forward, sword crackling with lightning. Just as his blade flashed toward Kaido, something unexpected happened. Kaido ignored the lightning-charged sword. Instead, he stretched two fingers and delicately clasped it. The thunder sword snapped in half at the tip. He held the broken tip between his fingers and flicked it toward B. The white shard streaked forward like a beam. B spun his sword horizontally in defense, blocking it, but even then the force from the fragment sent him skidding back, carving two long grooves in the ground. Snap! The impact cracked the blade. It shattered into pieces that clattered to the earth. B stared at the broken weapon handle with wide eyes.
Is that supposed to be a casual attack? Why is it so powerful? B, he is extremely strong.
The Eight Tails spoke within. Just then, the fourth rakeage reappeared in lightning chakra mode, a glowing mark on his back.
B, are you all right?
He called out toward Kaido.
Brother, I'm fine. I feel stronger than ever.
Replied B solemnly.
Of course, after all, he defeated the third Tsuchikage Anoki and both 4 and 5 tails. Strength like that proves his skill.
The rakeage nodded.
I understand, brother. I'm going to release the bull now. Do it!
Agreed the rakeage. With a buzzing surge, dark red chakra burst forth from B, enveloping him completely. When it peaked, it cracked like breaking shell, and then the Eight Tails Juki emerged in full form, an ancient beast with 8 tails and towering horns.
You really want to fight me?
Kaido raised an eyebrow.
Fourth rakeage, are you seeking conflict?
Juki rumbled.
HMPH, as fourth rakeage, I gave you our village's best lightning release technique. But as a man, I refuse to swallow this humiliation.
The rakeage growled.
Fine, I'm in a good mood today. Let's see how strong the lightning on my body really is.
Kaido shrugged nonchalantly, his tone casual enough to rile the rakeage. At that, the rakeage exploded in fury, lightning swirling around his palm.
Boy, go to hell, lightning escape, thunder torture style.
His palm hardened into blade form, crackling with penetrating lightning, aimed at Kaido's heart.
Don't you think that's annoying?
Kaido turned calmly, extending a hand. White lightning shot from his palm with a thin black outline, striking directly into the rakeage's lightning blade. Crack. Kaido grabbed the rakeage's palm mid-attack, effortlessly resisting the penetrating power.
You!
The rakeage's disbelief rang out. You witnessed him enduring.
Heavenly lightning!
Though,
Bastard, I won't let you go.
the rakeage's roar echoed from the pit. But horror froze him, his lightning-armored form shattered like paper upon contact with Kaido's black lightning.
How is this possible? How is this happening?
He gasped, pain and numbness sweeping through his body before blacking out. Kaido retracted the lightning, surveying the fallen rakeage with indifference.
What a waste, he couldn't even last a second. A rakeage defeated so easily.
His electromagnetic senses detected another target in the distance. He launched the rakeage's inert body toward it. Then he turned his gaze to Juki looming in front of him.
Your turn!
You dare compare yourself to me, the Eight Tails.
Juki roared, fists clashing toward Kaido in a storm of force. Kaido remained unfazed, pulling his fist back and then thrusting it skyward with giant momentum. Boom! Like Mars striking Earth, the colossal fists collided with cataclysmic force. A roar split the air.
How is this possible?
Chapter 174, 174, Defeating the Eight Tails, 4 months ago. Chapter 174, Defeating the Eight Tails.
How can you be so strong, even stronger than a tailed beast?
The Eight Tails Jinchuriki cried out in disbelief as he crashed into the shattered rocks along the mountainside. It was no small shock, As a tailed beast, this was the first time he had witnessed a human defeat one of them purely with physical strength. Even the legendary Hashirama, Senju revered as the god of the Shinobi world, had only subdued the tailed beasts through powerful wood release and sealing techniques, not brute force alone. For a brief moment, the Eight Tails hesitated. Was this man truly human, or was he a monstrous beast disguised in human skin?
Too strong.
Kaido said casually, a slight smirk on his face.
I'd say your strength is just too weak. You dare insult me, human.
The Eight Tails bellowed, his massive voice booming across the canyon. His pride wounded and rage ignited, the giant beast moved. With a thunderous step that made the entire mountain tremble, he vanished in a blur of motion and reappeared directly before Kaido. His fists, brimming with chakra, descended with crushing power. Kaido didn't panic. Lightning flickered in his palms, forming a spear of pale black chakra crackling with electricity. In an instant, he leapt upward straight between the descending fists and hurled the spear at the beast's neck. As it flew, the weapon rapidly expanded into a massive thunder spear. The dark lightning pulsing at its tip warped the air around it. If it struck true, not even Killer Bee would walk away alive. Whip! Just before the blow landed, thick octopus tentacles lashed out, wrapping tightly around the weapon. SZZZT crackle. As soon as the chakra-charged spear made contact, the electric current surged through the tentacles. Smoke sizzled. The smell of scorched octopus filled the air.
Damn it!
The Eight Tails roared, pushing through the pain and slamming his colossal fist toward Kaido once more. But it was too late. The spear, still charged, met the beast's punch. It pierced clean through his massive hand. Kaido narrowed his eyes. Why is he throwing himself at me like this? Has he gone mad? Electricity exploded from the weapon, flooding into the Eight Tails' body.
AARGHH.
The beast shrieked. The sheer voltage was monstrous, far surpassing any lightning release technique. His body trembled violently. He couldn't move, couldn't even think. The current stole control of his limbs, numbing everything. Even the fourth Raikage, renowned for enhancing his body with lightning since childhood, wouldn't have survived a single second of this. Not even a tailed beast could endure for long. Smoke began to rise. The beast's howls grew weaker, fainter. The overwhelming aroma of roasted flesh filled the air. Seizing the moment, Kaido yanked the spear free and swept it toward the beast's tentacles in one clean arc. Whoosh! 8 pieces of grilled octopus giant, seared, and steaming hit the ground with a dull thud.
You bastard!
The Eight Tails wheezed, his form rapidly shrinking.
I'll get you next time.
His body collapsed into a charred human-shaped Killer Bee, unconscious and unmoving. Kaido's gaze drifted to the sizzling tentacles at his feet. His mouth twitched slightly.
It's been a while since I had takoyaki.
He murmured, licking his lips. He bent down and reached for one, but before he could take a bite, the chunks of octopus transformed, dispersing into 8 dark red chakra wisps and vanishing into the air.
What a waste!
Kaido grumbled, lifting Killer Bee onto his shoulder and walking calmly toward the Thundercloud Canyon's entrance. Meanwhile, outside the Thundercloud Canyon.
What do we do now?
One Anbu finally whispered. No one responded. What could they do? The 2 strongest shinobi in the village hadn't lasted 5 minutes combined.
We can't let him take Bisama,
said another voice firmly.
I'll go in, assess the situation, and beg him to release Bisama. You have our support.
Someone replied solemnly. Da-damn, da-damn. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the canyon's depths. All heads turned sharply. A lone figure emerged, walking calmly through the fading mist. Over his shoulder, he carried a limp body Killer Bee. As he stepped into the open, the Anbu finally saw his face. And though they had all feared the outcome, seeing the man in person still made them gasp aloud. It was him, the masked man who had defeated both the 4th Raikage and the Eight Tails. And he wasn't even out of breath. I try my best to remove any instances that scream cultivation. Chapter 175, 175, Kaido's Comfort, Tsunade's Tears, 4 months ago. Chapter 175, Kaido's Comfort, Tsunade's Tears. A voice broke the silence between them.
Were you expecting me?
Kaito looked around at the ANBU guards surrounding him, a tinge of caution behind his masked features. An ANBU soldier spoke through clenched teeth.
Sir, Your Excellency, please return Bisama to us. Here.
Kaito tossed the unconscious figure to the nearby ANBU. Then, as quickly as he had appeared, he vanished. The ANBU who caught B stared in bewilderment.
You're actually giving him back to us.
Before another word could be spoken, Kaito had already vanished. Another ANBU spoke with urgency.
Hurry, take B-sama to the hospital. I'll alert Reikage-sama's secretary, Mabui, immediately. The rest of you, return to the village and confirm if that masked man entered.
Understood.
The ANBU chorused before scattering. In the Reikage's office, Mabui sifted through documents calmly, though internally she was deeply vexed. Just moments ago, she'd learned the Reikage had been defeated. Now only B and Kaito remained within Thundercloud Canyon, and the orchestrated clash had ended prematurely.
Mabui-sama, why provoke him? He's alone. If you push too hard, he could target our elite cloud Shinobi next.
One advisor warned. Mabui closed her eyes in exasperation.
If only we hadn't provoked him.
A whoosh sounded as Kaito suddenly appeared before her.
So it was you.
Mabui's eyes darted in alarm, then settled into composure.
You emerged victorious from Thundercloud Canyon, correct?
Yes.
Kaito replied curtly.
Your ANBU have taken B for treatment.
And what brings you here?
Mabui pressed.
I'd like to know have the Konoha Shinobi stationed at the sand front returned.
Mabui's brow furrowed. Rumor had it this man was Tsunade's fiancé. Could he be seeking her?
I'm not certain why.
Mabui answered.
But about half a month ago, Konoha recalled its high-level forces. They returned to the village and haven't gone back out. And Tsunade?
Kaito asked quietly.
She stirred controversy in Konoha, then disappeared, left the village entirely.
She's back then.
Kaito murmured, a slight smile appearing beneath his mask.
Do you know something?
She asked herself aloud, troubled.
You will soon.
Kaito said.
Are all Konoha's high-level shinobi present now? Yes, Jirya, Orochimaru, Namikaze, Minato, everyone. Understood, thank you for your time.
With that, Kaito dissipated in a whisper. Mabui watched him go, pondering every detail of their exchange. Aburame Ruins, nightfall. Under a full moon that gleamed over Earth, Tsunade waited in the abandoned Whirlpool ruins. She had been standing there for some time, or so Kaito thought, when he finally arrived, dusted and wearied from travel under moonlit skies. Electromagnetic tingles revealed another chakra signature. It was familiar, unmistakably Tsunade's. With a silent step, Kaito appeared before her.
I'm sorry, I was in the land of lightning longer than expected. Have you been waiting here for a long time?
At his voice, Tsunade's body shook. Tears streamed as she ran into his arms, crying openly.
It's all true.
She sobbed, pressing into his shoulder, shoulders heaving with grief. Kaito stood beside her, silent, comforting her gently as the memories overwhelmed her. After a long moment, she quieted. A gentle snore drifted from her chest against his shoulder.
Oh!
Kaito sighed softly. He lifted her arms gently and carried her to a hidden camp nearby. As firewood crackled, he stayed close, letting Tsunade rest in the flickering warmth. Exhausted beyond measure, he fell asleep soon after. Dawn. Kaito awoke to Tsunade's sleeping form still nestled beside him. He rose, gathered firewood, and set to cooking quietly. Before long, the aroma of a warm meal drifted through the camp, drawing Tsunade awake. She rubbed her eyes, smelling the food.
What's cooking? This smells wonderful.
Kaito smiled. Her sorrow had softened. She had regained composure.
Breakfast!
He served her a bowl, then one for himself.
Delicious.
She said, wiping her mouth gratefully. She drank half the bowl at once, clearly hungry.
What are your plans now?
Kaito asked as he sipped.
We'll travel the ninja world.
She replied, then hesitated.
But right now isn't ideal. The third great ninja war isn't over, and I'm uncertain where to go, and I don't want to return to Konoha.
She looked at him sharply.
Why the look?
Kaido feigned confusion.
Where are the expressions? If you expect me to stay, you could at least give me something.
Tsunade teased.
If you want to stay here, you're welcome to. I'm not going to chase you away. That's enough.
She beamed.
Your soup is stellar. Another bowl, please.
She spat the next comment sharply.
By the way, why the mask? Are you self-conscious about your face? Scars?
Some things are better unseen.
He replied quietly.
I don't belong in this world.
Oh, please, if you don't want to remove it.
Chapter 176, 176, Spirit Transformation Technique, 4 months ago. Chapter 176, Spirit Transformation Technique. Just after finishing their meal, Tsunade pulled a sealing scroll from her sleeve and handed it to Kaido.
This is for you.
She said with a smirk.
What is it?
Kaido asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion.
Open it and see. I think you'll find it useful.
Tsunade replied, her tone laced with mystery. Kaido let out a quiet snort, unimpressed.
You're always so dramatic.
He unsealed the scroll, and with a poof, a large cylindrical scroll appeared in front of him.
What is this?
His eyes narrowed, clearly stunned.
The Book of Seals. Wrong, this isn't just the Book of Sealing. Technically speaking, this is the original sealing scroll. The one in the Hawkage office is merely a copy.
Tsunade explained, her expression turning serious.
You mean?
Kaido asked, disbelief in his voice.
Exactly. Think of it this way, there are 2 versions of the sealing scroll. One is in the Hawkage office for official use, and the other is this one. The techniques are the same, but this copy was entrusted to the slug sage in the Shikatsu forest for safekeeping by my grandfather. No one else knows about it.
She added proudly, patting her chest.
All right, enough talk. I didn't show you this just to hear myself speak.
Tsunade opened the large scroll, revealing a smaller one tucked inside. She handed the smaller scroll to Kaido.
What's this?
He asked, already suspecting the answer.
These are all the wood release techniques my grandfather developed. They're all here. I noticed your life force is incredibly strong, so I'm giving this to you early. You may awaken the wood release one day.
Tsunade said offhandedly. Kaido frowned.
But I've already awakened lightning release as my kekkei genkai. Trying to balance both would be inefficient. I'd rather focus on lightning release.
So you haven't awakened it yet.
Tsunade's eyes lit up with curiosity.
No, I'm just telling you what I think.
Kaido clarified.
Suit yourself. If you don't want to practice it now, I'll give it back to the slug sage. You can sign a summoning contract with the Shikatsu forest. If you change your mind, just tell the slug.
Tsunade said with a shrug.
But there's one jutsu in that scroll I need to see. Let me guess, the flying thunder god or some kind of sealing technique. No, it's the spirit transformation technique.
Tsunade blinked, puzzled.
Why would you want to learn that?
I'll explain later.
Kaido replied, avoiding her gaze.
Fine, just sign the contract with the Shikatsu forest. When you're done learning, the slug will return the scroll.
She paused, then glanced away sheepishly.
By the way, do you have any money? I need to go into town for a few things.
Kaido sighed and handed her a thick wad of ryo.
Here, 10 notes of 100,000 each. I already know where this is going.
With Tsunade gone, Kaido's eyes sharpened.
Persistent, aren't you?
In an instant, he vanished. He had sensed 3 static electromagnetic fields since morning. Through electromagnetic induction, he had identified one of them, Uchiha, the Anbu operative he had previously spared. So they had come again so soon after his return. He doubted they were here for him. More likely, their target was Tsunade. Appearing behind the trio, Kaido placed a hand on Uchiha Mu's shoulder.
What a surprise!
He said coldly.
I let you go last time because you're from the Uchiha clan, but now you come back.
Uchiha Mu froze, his body trembling, that voice.
Kaido-sama, we're not here for you. We're acting under orders from the Hawkage, sent only to find Lady Tsunade.
Uchiha replied shakily. The other two Anbu, sensing the danger, abandoned their aggressive stance. They knew his name well. Among the Anbu, he was infamous. A saying had spread, if you encounter someone like Kaido, don't fight, run and pray.
What does Hiruzen want with Tsunade? Is he asking her to return to the battlefield and heal the wounded?
Kaido asked mockingly.
Yes, exactly.
Uchiha quickly replied.
Nothing escapes your insight. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare you.
Kaido said flatly.
But pass this on to Hiruzen. I don't want to see a single Konoha ninja stepping foot in the ruins of the land of whirlpools. If I do, I won't hold back.
He paused, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper.
And tell him I'll visit Konoha myself in a few days. He should prepare everyone. Otherwise, the game won't be any fun.
With that, Kaido vanished without waiting for a response. Uchiha's face drained of color. He understood the implications of Kaido's words. This wasn't just a threat, it was a declaration.
Let's go.
He muttered.
We must report to the Hawkage immediately.
Chapter 177, 177, Enhancing the Soul 4 months ago. Chapter 177, Enhancing the Soul. One unique aspect of the spirit transformation technique is its perception capability. In soul form, the user can instantly sense a target's exact location and status, allowing them to fly directly to their position. It's a powerful support jutsu with incredible versatility. In the original timeline, Kato Dan had used this very ability to break free from Kabuto's impure world reincarnation and rush to Tsunade's side, saving her life. The true essence of the spirit transformation technique lies in spiritual energy. And if one hopes to harness that power, they must first learn to master chakra itself, an intricate balance of physical and spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is drawn from the soul, or more accurately, the will. The stronger the will, the more spiritual energy one can manifest. That's why so many shinobi have risen against impossible odds in moments of desperation. It's not a miracle, but the pure surge of awakened willpower. Among them, Kimimaro stood out. Even on the brink of death, crushed under Gaara's sand waterfall funeral and buried 300 meters underground, he still burst out of the earth with terrifying strength. His sheer determination elevated his spirit, granting him strength far beyond his limits. But Kaido was different. He wasn't someone who found power only when cornered. Being a transmigrator makes his soul stronger than most. Combined with his mastery over sage mode and electromagnetic induction, his spiritual strength had become something truly extraordinary. And yet, there was a flaw: he had no proper method of fortifying it. That's why he turned his attention to the spirit transformation technique, hoping to refine his control over spiritual energy and make it usable in combat. Chakra served as the bridge between spirit and matter, and by using it, spiritual presence could be shaped, controlled, and weaponized. Sitting cross-legged, Kaido closed his eyes, tuning out the world as he let his chakra circulate naturally through his body. He searched inward, reaching for the subtle sensation of his spiritual energy. Soon he found it. It was like a dense presence, similar to bloodlust or battle aura. Momentum, tension, killing intently deeper, more raw. He tried to focus it into a single point in front of him, aiming to manifest it into physical form. An idea sparked suddenly. What if I infused my spiritual energy into my thunder fruit abilities? Not yet. He decided first to solidify the soul, then modify it with lightning. He began. Years of refining his control came into play as he guided his spiritual energy into the shape of a humanoid form, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. If a normal soul was 1 unit, his felt like 100 untapped ocean of potential. Electromagnetic induction had been permanently active since the awakening of his sage body, continuously enhancing his senses and his soul. Once,
Hola!
Chapter 178, 178, Threatening the Leaf, 4 months ago. Chapter 178, Threatening the Leaf.
Damn!
Kaido groaned, the pain in his head dulling ever so slightly. He lay flat on the moss-covered earth of Shikatsu Forest, his body limp and lifeless like a discarded rag. Only a madman would try something this reckless, he thought, breathing heavily as he prepared for the next step. Given the torment he had just endured, using lightning chakra to enhance his soul again was out of the question. That process would have to wait. For now, his goal was simpler, but no less dangerous, merging his spiritual energy with his lightning bloodline. Spiritual energy wasn't one of the traditional 5 elements: wind, lightning, fire, water, or earth. It existed on a higher tier. In the Shinobi world, yin and yang release eclipsed all basic chakra natures. Yin birthed form from the void, yang gave that form life. Together, they formed the unseen foundations of all things. Naruto had once used them to restore Gai's heart and Kakashi's eye after gaining 6 paths powers. Even the tailed beasts were born of yin-yang release. If Kaito succeeded in binding spiritual energy to his lightning release, it would become a weapon capable of striking spiritual entities, beings like reanimated corpses brought back by impure world reincarnation. A jutsu nearly invincible under normal means could be undone. He closed his eyes and turned his focus inward. The aftermath of lightning chakra searing his soul was still evident. His vision lit up with strange clarity, his spirit body.
Maybe I released too much spiritual energy.
He muttered under his breath, adjusting the flow and trying again. Konohagakure Hokage's office. Deep in the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his cluttered desk, a stack of reports in front of him. His brow furrowed with each line he read, his face growing increasingly grim.
Hiruzen-sensei,
Jiraiya spoke up, irritated.
why did you call us back so suddenly? We've been on the border for 2 weeks without orders. That area's practically exposed now. Other villages could exploit this.
Without replying, Hiruzen slid a folder across the desk. Jiraiya's casual demeanor faltered as he skimmed through it, his expression tightened.
Is this real?
He asked, handing the papers to Orochimaru.
It is.
Hiruzen confirmed.
The intel came through Uchiha Mew. He used secret channels to transmit the message back to us.
Jiraiya frowned.
Why would he come all the way here? We didn't provoke him. Is he just here to take out his anger on Tsunade or something? Only Hiruzen-sensei understands what provokes someone like Kaido.
Orochimaru said with a vague, unsettling smirk. His golden eyes scanned the room.
He wouldn't summon us if it wasn't serious.
Jiraiya exhaled slowly, recalling the chaos from Kaido's last appearance, the battle against the 4 Tails and 5 Tails.
If this is true,
If he dares to make a move, Konoha will respond in kind.
Koharu snapped, her voice sharp.
We're not pacifists. A single man threatening the leaf, he'll regret it.
big words.
Jiraiya muttered with a roll of his eyes.
Let's see how loud you talk when he actually shows up.
Hiruzen met their gazes with solemn weight.
He'll be here within days. Until then, I want you both to remain in the village. I'll return to the front lines tomorrow.
Orochimaru said coolly, his voice detached.
I don't involve myself in political drama.
Directed by who, exactly?
Udatane flared.
Are you ignoring the Hokage's command?
Orochimaru's eyes narrowed.
Elder Udatane, I don't answer to you.
Udatane flinched as a chill crawled up her spine. She dabbed sweat from her brow, visibly unnerved. Hiruzen sighed.
Orochimaru, you're permitted to leave tomorrow. I understand, Hiruzen-sensei.
Orochimaru replied, turning to leave without another word. Udatane shook slightly as the door closed behind him.
Good heavens.
Jiraiya snorted.
Maybe it's not what he says that's dangerous, it's just him.
His tone shifted, thoughtful.
Still,
Hiruzen's expression darkened as he gave a faint nod. Jiraiya stood.
if that's all, I've got some preparation to do.
Chapter 179, 179, 179, I'm here to destroy your clan, 4 months ago. Chapter 179, I'm here to destroy your clan.
Go!
Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand wearily. He turned and addressed Udatane Koharu.
You too as well.
All right then, Hiruzen. Don't overthink it.
Mitokado Himura said gently.
What if he didn't come here to make trouble?
Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly. The intelligence reports had been clear, this wasn't a peaceful visit, but he knew Himura was just trying to reassure him. Once the others had left and the Hokage's office was quiet again, Hiruzen's expression changed. His features sagged and his exhaustion became obvious.
Kaid. Orochimaru, didn't you leave already? What are you doing here, waiting for me?
Jiraiya asked, visibly confused.
Stay out of matters between Kaido and Konoha. Return to the front lines first thing tomorrow.
Orochimaru didn't offer any further explanation. With that, he melted into the shadows.
Orochimaru, can't you just say things clearly for once?
Jiraiya shouted after him. Still, he frowned. Orochimaru had always been the most calculating of their trio. If he was saying this, there had to be a reason.
Fine, I'll ask Hiruzen-sensei myself tomorrow.
He muttered, returning to his manuscript. Far from Konoha, Kaido was unaware of the growing tensions. He had spent the last 9 days within his personal training space, working relentlessly. The fusion between his spirit and the lightning-based kekkei genkai he had acquired was finally reaching a stable stage. Though the worst of the pain had subsided, his head still throbbed. He estimated it would take at least another month of recovery in here, which only equated to 3 days in the real world. He could afford to wait. 3 days later, Kaido sat cross-legged in the glowing space, a confident smile forming on his face.
Not bad, I've finally recovered enough.
Focusing, he channeled lightning chakra toward his mind once again. Cracked. The piercing agony returned another test of endurance. An hour later, his screams had faded. Sweat soaked through his clothes, his body trembling from the strain, but he didn't stop. He poured his chakra deeper into the lightning-infused bloodline, refining and strengthening it. Eventually, black lightning crackled in his palm, infused with spiritual energy. Its power surpassed standard lightning, delivering damage not just to the body, but to the soul as well. But it still wasn't his. This energy hadn't yet fully become part of his blood. Until then, he would have to merge it every time he wanted to use Yaten-style lightning, and that wasn't efficient. I need to speed up the fusion.
It's time,
He murmured.
Hiruzen.
He left behind a note for Tsunade explaining his temporary departure. Then, with a flash, his figure vanished. 3 days later, dawn. A modest town near Konoha. Kaido stepped out of an alley, a hint of fatigue on his face. Rather than heading straight to the village, he decided to wait until nightfall. After eating at a small restaurant and taking a long bath, he changed into dark, breathable clothing and slept deeply. He needed to be sharp for what was coming. By nightfall, Kaido awoke and spent some time training in his space. Wearing a black cloak and a mask, he vanished again. At the outskirts of Konoha, Kaido stood silently, gazing at the village before him. Familiar rooftops, streets, and trees.
Someone just broke in. Inform the Hokage immediately. Captain, maybe it's just a chakra fluctuation. This is the safest village in the world.
One of his teammates chuckled.
I'm serious, the chakra came from near the Hokage rock, go now.
Realizing the urgency in his captain's eyes, the young ninja nodded and sprinted toward the Hokage's office. Inside a cozy bungalow,
Okay.
You seem to be in good spirits today.
the sudden voice froze her in place. Her eyes snapped open, there he was cloaked and masked.
Kai,
She growled.
what the hell are you doing here?
Paying Hiruzen a visit.
Then why are you in my house?
She asked sharply.
If you don't want to get caught in the crossfire, I'd suggest hiding in a nearby town.
He said flatly.
Oh, are you worried about me now?
Kushina's lips curled slightly.
I just wanted your decision. Stay here or leave. When Minato returns, there might not be time to choose. This is my home, and I live separately from Minato.
She said, rolling her eyes.
You're not jealous, are you?
Kaido vanished before her eyes. Seconds later, Minato's voice called from outside.
Kushina, are you okay? Yeah, just finished a shower. Why?
Someone's infiltrated the village. I'm going to check it out. Be careful.
He shouted, then disappeared down the street. Moments later, a thunderous voice echoed throughout the village. laced with rage and chakra.
Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Yutate Koharu, Maitakato Himura, all you elders of Konoha hear me. I, Ayanami Kaido, have returned to annihilate your clans.
Chapter 180, 180, Plans to Erase the Shameless 4 months ago. Chapter 180, Plans to Erase the Shameless 4.
Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Yutate Koharu, Maitakato Himura, all you elders of Konoha hear me. I, Ayanami Kaido, have returned to annihilate your clans.
The moment this voice echoed through the village, it was as if a still lake had been struck by a massive boulder, sending ripples through every corner of Konoha.
Did I hear that right? Is someone threatening to destroy the Hokage-sama's clan? Is Konoha under attack? Something serious is happening.
As the alarm spread like wildfire, Minato Namikaze's expression turned grave. In an instant, he vanished from sight, flickering through the village shadows toward the Hokage's office. Uchiha compound. Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes, the initial surprise in them quickly turning into a sly smile.
Interesting, let's see how Hokage handles this. Father, should we assist when the fighting begins?
Asked a respectful Uchiha Itachi, standing to the side.
Send a few people, show a bit of courtesy. After all, this isn't our fight. Understood.
Across the village, reactions varied wildly. While the Uchiha remained calm and strategic, other prominent clans like the Nara, Akamichi, and Yamanaka rallied toward the Hokage building. In moments, the building was encircled by a sea of shinobi, led by the heads of each family, their faces a mixture of concern, calculation, and even subtle glee. Inside the Hokage's office, the tension was thick. Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo, Koharu, and Himura, wore grim expressions.
Outrageous.
Koharu snapped.
He dares to threaten us. Konoha must not allow this man to walk away alive tonight. He is provoking the entire village.
Do you think we have the power to stop him alone?
Hiruzen asked quietly, his voice calm but troubled. The news had clearly rattled him. That Kaido, the one they had underestimated, was a descendant of the Senju clan, was an unexpected and dangerous revelation.
We have all of Konoha on our side.
Koharu shouted.
Senju or not, he cannot defy the village and live.
Ignoring her, Hiruzen turned to the silent Danzo and Himura.
Let's go, we need to see this for ourselves.
He stepped out with steady resolve, his thoughts heavy. So that's why he hates us so much. The Senju were erased.
Hokage-sama.
Came the collective greeting from the shinobi as they stepped out.
Evacuate all civilians, move them to the shelters. Initiate level 1 alert.
Hiruzen commanded. Then, he looked over the gathered forces and offered a soft smile.
Everyone!
His voice was warm, almost soothing, and the shinobi around him eased ever so slightly, proof of Hiruzen's unnerving skill in manipulating morale. Had Kaito heard this, he might have sneered, #1 brainwasher in all of Konoha. At the gate stood Kaito. Clad in tight, black tactical gear and wearing a blank ANBU mask, he exuded overwhelming presence as he watched the incoming storm of shinobi led by Hiruzen Sarutobi. His gaze was sharp and mocking.
You must be Ayanami Kaido.
Hiruzen said, stopping some distance away.
You bear the blood of the Senju.
Kaito's eyes narrowed behind the mask. His voice was laced with contempt.
Yes, you kept 2 alive, old and powerless. But where are the rest of the Senju? Tell me that.
Hiruzen sighed with practiced sorrow. In the Second Shinobi World War, the Senju fought valiantly. They led the charge and many.
And yet, no sign of their remains when I visited their graves. Not even Hashirama's. What happened? Don't give me the rat ate the corpse story. Tell me about your twisted experiments. Kaido, as the last known Senju, you've been allowed to speak this far.
Danzo said coldly, stepping forward.
But if you continue to challenge Konoha, you won't leave alive.
Kaido laughed harshly, pointing at Danzo.
You're going to lecture me. You, a rat that hides in Konoha's sewers.
Then, with a blur so fast most couldn't register it, Kaido appeared behind Danzo. His hand was wrapped around the old man's throat, lifting him effortlessly.
You speak of honor, yet you poison everything in the dark. Kaido!
Hiruzen shouted. He had barely seen the motion. It was faster than anything he had witnessed, perhaps even swifter than Minato's flying thunder god.
Let him go, Kaido. We can still talk this through.
Talk, you know why I'm here.
Kaido's voice remained composed, but his intent cut through the air like a blade.
This is a reckoning. You four Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, Hamura, you slaughtered the Senju. You erased Uzumaki. Today I plan to erase you.
Chapter 181, 181, Killing Danzo, 4 months ago. Chapter 181, Killing Danzo.
Kaido, don't talk nonsense.
Hiruzen Sarutobi roared, his expression darkening with fury.
Heh.
Kaido sneered. He turned to Danzo, narrowing his eyes.
With the way you're dressed, I have to ask, did you transplant the first Hokage cells and the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan?
Danzo's face drained of color. Panic flashed in his eyes. He hadn't grafted Hashirama's cells, but he had indeed taken several Sharingan from fallen Uchiha. How did Kaido know that? He knew too much, far more than he should. There were no more secrets between them.
Let Danzo go.
Hiruzen snapped, his voice cold and unwavering.
Or don't blame me for forgetting you're a descendant of the Senju clan. What, just because you evacuated the civilians to the shelters, you think you have the right to talk down to me?
Kaido chuckled darkly.
Let's see what the four of you scheming rats are really made of.
And without another word, he tightened his grip and snapped Danzo's neck, then threw his lifeless body toward Hiruzen like discarded trash. Hiruzen caught the corpse in shock. His fingers trembled as he checked for a pulse. Nothing. His face burned red, fury and disbelief swelling inside him.
You.
Koharu Uchiha screamed.
What are you all waiting for? Kill him.
Kaido's gaze sharpened.
You all better think carefully. This is between my Senju clan and these four old parasites. Are you sure you want to get involved?
His voice carried a quiet intensity. Every clan leader in the crowd felt it, an oppressive force crashing over them like a tidal wave. Then came the surge of chakra, unfurling like a thunderstorm across all of Konoha. Buzz! Buildings, flowers, and trees began crackling and shifting, morphing into black and white lightning. In seconds, the entire hidden leaf was transformed into a domain of thunder.
I'm giving you 10 minutes.
Kaido said calmly.
For 10 minutes, this minefield will mimic the original buildings. After that, anyone left will become part of the thunder itself.
His voice echoed through every street and alley of the village. Inside their homes, terrified villagers watched helplessly as their surroundings disintegrated into lightning. Among the first to act was Uchiha Fugaku.
All Uchiha Shinobi, evacuate with your families now. Leave Konoha.
He ordered sharply, face grim. He could sense the immense, destructive power behind Kaido's chakra. Kaido remained unfazed, surveying the gathering crowd with a slight smile.
Come, show me the strength of the so-called strongest village in the ninja world.
Hiruzen's stomach twisted in dread. He'd known Kaido possessed a large-scale jutsu like this, but not its extent. The Thunder Zone stretched across all of Konoha. If he couldn't stop this, the entire village could be wiped off the map.
What do you want?
Hiruzen finally shouted, trying to keep his composure.
I already told you.
Kaido said quietly.
The four of you are the reason the Senju are gone. I want you erased. That's the only way their souls will rest. Impossible!
Koharu snapped. Whoosh! Kaito moved like a blur, dragging Koharu by the collar before slamming her into the ground. His foot came down on her head, pinning her in place.
You dare to speak?
He growled.
If the second Hokage hadn't taken you in as a disciple, do you really think you'd be standing here today?
He raised his hand, lightning crackling and crawling across the ground toward Koharu.
This isn't ordinary lightning.
Kaido warned.
Try anything, and you'll die where you stand.
You.
She whispered in terror, staring at the encroaching electricity. Suddenly,
Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Combined style, Earth Dragon Flame Wave.
Hiruzen had launched his counterattack. An Earth Dragon and a Fire Dragon spiraled through the air, merging mid-flight into a flaming earthen beast that roared toward Kaido. Simultaneously, over 200 Anbu broke formation and rushed him.
You don't get it.
Kaido's tone was laced with disdain. With a single wave of his hand, the thunder domain surged. Thousands of lightning spears arced through the air. Before most of the Anbu could even register what was happening, they were struck burned to ash in midair. Others were devoured by gaping maws of energy forming from the thunder domain below, never to be seen again. As for the Fire-Earth dragon before it even reached Kaido, the lightning devoured it completely. In seconds, over 200 shinobi were dead. The battlefield was quieterly so. Hiruzen stood paralyzed, his heart felt like it had been torn open, so many loyal ninja gone just like that. Clan leaders who had been hesitating earlier now knew better than to move. None of them dared to challenge Kaido. The cost was far too high.
This is it.
Kaido said coldly, eyes locked on Hiruzen.
If this is all you've got, I'll make sure your family name is wiped out today.
Then he turned his gaze on the shinobi standing behind the old warhawks.
Unless, of course, you want to try and stop me.
Hiruzen clenched his teeth.
Summoning jutsu.
Bang! A puff of smoke exploded beside him, and from it emerged a monkey in shinobi gear, Enma, the Monkey King. Enma blinked, stunned by the sight of the ruined village.
Hiruzen, what the hell happened? Are we under attack? No time to explain.
Hiruzen barked.
Transform into the adamantine staff. He's no ordinary enemy. Understood.
Enma nodded, vanishing into a flash of light before becoming a golden staff in Hiruzen's hand.
All shinobi of Konoha prepare for battle.
Chapter 182, 182, Killing the Sarutobi clan members, 3 months ago. Chapter 182, Killing the Sarutobi clan members.
It's not their fight. You brought this calamity down on yourself.
Kaido said coldly, his voice echoing through the charged air.
They owe you nothing. If they had followed your orders, they'd be corpses like the ones scattered on the ground. What did you say?
Hiruzen Sarutobi turned sharply, glaring at the clan leaders behind him. No one moved, no one spoke. All across the battlefield, the leaders of Konoha's major clans averted their eyes, their silence as heavy as stone. They weren't cowards, but they weren't fools either. The thunder domain still surged around them. To step forward now would mean stepping into death. No amount of courage would change that, and as clan heads, they had responsibilities far beyond their own pride.
Why you cowards?
Hiruzen muttered, his anger bubbling to the surface.
I'll stand with you.
Himura Mitokado said as he stepped forward.
Even if the others don't, I can't abandon you. We're in this together.
He and Hiruzen had been comrades since youth. If they fell, they would fall side by side. Suddenly, Jiraiya stepped forward, sighing heavily.
Kaido.
Everyone turned to look at the Toad Sage.
Konoha was built by your ancestor, Senju Hashirama. Are you really going to destroy what he created with your own hands? Do you want to make the land of fire vanish from the map? Do you want to turn the 5 great nations into 4?
His voice was tired, his shoulders sagging with the weight of realization.
Now I get it.
He closed his eyes for a moment.
I should have listened. I should have taken the mission to guard the borders. But I stayed.
Whether Kaido's words were true or not didn't matter anymore. Jiraiya had seen enough to understand the weight of his former master's sins and why Tsunade had abandoned the village.
I'm sorry, Kaido-sama.
A voice came from beside him. Namikaze Minato stepped forward with a solemn expression and pulled out his signature kunai.
The 3rd Hokage has treated me kindly.
Kaido's smile was thin and sharp.
Anyone else, come forward. I'd like to know how many are willing to die for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Wait, Kaido-sama.
Narashikaku raised a hand.
You say you're from the Senju clan. Can you prove it? If you can show us undeniable proof.
He continued.
The Nara clan will back away from this fight and leave it to your 2 clans. Maya Kimichi clan will do the same.
Choza added.
We don't want to interfere in personal vendettas.
The Yamanaka clan, too. The Aburame clan stands down.
One after another, the clan leaders voiced their intentions. Kaido heard them all and he understood. They were terrified, and rightly so. Their statements were excuses to avoid getting involved to save face before retreating. But he didn't mind, he hadn't come for them. His targets were the 4 corrupted clans and those who had enabled them. He didn't want to disrupt the future more than necessary. He'd kill only those who had ruined the Senju name.
Very well.
Kaido said.
If proof is what you want, here it is.
A vibrant, overwhelming aura exploded from his body. It wasn't bloodlust, it wasn't killing intent, it was life. Pure, radiant life force flooded the battlefield. The chakra of the Senju. Bro, you got just 1% though, *A**A. Shikaku's breath caught in his throat.
That life force.
He stepped forward and bowed slightly toward Kaido.
As promised, the Nara clan will withdraw. Forgive us, Hokage-sama.
Then he turned to his people.
Nara clan fall back.
As his clan began to move, the other clan leaders followed suit.
We're sorry, Hokage-sama.
They all said as they departed. One by one, Konoha's clans removed themselves from the fight. Hiruzen could only watch as the foundation of his power crumbled. His face turned pale with rage, but what could he say? It wasn't one family, it was all of them. He was alone now. Only the civilian shinobi remained, and Kaito looked at them with understanding.
You may leave as well, I know your struggles. You were never part of their schemes.
A moment passed, then Might Guy's father, Might Dai, stepped forward and quietly turned to leave. Though he possessed the 8 gates, he wasn't foolish enough to fight someone who had turned the village into thunder. His action became the catalyst. One after another, the civilian ninja followed, slipping away until only 200 or 300 shinobi remained. And they were all from the 4 clans Kaido had condemned.
So many of you still left.
Kaido said with an icy grin.
Looks like the Sarutobi clan really benefited during Hiruzen's time as Hokage.
Hiruzen clenched his teeth.
Leave now, this fight doesn't concern you.
But before they could react, Kaido's shadow clone appeared among the thunderclouds. His presence was regal, godlike, standing unbothered amid the deadly currents of lightning. He lifted his arm and the entire sea of thunder surged like a living tide. Bolts of lightning crashed down in waves, devouring the remaining shinobi. Screams rang out as their chakra-based attacks fire, earth, wind were launched in desperation. But their ninjutsu vanished the moment it touched the thunder, swallowed whole without a trace. The sea of lightning showed no mercy. In seconds, the battlefield was silent again. Blood, smoke, and scorched earth lay in every direction. Hiruzen's eyes widened with horror, his hands trembled as his heart pounded.
Kaido!
Kaido remained still.
No need to be so upset, your sons aren't here.
Hiruzen blinked in confusion.
I knocked them unconscious and sent them to the forest outside the village. You can thank me later.
Of course, he would never admit the real reason. Changing too much would create a butterfly effect. Some things, some characters had to be preserved.
Liar!
Hiruzen roared, leaping into the air.
Enma now!
The golden staff in his hand expanded rapidly, transforming into a towering column as he brought it crashing down toward Kaido. Jiraiya moved.
Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo.
His long white hair wrapped around him and shot forward like thousands of piercing quills. Hamura formed seals quickly.
Fire style, great dragon fire technique.
Chapter 183, 183, Summoning Jutsu, 3 months ago. Chapter 183, Summoning Jutsu. Lightning surged like an ocean across the battlefield. Kaido stood at the center of it all, unmoving, serene, his entire being immersed within a sea of thunder. Suddenly, from the swirling tide of black and white bolts, a thunder dragon burst forth. Coiled in alternating arcs of light and shadow, its serpentine body writhed with blinding power. The raw energy radiating from Kaido made even veterans like Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Koharu Uchiha break into cold sweat. The dragon opened its maw, spewing a condensed beam of lightning bright as a pearl and sharp as a blade. Whoosh! The laser-like blast tore through a fire dragon summoned in desperation, shredding it like parchment. But it didn't stop there. The The beam continued on, blazing a trail toward Jirya and Koharu behind.
What?
The two exclaimed simultaneously, narrowly leaping away from the incoming destruction. Elsewhere, Sarutobai's sky-supporting pillar technique and immense strike with his summoned staff had already reached Kaido's position. But Kaido had vanished into the Sea of Thunder, and each arc of lightning crackled with lethal voltage, making Hiruzen's scalp prickle. With no other choice, the former Hawkage redirected his attack toward the Thunder Dragon instead, swinging the golden cudgel with fierce momentum. Yet the moment the staff touched the beast, a current of overwhelming electricity surged down the weapon. Bang! A thick fog erupted as the golden staff dissolved midair, retreating into the summoning space.
What the?
Hiruzen's eyes widened.
The Ape King!
Before he could process it, a bright flash exploded above him, lightning again. He glanced up in alarm. Was it another strike? He dodged instinctively, stepping back to regroup with Jirya and the others. Just then, a marked kunai sliced through the air. Whoosh! The yellow flash Minato Namikaze appeared above the Thunder Dragon, Rasengan in hand. He thrust it down toward the beast's head with perfect precision. His target had originally been Kaido, but once Kaido entered his Thunder domain, the surrounding lightning acted as a natural defense. Minato feared even the Flying Thunder God technique would disintegrate under its force before landing a hit. He grimaced inwardly, so much for relying on space-time ninjutsu. Redirecting, he targeted the Thunder Dragon instead. Minato's Rasengan met the dragon's forehead. Bang! A crushing force erupted from the beast. The Rasengan shattered on contact as if it were made of glass. The Thunder Dragon surged forward unhindered, its jaws inches from Minato. Suddenly, snap! A long white strand of hair snapped out like a whip, yanking Minato out of harm's way.
Jirya-sensei.
Minato said, slightly dazed but grateful.
Don't blame yourself.
Jirya muttered, eyes dark with resolve.
With a domain like that, Kaido is practically untouchable. Unless we deal with the Thunder Sea itself, none of our attacks matter.
But that was the real problem. The Thunder Sea now surrounded all of Konoha. There was no escape, retreat was impossible. Fight or die. Jirya whispered.
Minato, use your summoning jutsu, now. Understood, Jirya-sensei.
Both men bit their fingers and clapped their hands into seals.
Summoning technique.
They shouted in unison. Boom! Two enormous figures emerged in clouds of smoke. One was a gruff toad with a katana slung across his back, pipe in his mouth. The other was bulkier, with reddish-purple skin, wielding a massive Y-shaped staff and a round shield. Gamabunta and Gamaken, the legendary toads of Mount Myaboku.
Jirya, what the hell do you need me for this time?
Gamabunta grunted, puffing out a ring of smoke, clearly annoyed.
If I didn't need you, Bunta, I wouldn't have called.
Jirya muttered. Gamabunta narrowed his eyes at the flickering thunderstorm around them.
Where the hell is this?
He tensed visibly as he absorbed the scene. The black and white lightning made his warty skin crawl.
You really pissed off a monster this time.
He growled. Jirya gave a helpless shrug.
This is Konoha now. That thing is the enemy.
Gamabunta scanned the area.
What the hell happened here? Is this all that's left? Who the hell are those guys? Long story, just buy us time, please. Fine, but don't expect a miracle. Bunta, prepare the oil. Yeah.
He muttered, leaping high into the air. Gamabunta puffed out his cheeks, preparing his trademark oil attack while Jirya rapidly formed hand seals.
Fire style, toad oil flame bullet.
A massive torrent of flaming oil erupted, the fusion of fire and toad oil multiplying its force. It scorched the battlefield, leaving charred terrain in its wake as it hurtled toward Kaido's Thunder domain. Meanwhile, Hiruzen formed 4 shadow clones. All 5 of them immediately moved into synchronized motion, weaving signs.
5-style unified ninjutsu, great elemental bullet technique.
Boom! 5 elemental streams fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning merged into a massive energy cannon aimed directly at Kaido's location. It was Hiruzen's most powerful offensive jutsu.
Fire style, dragon flame bullet.
Mitokado unleashed a barrage of massive fireballs that shot forward like artillery.
Gamekin-sama.
Minato called. The hulking toad nodded.
Clumsy I may be, but I will assist.
Chapter 184, 184. Bonus, thought you'd have more patience, Danzo, 3 months ago. Chapter 184, bonus, thought you'd have more patience, Danzo.
If this is all you've got, then this battle ends here. I've been meaning to test out a new ninjutsu.
Kaido's voice was calm, but the weight behind it was suffocating. The moment the words left his lips, thunder and lightning surged from every direction, converging on him like tidal waves. Natural energy fused with the lightning in an instant, like invisible raindrops merging into a storm. In the blink of an eye, the once white bolts transformed into pure, ink-black thunder, radiating an ominous energy devastation made manifest. With a single wave of Kaido's hand, the black ocean of thunder coalesced, forming into 4 immense beasts, each radiating power that bent the air around them. The first was serpentine, covered in thick obsidian scales. Twin whiskers flowed from its mouth, antlers adorned its head, and 5 deadly claws curled beneath it. The second took the form of a massive bird. Its beak resembled a hawk's, but it crackled with electricity. 2 long head feathers swayed with the charged wind as black flames ignited across its feathers. The third was a mountain-like turtle with a serpentine neck. Though it remained still, the gleam in its cold eyes betrayed its lethality. The last was a muscular black tiger with the kanji for
King!
emblazoned on its forehead. Each swing of its tail tore jagged cracks into the ground, a regal force rolling off it like thunder. These were the 4 Thunder Beasts creations from Kaido's, past life revived now with elemental fury. In the forest some distance away, the leaders of Konoha's remaining clans looked on, stunned. Though far from the battlefield, they could still feel the oppressive force of Kaido's summoning.
He's even more powerful than we thought.
Choza muttered, his tone grim. Shikaku nodded, his eyes narrowed in calculation.
And that power.
The other clan heads turned to him, silently asking what their next step should be. Konoha's in shambles, Shikaku said.
But if you noticed, Kaido only struck down the Sarutobi line. Everyone else civilians, other clans, he left untouched. That means the village still stands. But the leadership doesn't.
Choza said.
Tsunade has left. Orochimaru is on the front lines. Jiraiya and Minato are fighting alongside the third. That only leaves.
Shikaku finished with a sigh, rubbing his temple. Everyone fell silent.
There's one more possibility.
He said finally.
We find Lady Tsunade. If anyone can convince her to return, it's now.
But we don't even know where she is.
Someone muttered.
We can try the borders of the Fire Country.
Inoichi offered.
If she hears what's happening.
Shikaku agreed.
It's a long shot, but better than nothing.
The group nodded and dispersed to organize the search, but their attention was quickly pulled back to the battle as another thunderous roar tore through the air. On the battlefield, Kaido stood tall as his thunder beasts launched themselves at the enemy. Min the tortoise beast soared toward Himura Mitokado, who countered with a barrage of fireballs. Min curled into its shell, spinning like a drill of black lightning that consumed the fire before it could land. Suzaku, the Thunder Phoenix, faced Hiruzen Sarutobi directly. It opened its beak and unleashed a bolt of pure, black lightning that tore through the 5-element sealed jutsu like paper, surging toward the Hokage without slowing. The dragon and tiger roared together as they crashed into Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. The black dragon devoured Jiraiya's oil bomb midair, the flames flickering uselessly inside its maw. The tiger, on the other hand, clashed fiercely with Minato. Each strike from the beast cracked the earth, forcing the yellow flash to rely solely on teleportation to evade. Despite their cage-level strength, the 4 were clearly on the defensive, overwhelmed by Kaido's creations. They dared not engage in close combat. One touch from those beasts could mean death by thunder. The landscape around them was devastated. Craters ripped through the terrain, lightning crackled across shattered earth, and the air itself trembled from the clash of power. Suddenly, a shout cut through the storm.
Wind style, vacuum great sphere.
From high above, Danzo Shimura launched a massive, compressed wind sphere. It cut through the air like a cannonball aimed straight at Kaido. Kaido's eyes sharpened.
So you're finally showing yourself. I expected better patience from you.
Chapter 185, 185, Ending Things, 3 months ago. Chapter 185, Ending Things. Danzo floated midair, calm but cold-eyed. With deliberate focus, he formed hand seals. His chest expanded as he inhaled deeply, chakra pooling in his throat.
Wind style, vacuum wave.
A torrent of slicing wind blades, shaped like giant sickle weasels, surged toward Kaido.
These kame-tachi aren't ordinary.
Danzo sneered.
They can sever chakra itself. Your lightning style is useless.
Kaido didn't flinch.
Hasn't anyone ever told you?
He replied coolly.
When your strength reaches a certain height, tricks and strategies become meaningless. The same goes for my lightning.
Behind him, dozens of pitch-black thunder spears manifested, buzzing with concentrated chakra. The air warped from their energy as they launched one after another like arrows drawn from a divine bowstring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each thunder spear tore through the sky and collided with the sickle weasel winds. The atmosphere cracked with violent pressure. Though fine wind chakra needles riddled the spears, they held firm unstoppable. The sickle weasels disintegrated into raw wind chakra, swept into a wild vortex. The remaining force of the black thunder spears continued toward Danzo without pause. From afar, Hiruzen Sarutobi dodged a thunder strike from the black tortoise, his expression tightening with surprise and hope.
That's Danzo.
He said, eyes narrowing.
He's still alive.
But what caught his attention next made his heart leap. Kaido had stepped away from the Thunder Sea, separating himself from the 4 thunder beasts. As the former Hokage, Hiruzen understood the battlefield well.
Strike the leader and the beasts will fall.
He muttered, forming a shadow clone to stall the black tortoise. Then he leapt ground breaking beneath his feet as he propelled himself into the air toward Kaido. He wasn't alone. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, thinking the same, moved at once. Jiraiya left 2 heavily wounded Toads Gamabunta and Gamaken behind as he joined the attack.
Jiraiya.
Gamabunta snarled, his palm burned and blistered.
You owe me a barrel of sake when we're done.
Gamaken, charred all over, huffed.
I'm going back to Mount Mayaboku the moment this ends.
Koharu Utatane, meanwhile, was on the verge of collapse. One arm hung uselessly as she barely dodged Suzaku's flaming strikes. She was clearly reaching her limit. Above the battlefield, Kaido hovered, thunder spears crackling behind him like a divine arsenal. In an instant, he appeared in front of Danzo's speed surpassing all comprehension. Whoosh buzz. Suddenly, a kunai whirled through the air Minato's signature marker. A flash of light. Minato appeared behind Kaido in a burst of white mist, a Rasengan spinning violently between his palms, aimed at Kaido's back. This could kill a normal shinobi outright. But Kaido didn't panic. As if sensing the ambush, he twisted his body midair, avoiding the attack. Before Minato could react, Kaido's fist crashed into his stomach. Boom! Minato coughed blood, the force of the punch sending him crashing to the ground like a falling meteor.
Minato!
Jiraiya roared in alarm. His fingers flashed through a set of hand seals.
Fire style, flame bullet barrage.
Flaming spheres erupted from his mouth like cannon shells, surging toward Kaido with blistering speed. Kaido raised one finger, chakra whirled around it, wind style infused. Rasen Shuriken. The spinning blade collided with Jiraiya's flames midair. Kaboom! A violent explosion shook the battlefield. Smoke and fire churned in the air behind Kaido, unworthy of his attention. He moved again, surging toward Danzo with renewed fury. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to intercept, but Kaido, sensing the interference, condensed black lightning into his palms. He swept his hands down. From the storm clouds above, razor-sharp thunder blades rained down like arrows. The volley was aimed directly at Hiruzen.
Damn it!
The aging Hokage growled. He dodged to the side, but before he could even recover, he spotted another attack Minato's Rasengan, flying through the air with wind element chakra infused.
That Brett.
Hiruzen muttered.
He completed the elemental variant.
He dodged again, narrowly avoiding the attack. Krakoom. The explosion below was deafening, but no one paid it any mind. All eyes turned skyward to Kaido. Jiraiya had been stopped by Kaido's Rasen Shuriken. Hiruzen was blocked by Kaido's Black Arrow Storm. Minato was already down, unconscious or worse. And now,
You really think I'm that easy to take down?
he inhaled deeply again.
Wind style, vacuum great ball.
A massive, pressurized wind sphere launched from his mouth, tearing through the sky like a giant cannonball. Kaido's eyes stayed emotionless as the sphere neared him. He vanished.
What?
Danzo gasped, shocked.
Even midair.
A voice whispered behind him. Danzo's instincts screamed, but it was too late. Kaido struck with brutal force, his lightning-infused palm crashing into Danzo's back. Whoosh! Danzo plummeted like a comet, following Minato's path straight into the shattered battlefield below. Boom! Dust clouds erupted. Kaido's gaze swept across the battlefield. He locked eyes with Sarutobi Hiruzen, then Jiraiya.
It's time to end this.
Chapter 186, 186, Tsunade shows up, 3 months ago. Chapter 186, Tsunade shows up. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield. The ground split violently as dust surged into the air. With the last of her momentum, Mitokado Himura's body shot forward, skidding across the terrain and carving a deep trench into the earth. He crashed down in the exact direction where the clan leaders, Nara Shikaku among them, were gathered. Outside the village, in the forest near Konoha, Shikaku and the other clan leaders stood in grim silence, their eyes fixed on the unconscious forms of Namikaze Minato and Shimura Danzo. Shikaku murmured, his tone heavy with restrained emotion. One question nagged at his thoughts: if this was revenge for the extermination of the Senju clan.
Another one.
Someone muttered. Having only just finished laying Mitokado Himura and the others next to Danzo, the clan heads could hardly recover before a new figure emerged, this time unmistakably, Udatane Koharu. The 4 elder figures lay lined up in a row. Apart from Minato, who received immediate treatment, the others were ignored. No one dared to even approach them. It was clear that Ayanami Kaido's intent was to eliminate the high-ranking remnants of the Hokage faction. Saving Minato was one thing. He had earned some measure of respect, but saving the rest could risk implicating one's own family. While uneasy thoughts swirled, Kaido's figure vanished once more from the battlefield. With 2 massive Rasengans, he sent Gamabunta and Gamaken crashing back to Mount Myaboku. Already gravely injured, the Toads hadn't stood a chance against his sudden onslaught. Now, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and his student Jiraiya remained. The 2 war-hardened shinobi faced each other, expressions grim, their chakra heavily depleted. Years of battle experience told them the outcome was inevitable, they would lose. Hiruzen gritted his teeth in bitter regret. If I had known the Senju clan still harbored someone like this, I would never have let Danzo lay a finger on their last descendant. But it was too late now. Boom! A fresh explosion erupted across the distance. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Jiraiya had disappeared, his presence completely erased from the field, and there stood Kaido, calm and silent.
Did.
Hiruzen whispered to himself.
I guess I have no choice but to use that technique.
He thought darkly.
Trying to use the Reaper Death Seal, are you?
Kaido asked with a sneer.
You, how do you know?
Hiruzen blurted out.
You think you can catch me while surrounded by these thunder beasts, or that your speed can surpass mine?
Kaido's cold grin widened. Hiruzen said nothing. He knew the truth, he couldn't touch Kaido. The ambush he had planned was meaningless now. Not only had Kaido seen through his move, he even knew the secrets of such a forbidden technique.
Don't bother,
Before Kaido could finish, a massive sound wave blasted across the field, laced with chakra strong enough to shake the air itself. The voice was unmistakable and it echoed across all of Konoha.
Kaido, stop this. I won't forgive you if you go any further.
That voice belonged to none other than Tsunade. Kaido's expression twisted in irritation. Why is this woman always getting in my way? Upon hearing Tsunade's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders all broke into visible relief.
Lady Tsunade, she's here.
Shikaku exclaimed.
Konoha is saved.
He turned quickly to rally the others, but before they could move, the ground trembled. A shockwave swept through the trees. Tsunade was advancing with terrifying speed, smashing trees and crushing earth underfoot with every step like a rampaging force of nature. Wherever she passed, not even weeds were spared. Moments later, her figure emerged before them. Her breathing was heavy, her clothes disheveled, and the yin seal on her forehead was completely gone. She had clearly traveled a long distance in record time.
Lady Tsunade, you're finally here.
Shikaku rushed up to her.
TCH Shikaku, you guys aren't dead.
Tsunade snapped, frowning. Black lines formed across Shikaku's face. Dead, really? But he knew better than to talk back, especially now. Shikaku forced a smile.
Tsunade-sama, we're fine. Kaido didn't target us. He only went after the 4 clans supporting the Third Hokage regime.
Tsunade exhaled in relief. Her eyes quickly scanned the battlefield. Jirya unconscious nearby, the elders incapacitated. With a smirk, she muttered.
Never thought I'd see Jirya like this.
Jirya groaned, pale and barely conscious.
Quit cracking jokes, save Hiruzen-sensei. You're the only one he might actually listen to.
I'm going.
She said, serious now. In a flash, she vanished. As she arrived at the village gates, a terrifying sight greeted her. The entirety of Konoha was blanketed in thunderclouds. Bolts of lightning crackled everywhere, consuming buildings, trees, everything but Hokage rock in the distance. The overwhelming energy was enough to make even Tsunade hesitate.
Just what the hell did you do to this place?
She shouted, stepping forward.
Who said you could turn Konoha into a battlefield?
I've been secluded too long. Needed some fresh air and exercise.
Kaido replied with a straight face.
Exercise.
Tsunade's voice cracked with fury.
You call this exercise?
Don't exaggerate.
He said, waving a hand.
All I did was teach them the price of erasing the Senju clan from history.
Tsunade clenched her fists.
Why the hell am I even here? Aren't I supposed to be stationed near the old Uzumaki ruins?
Chapter 187, 187, The Ghost of the Uchiha, 3 months ago. Chapter 187, The Ghost of the Uchiha.
What are you talking about? I was happily gambling when the god of gamblers must have possessed me. I just kept winning.
Tsunade exclaimed.
I went back to the ruins of the Whirlpool country to find you and saw the note you left behind. I ran all the way from there to Konoha. I'm exhausted.
She huffed, her beautiful face twisted in frustration.
Hiruzen-sensei, are you all right?
After her rant at Kaido, Tsunade turned toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, concern in her voice.
I'm fine.
Hiruzen replied wearily.
But Konoha.
If the Senju clan could build Konoha from nothing, then I can just as easily reduce it to rubble.
Kaido said flatly.
You'd better stop with the useless chatter. You all have 2 choices now.
Kaido's voice was calm and cold.
First, I'll personally kill everyone from the 4 clans. That includes you, Hiruzen. That includes Shikaku, Tatsumi, Maito. None of them will survive. Second, I'll only destroy the ninja line of your 4 families. No shinobi from your clans will remain, even the children. You pick, and because you were Hokage for so many years, I'll spare your bloodline this time.
Impossible. I'll never allow you to harm them.
Hiruzen shouted and turned to Tsunade.
Shikaku, bring Danzo and the others here.
Kaido called out toward the distance, ignoring Hiruzen's plea.
Kaido, that's enough. You've already destroyed Konoha.
Tsunade shouted in protest. Kaido turned slightly to glance at the approaching group, his eyes indifferent.
Tell Danzo and the rest I've given my conditions. They have 1 hour. After that, their only choice is option 1.
With that, he vanished in a flash, but his voice echoed ominously through the air.
There's a price for wiping out the Senju clan. You've already received your bill, whether or not you can pay it.
You bastard, get back here.
Tsunade roared at the sky.
Enough screaming.
Came Kaido's voice, disembodied and fading.
Coward, show yourself. I won't agree to this madness.
Just as the words left her mouth, Kaido appeared behind her. In one swift motion, he struck her neck, knocking her unconscious.
You talk too much.
He slung Tsunade over his back and vanished into the sky.
Remember, Hiruzen and you have 1 hour. Don't make me repeat myself.
Third Hawkage.
No need.
Hiruzen said, his voice heavy.
I understand, go.
Minutes later, Medical Nin began reviving Danzo and the others. Once they awoke, Hiruzen wasted no time relaying Kaido's terms. Their expressions froze. They had once secretly eradicated the Senju clan. Now, the retribution had come and there was no escaping it. 1 hour passed. Kaido reappeared before the 4 elders, expression unreadable.
So,
Hiruzen said grimly, his voice sounded hollow, his face gaunt. And so, Kaido executed every ninja from the 4 clans, sparing only the non-combatants. As he gazed at what remained of their legacy, he spoke coldly.
I hope you didn't lie to me.
He raised his hand, and the thunder domain behind him collapsed. The air twisted and cracked as the energy field vanished, leaving behind a blackened, scorched wasteland. With Tsunade still unconscious on his back, Kaido launched into the sky and disappeared without another word. 3 days later, the entire Shinobi world was in chaos. News of Kaido's annihilation of Konoha's ninja forces and his ultimatum to the elders had spread like wildfire. Even the brutal tides of the Third Great Ninja War slowed, shaken by what had occurred in the Land of Fire. The leaders of the other 4 great villages Kirigakure, Kumigakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure turned their eyes toward the weakened Fire Nation. With its central territory decimated and its leadership shattered, Fire was vulnerable. And during war, vulnerability invites predators. Back in the ruins of the Whirlpool country, Kaido sat in quiet meditation. Tsunade had awakened.
Madara-sama, that's the current state of the ninja world.
White Zetsu said respectfully.
So Konoha lies in ruin.
Uchiha Madara's voice was low and steady.
Yes, except for a few survivors from the 4 clans, most of the village was destroyed.
Zetsu replied.
The Senju clan again.
Madara's gaze drifted as if piercing through time itself. He seemed to see old memories himself and Hashirama founding Konoha, side by side.
What shall we do, Madara-sama?
Zetsu asked.
Wait, let's see if this Kaido causes more disruption. If he does, I'll handle him myself. Our plan must not be compromised.
Madara turned, his voice sharp.
Keep a close eye on him. If he steps out of line, alert me immediately. Understood.
Zetsu said, slowly vanishing into the earth. Madara remained in the chamber, alone once more. The shadows clung to him like a second skin.
Senju Kaido.
Chapter 188, 188, Terumi May, 3 months ago. Chapter 188, Terumi May. The crescent moon hung in the sky, and stars twinkled overhead, painting a tranquil picture across the heavens. At the edge of the ruined Whirlpool country, deep within a hidden sanctuary, silence prevailed. There, seated cross-legged in meditation, was Kaido. His jaw clenched, his skin pale, sweat dripped down his face, each droplet revealing the agony within. Inside his mindscape, the spiritual form of Ayanami Kaido floated silently in the void. Arcs of lightning danced across his body, tempering his soul with every flash. It was as though his spirit had been wrapped in a shroud of living electricity. If one looked closely, they'd notice tiny black wisps escaping into the void each time the lightning surged. His soul was being purified. 1 hour passed, then another.
Oh.
Kaido exhaled deeply, eyes fluttering open. It had been 3 months since the chaos in Konoha. In that time, his strength had leapt forward by bounds few could imagine. He had fully mastered yin release, able to unleash it with mere thought. His mind and body had adapted completely to training his soul with lightning chakra. His spiritual form, once murky and unstable, was now honed, gleaming with clarity. Even his sensory perception had doubled again in range and precision. Truthfully, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Kaido now possessed the most refined sensory skills in the ninja world. Even more astonishing, the ominous warning that had always lingered in the depths of his mind, an alert connected to the last gate of the 8 gates, had begun to fade. That realization had thrilled him. Now, as of today, that internal warning was completely gone. It meant one thing. He could finally attempt to open the last gate. Unlike the gates before it, the 8 was hidden deep within the spiritual plane. Like the 7th, brute force would never be enough to crack it. He would have to break it down gradually, piece by piece. In the original accounts of the 8 gates technique, this was the very first of them, the gate of opening. In those teachings, opening the gate removed the mind's restraint on the body, but what Kaido faced now wasn't a mere physical release. The towering columns on either side of the gate shimmered with divine energy. One pillar glowed like molten glass forged from some celestial metal. The other radiated lightning chakra, potent and untamed. Kaido summoned his will. A bolt of lightning twisted into the shape of a drill, and he thrust it toward the gate. Buzz!
Terumi May, you can't run forever.
One of them called mockingly.
You think you'll escape from us, blame your bloodline, not us. It's not just your talent.
The second sneered.
It's your clan. You've always stood against the 4th Mizukige's rule. If we let you live, you'll become a threat.
May glanced over her shoulder, eyes narrowing.
Is that all your twisted system stands for? Killing its own children just because they might shine too brightly?
We can tolerate genius,
The first ANBU said coldly.
but not enemies.
Suddenly, the third ANBU, silent until now, snapped to attention.
She's heading toward the ruins of the Whirlpool country. We can't let her reach there.
Their faces paled. Ever since rumors had spread that someone comparable to Hashirama Senju now resided in the ruins, someone with the might to terrify even the 5 great nations, that land had become forbidden. Unofficially, the nations had agreed no one would interfere there. Not unless they were ready for war. May turned back with a smirk.
Realized too late, haven't you? Idiots.
She spun mid-stride and inhaled deeply.
Boil release, skilled mist technique.
Her cheeks puffed out as she exhaled a torrent of superheated mist. It blanketed the sea in an instant, turning the world white. But this wasn't ordinary mist. This was chakra-infused vapor hot enough to melt steel. In the original stories, Mai Terumi had once used it to melt Sasuke's Susanoo, stronger even than her lava release.
Damn it!
The lead ANBU shouted.
Move, don't let it touch you.
They leapt clear of the fog, hands moving rapidly into signs.
Water style, raging water wave.
From the ocean beneath them, a massive tide rose crashing down on the mist, dissipating it with sheer volume. When the sea calmed, May was gone. Only a shrinking black dot on the horizon remained. The 3 ANBU looked at one another.
She got away.
One said bitterly.
She's headed for the ruins.
The captain frowned.
You two stay here and watch the border. I'll report to the 4th Mizukage. Yes, Captain.
At the edge of the Whirlpool ruins, May stumbled from the sea, soaked and gasping. She collapsed onto the rocky shore, clutching her side.
Made it.
Chapter 189, 189, Mizukage, 3 months ago. Chapter 189, Mizukage. When the 2 Anbu noticed what Mai Terumi had done, they exchanged glances, halting at the edge of the shore, too afraid to take another step forward. After all, there were countless rumors about Ayanami Kaido circulating across the ninja world. Not even the Mizukage himself would dare to offend someone like him. Among the crumbled remains of the land of whirlpools, Kaido furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes as he watched 3 unexpected figures appear. The entire Shinobi world knew by now he disliked unnecessary conflict. The land of whirlpools was his domain, and yet someone had the audacity to intrude. Observing the path they followed, Kaido muttered to himself.
Mist Nin, looks like they're chasing someone.
He narrowed his gaze.
Interesting, every nation has its rot, huh? After this quiet seclusion, let's see who thinks they can find sanctuary here.
With a whisper, Kaido vanished from his spot.
I really hope Kaido-sama doesn't drive me away. If he does, I'll have to flee to the land of fire.
Mei Terumi muttered as she stumbled forward. From a shaded corner, Kaido silently observed her, surprised. The woman looked haggard, clothes torn and stained with blood, but unmistakable long brown curls, green eyes, and a worn blue dress.
The future 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi.
Kaido murmured.
You're aware that the land of whirlpools is now under my protection.
Kaido said, appearing in front of her without a sound.
And I'm someone who values peace and quiet. Those Mist Nin out there, they're after you, aren't they?
Kaido-sama.
Mei stammered, panic clear in her voice. Growl. Her stomach betrayed her with a loud rumble. Face flushing red, Mei glanced downward in embarrassment.
You haven't eaten, have you?
Kaido said simply.
Follow me.
Kaido led her to his camp, where a roasted suckling pig glistened golden over the fire. The aroma hung thick in the air. Mei's mouth watered unconsciously. Without a word, Kaido tore a large leg from the roast and handed it to her.
Eat.
Thank you, Kaido-sama.
Mei replied, her voice filled with gratitude. She devoured the food with no hint of nobility. Starvation had wiped away all pretense. An hour later, she let out a satisfied sigh and patted her modest belly.
That was incredible.
Her eyelids grew heavy.
Go sleep over there.
Kaido pointed to a modest hut lined with straw.
Oh, you're letting me stay.
Mei asked cautiously.
We'll talk tomorrow. For now, get some rest. That's where Tsunade used to sleep.
Kaido said, intentionally shifting the topic.
Oh.
She replied softly, clearly disappointed. Moments later, soft snoring could be heard from the hut. Kaido remained by the fire, quietly finishing his meal. Mei's appearance was unexpected but not unwelcome. Once finished, he resumed his training. The next morning, Kaido awoke to a new scent in the air. He stepped out to find Mei cooking over a small fire, the area around her freshly cleaned.
Kaido-sama, you're awake.
She said, smiling brightly, forehead glistening with sweat.
You did all this?
He asked evenly, though inwardly surprised.
Yes, it was messy, so I tidied up.
Mei answered carefully.
All right, let's eat.
Kaido said. Before he could reach for the food, Mei quickly handed him a bowl of steaming porridge. He took a bite, then nodded slightly.
It's good.
Her eyes lit up. They ate quietly. Once finished, Mei sat nervously, eyes darting toward him, waiting for a verdict. Kaido stood and stretched.
Fine, you can stay here. You'll handle cleaning, cooking, and the like. As for the 4th Mizukage, don't worry about him.
Thank you, Kaido-sama.
Mei replied, her voice filled with gratitude. She devoured the food with no hint of nobility. Starvation had wiped away all pretense. An hour later, she let out a satisfied sigh and patted her modest belly. That was incredible.
Use this to buy necessities in the nearby town, and get some new clothes while you're at it.
Without another word, he returned to his corner, already deep in meditation. He didn't worry about her fleeing or trying to deceive him, if she did.
Mizukage-sama, the mission has failed.
This was the captain who had pursued Mei Terumi and returned the night prior.
Failed?
Yagura's face twisted in restrained fury.
3 elite jonin couldn't catch one girl who just made elite jonin.
Though angry, his small stature and round face made him look oddly harmless, almost childlike. Still, the Ambu captain tensed.
We almost had her.
Yagura frowned.
She ran there deliberately.
He hissed, fists clenching.
You 3 were dispatched across half the continent, and you let her escape into the most dangerous territory possible. You're useless, all of you.
Chapter 190, How Old Are You? The tense air in the office gradually calmed as Yagura finished his outburst and sat silently, his eyes burning with ambition. The AMBU captain cautiously stepped forward.
Mizukage-sama, what are your orders? Give it a few days, I'll find the right opportunity to move. This is the most critical phase in Mai and Master Genjetsu's bid for control. That old man refuses to let go.
Yagura's voice grew colder, a sneer forming as he clenched his fists.
He's still gripping power like some immortal relic.
The captain hesitated, then offered.
Mizukage-sama, the Terumi clan has always stood firmly behind Lord Genjetsu. And you know how much he cherishes Mei Terumi like she were his own granddaughter.
Yagura's narrowed eyes glittered with interest.
What if we didn't kill Mei Terumi?
The ANBU suggested in a low, deliberate voice. A cruel smile crept across Yagura's lips.
Interesting, my original plan was to make an example of her, shake up Genjetsu, and pressure him into surrendering his authority. But your suggestion…
Yagura's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. After the ANBU departed, Yagura muttered to himself, his gaze cold and ruthless.
You old fool!
Meanwhile, back in a humble hideout near the land of whirlpools, Kaido's life had undergone a subtle yet significant shift. Since Mei Terumi had arrived, things had become much easier. She tended to his needs, saving him valuable time and energy. Compared to Tsunade, who was strong but reckless, Mei was thoughtful, skilled, and resourceful. She'd even gone into town and brought back several new outfits for him. Kaido couldn't help but feel satisfied. Keeping her around had turned out to be a wise decision. That night, the flickering candlelight painted their faces in warm tones. Kaido sat near the hearth, removing the lower half of his mask to eat. As he took a bite of the meal Mei had prepared, he raised an eyebrow.
This is pretty good. Judging by your attire and bearing, I'd say you were someone important in Kirigakure.
Mei gave a soft laugh, her smile as radiant as a spring blossom.
My teacher used to say that a kunoichi should be strong enough to fight, but also skilled enough to win her husband's heart through his stomach.
Your teacher had a point.
Kaido replied calmly.
In this world, strength is everything for both men and women. Only power gives us freedom and choice.
She looked at him with curiosity.
Kaido-sama, may I ask how old you are?
Not answering that.
He said bluntly.
I've already guessed anyway.
She leaned in playfully.
You have such smooth skin. You can't be over 20.
Kaido's brow furrowed.
How could you tell that under the mask?
I can't reveal that. Let's just say it's a technique my sensei taught me.
She winked, hiding the fact she had simply bluffed and struck gold. So he's between 16 and 19 years old, she thought excitedly. Young, powerful, mysterious.
Is there something wrong with your face? Is that why you always wear the mask?
No.
Kaido replied coolly.
I just don't like people knowing what I look like.
That's fine. Here, eat more.
Mei quickly passed him a second helping, visibly thrilled. Maybe being hunted down by Yagura wasn't such a curse after all, she thought, smiling dreamily. Kaido ignored her enamored expression and returned to his corner of the hideout, entering a meditative state to focus exploring the depths of yang release. Time passed quickly, an entire week had flown by in relentless training. During that time, Kaido's grasp of yang release began to solidify. His clones had been working in the background, tirelessly practicing medical ninjutsu and refining the essence of his sage body. Yang released the power to give life and enhance vitality. Unlike fire or lightning styles, it wasn't about destruction but creation. It linked closely with medical ninjutsu, the regenerative properties of the Uzumaki, and techniques like the Akimichi clan's body expansion jutsu. Last night, while meditating, Kaido sensed a new form of energy pulsing inside him. Channeling it through his fingertips, he touched the earth.
So this is yang release.
His body relaxed slightly, the advancement calming the storm within. Mastery was still distant, but the path was finally visible. But just as he was about to resume training, a jolt in his electromagnetic sense alerted him. Someone was approaching fast.
Judging by that speed.
Kaido muttered, his eyes narrowing.
Could it be?
On the other side of the room, Mei Terumi sat in a daze, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at him with a dreamy smile. Ever since she'd pieced together his age and glimpsed a part of his face, she had made a daily habit of admiring him whenever he was deep in meditation. At first, Kaido found it awkward. Now,
May, get ready. There's someone heading this way.
Has who?
She blinked, startled.
I believe it's Yagura, the fourth Mizukage.
Mei's expression turned pale instantly.
Yagura-sama.
Chapter 191, 191, Kaito vs Yagura, 3 months ago. Chapter 191, Kaito vs Yagura.
Why are you looking at me like that? Now that you're mine, there's no way I'm handing you over.
Kaito said as he strode forward, his tone calm with a commanding edge.
Thank you, Kaito-sama.
Mei Terumi replied with a soft smile. A blush crept up her cheeks as she glanced at him repeatedly. He said, I'm his.
Kaito-sama, what are you doing here?
The leading ANBU captain stammered, clearly uneasy. Kaito didn't respond, eyes fixed on the ocean ahead. The ignored captain cautiously stepped back. When he followed Kaito's line of sight, his expression shifted to awe.
Could it be?
Beside him, Mei Terumi glanced at the 3 ANBU with clear irritation and clenched her fist discreetly in protest. Crash! A figure surged across the sea surface with unnatural speed, kicking up a wave that stretched into a white arc behind him. From a distance, it looked like someone sprinting on water. In an instant, the figure halted directly across from Kaito. The wave subsided as his feet touched solid ground again. The ANBU, eyes wide with anticipation, called out in unison.
Mizukage-sama.
Yagura said nothing at first, locking eyes with Kaito. Then, his gaze shifted to Mei Terumi standing behind him, and he spoke with a calm but pointed smile.
So, this is the famous Kaito of the Shinobi world. That's me.
Kaito replied coolly.
I'm sure you know who I am, no need for formalities. I came for one reason, hand the woman behind you over. Out of respect, I ask that you show me respect.
Yagura gestured toward Mei Terumi as he spoke, his tone light but not a request.
She's my personal caretaker now.
Kaito said without hesitation.
And your so-called respect means nothing to me.
The smile dropped from Yagura's face.
Do you even realize who you're speaking to? I am the Mizukage, one of the 5 Kage. Don't get cocky just because you defeated Hiruzen and Anoki. This is my domain, the sea. My water style is empowered by this terrain. You can't hope to match me here.
Kaito didn't flinch.
So what exactly are you trying to say? Give me Mei Terumi and we avoid conflict. Otherwise, I won't hold back.
Yagura warned, eyes narrowing.
Step back.
Kaito said calmly to Mei Terumi.
Be careful.
She replied, immediately retreating to a safe distance. Kaito turned back to Yagura with a cold look.
You're not the first Kage I've faced, but you are the first to talk down to me like this. And for that,
He said with a pause.
You'll leave something behind today.
HMPH. Let's see what the so-called next god of the Shinobi world can really do.
Yagura scoffed. He glanced at the nearby ANBU.
You 3 move back. Yes, Mizukage-sama.
They replied in unison before vanishing from the battlefield. Now alone on the field, Yagura stepped forward into the shallows, quickly forming hand signs. Chakra surged around him.
Water style, great waterfall technique.
The surface of the sea rippled violently, then surged upward into a towering wave that seemed to swallow the sky, crashing down toward Kaito with overwhelming force. This wasn't a basic waterfall technique. Its scale and power dwarfed even those used by the second Hokage, Senju Tabarama. Unmoved, Kaito formed his own hand signs. Chakra pulsed through his core and surged outward.
Fire style, great fire annihilation. You're a fool to use fire on the open sea.
Yagura mocked, but his eyes widened a moment later. Flames erupted beside Kaito, forming a massive sea of fire. The heat warped the air, and the flames matched the size of Yagura's wave, if not surpassed it. Boom! Water and fire collided violently. Steam exploded into the sky, engulfing the entire area in a thick white fog. The mist spread rapidly, blanketing the coastline. As the two jutsu canceled out, Kaito's flames ceased and steam drifted down like misty rain. Half-cooked sea creatures plopped onto the wet ground beside him. Kaito stared at Yagura and asked in a flat tone.
That's it.
The mockery was clear and deliberate. He had perfectly mirrored Yagura's earlier tone. Yagura's face twisted in anger. He clenched his fists and growled before weaving new hand signs.
Water style, water mirror technique.
The sea swirled, forming a tight vortex. From within, a silhouette stepped forward, gradually taking shape in exact copy of Kaido. Yagura's most prized technique, the water mirror, manifested an opponent's duplicate with all their abilities and power. But as the clone surged toward the real Kaido, lightning danced across its body-normal blue-white lightning. Kaido's expression didn't change, not even close, he thought. His true lightning wasn't like that. It was darker, more intense, and infused with his own brand of chakra and will. Without a word, Yagura formed signs again.
Water style, water dragon bullet technique.
Chapter 192, The Price of Arrogance. Crash. The moment Kaido's hand pierced through his doppelganger, the fake dissolved into a splash of water, streaming back into the sea. Without missing a beat, he spun around and rapidly formed hand seals.
Fire style, great dragon fire jutsu.
From his side, an enormous, compressed dragon head made of fire burst forward, roaring toward a distant water column. The heat radiating from it distorted the air. Even the mist in the area began to sizzle. PSHHH. Water and fire collided again. The flaming dragon's scorching temperature instantly vaporized the column of water. Its momentum unbroken, it surged forward, slamming into the distant water dragon and destabilizing it. Kaido's eyes narrowed as he turned to face Yagura. In the next instant, his figure flickered and vanished. He reappeared behind Yagura, black lightning dancing wildly across his limbs. His foot swung in a brutal arc, a powerful whip kick crashing into Yagura's back. Splashy. The figure of Yagura burst into water once again.
Water style, whirlpool water blade.
Yagura's voice roared from behind him. Threads of high-pressure water spiraled outward from Yagura's position, flying in all directions. Each strand shimmered with deadly precision, capable of cutting through steel like paper. A deadly rain of liquid blades filled the sky. But Kaido didn't flinch. His body blurred into motion, vanishing as a trail of black light streaked away from the oncoming attack. Yagura's eyes widened.
That speed!
In the dense fog, he could barely catch a glimpse of Kaido's movement, then nothing. The presence was gone. Cracked. A wave of pain surged through Yagura's body. His muscles seized, immobilized. It was as if lightning coursed through his very soul. Behind him, Kaido stood in the shallow sea, hands wrapped in black lightning.
You were wrong.
Kaido said quietly.
The sea doesn't belong to you, it's mine.
He extended his right hand into the water. A black blade formed from pure lightning, humming with raw power. With one smooth motion, he swung it upward. The blade cleaved cleanly through Yagura's shoulder, severing his arm. The limb fell into the water with a splash. The wound didn't bleed, it was cauterized on contact. Kaido calmly stepped forward, picked up the severed arm and said coldly,
Consider this a gift.
Yagura collapsed to his knees, his chakra unresponsive. The acrid smell of burned flesh filled the air as he began to sink into the sea, powerless.
With your strength, I have no idea where you got the confidence to call yourself invincible in the sea.
Kaito muttered. He gripped Yagura's collar and vanished from the battlefield. Beyond the thick mist, 3 hidden mist ANBU waited tensely for the outcome. Their expressions were grim. If this were a fight between any other shinobi, they might have remained confident in their Mizukage. After all, Yagura was unmatched in aquatic terrain. But this wasn't just any opponent. They had seen it, Kaido's fire style overpowering Yagura's water style. It defied logic, but it was real. The intelligence had stated that Kaido was skilled with lightning style and unique bloodline techniques. No one had expected his fire style to be this devastating. Fire overpowering water on the sea? Absurd, but they'd witnessed it. And worse, Kaido hadn't even used his full power yet. His real specialty was lightning style. Water and fire may clash, and sometimes fire might even overcome water. But when it came to lightning,
Kaido-sama.
the captain asked nervously,
Nothing too serious, just took one of his arms. With missed techniques, I'm sure you can sew it back on.
Kaido said casually, tossing Yagura's unconscious body to them along with the severed arm.
Tell him this was a warning. Since it's his first offense, I let him go. Next time I won't be so lenient.
We understand. We understand completely.
The captain stammered as the three of them caught Yagura and the arm in a panic. Yagura opened his eyes weakly, bloodless and drained. His voice trembled.
Ayanami-kai.
I doubt you'll ever get the chance.
Kaido replied coldly, disappearing into the mist. Not far from the shoreline, Mei Terumi paced restlessly, hands clasped in front of her chest as she muttered under her breath.
Please let him be okay.
Even though she believed Kaido would win, she couldn't shake the unease in her heart. After all, Yagura wasn't just any shinobi, he was the Mizukage, an unmatched warrior in water battles. The sudden silence from the battlefield tightened her chest. Her beautiful eyes scanned the mist. There was no sign of movement, and a cold dread crept over her. What if?
Why are you crying?
A familiar voice cut through the haze behind her. She froze, that voice.
You're okay. Thank goodness you're okay.
She said through tears.
You disappeared after the battle. I thought you were.
I'm fine. I just handed Yagura's body back to his ANBU.
Chapter 193, 193. Time skip 3 months ago. Chapter 193, time skip.
What?
Mei Terumi exclaimed as she pulled away from Kaito's arms, her voice trembling.
You killed the fourth Mizukage.
No, I only cut off one of his arms.
Kaito replied, shaking his head as he began walking toward the ruins of the land of whirlpools.
He got hit by my lightning while we were fighting in the sea. He couldn't move after that, so I handed him over to the Mist Shinobi.
Phew, that's a relief.
Mei Terumi let out a long breath and patted her chest. As much as she despised Yagura and wished him dead, now wasn't the time. With the third great ninja war underway, the death of a Kage could destabilize an entire village, making it an easy target for enemies. Their walk back was quiet. Kaito returned to the land of whirlpools, ate the meal Mei had prepared, and then retreated into his corner of the compound. Inside his training dimension, Kaito created 500 shadow clones. Their task was to continue refining the yang release he had recently awakened within himself. The original body shut off its 5 senses, and his consciousness slipped into his spiritual form. Although it had shrunk to a third of its original size, the density and purity of this spiritual body were far superior to before. Kaito controlled his spirit form, attempting to absorb the surrounding energy of the space. It was untested, based only on scattered theories from old scrolls and stories, but it was worth trying. Tempered countless times by thunder and lightning, his spiritual body had grown resilient. All he needed now was more energy, more spiritual matter to restore its original strength. Natural recovery during sleep was slow, nearly negligible. Left with few options, Kaito gave in to the idea. Within the void of the training space, his spirit body released a gravitational pull. Tiny, dark particles drifted in and were drawn into him. A full day passed. When Kaito finally opened his eyes, a complicated look passed over his face. He was thrilled to confirm that active absorption worked 10 times more efficient than passive regeneration. But the spiritual energy he drew in lacked purity. After tempering the absorbed strands with his lightning chakra, only 3 remained usable. They weren't even worth the full day he'd spent. It was barely more than a night's rest would have given him. Still, he didn't give up. From that day forward, Kaito added this new cycle to his regimen: absorb, temper with lightning, then bombard the final gate of the 8 gates formation with concentrated chakra. Time passed quickly. In half a year, the world outside had changed dramatically. With Kaito's decimation of Konoha still fresh in memory, other nations sensed opportunity and began their own offensives. Tsunade, unable to sever ties with Konoha completely, had returned half a year ago. She met with Kaito, exchanged a few words, then departed to help defend the village. The moment she saw Mei Terumi, the tension in the room could have shattered glass. The 2 women locked eyes like seasoned rivals, and the air between them crackled. Their silent battle of pride played out clearly. Tsunade stayed for 2 days, but eventually, duty pulled her back to Konoha. In her absence, Kaido's thoughts drifted back to others he missed: Hinata, the softness in their smiles, the warmth in their voices. Soon after, several missed shinobi arrived looking for Mei Terumi. Judging by their respectful tone, they were likely from her clan. Kaido didn't involve himself. Mei spoke to them for a long time, her emotions shifting from tears to laughter. Still, she chose to remain with Kaido, quietly supporting his day-to-day life. After living side by side for 6 months, Kaido had more or less guessed her feelings. He couldn't deny the truth: it was always harder to reject the kindness of a beautiful woman. Inside his training space once again, Kaido sat cross-legged, eyes shut, drawing in spiritual energy. His spiritual body had recovered to over half of its former power. Finishing a session, he pressed his hands to the ground. Chakra surged beneath his palms, and enormous trees erupted from the soil. In seconds, the bare land became a dense forest. This was a result of mastering Yang release. Half a year ago, after gaining control over it, he had accidentally triggered a wood release technique. The result shocked him. He knew that wood release was typically a combination of water and earth chakra, but when his Yang release fused with his chakra, he had simply visualized a tree, and it grew, just like that. His known chakra natures were wind, lightning, and fire. Could it be?
As expected.
He murmured. The paper reacted wildly. One part burned, another split apart, a third crumpled, a fourth grew wet, and the last shattered completely. 5 chakra natures awakened. Coupled with his recent mastery of yin and yang release that made 7, he had unknowingly mastered all chakra types in the Naruto world. He created 100 clones to continue lightning-style training. Another 100 worked on earth chakra transformation, 100 on water, and the remaining 200 clones focused solely on wood release mastery. He didn't bother with any new jutsu. His current arsenal, along with wood release, lightning release, and various chakra-based energy spheres, was more than enough to overwhelm any opponent. Half a year had passed in reality. In his training space, that equated to 5 years. In those 5 years, Kaido had mastered all the original wood release techniques Tsunade had shared. He'd also achieved mastery over yin-yang release. But one obstacle remained: the 8th gate. He had tried every approach, even grinding it down with steady chakra like water carving stone, but it hadn't cracked, not even once. Perhaps it needed something more, something beyond ordinary comprehension. The gate was likely tied to 6 paths level power. If even mastering yin-yang release wasn't enough, then he was missing a vital key. It's not going to be the same as Might Guy's 8 gates.
Whatever, time to move.
Kaido muttered. He missed Hinata, missed Ino. There was nothing left for him to improve upon here. If he wanted to advance, he had to return. One last glance at his core chakra pool. It had grown. Not bad, but still far from what he needed. Absorbing the energy of the dragon vein might expand it further. Resolved, Kaido stood and looked toward Mei Terumi, who was humming softly as she cooked. A hint of sadness passed through his eyes.
You're up already.
Mei looked over her shoulder and smiled.
Dinner's not done yet. You'll have to wait.
I'm leaving.
Chapter 194, 194, Goodbyes Forever. 3 months ago. Chapter 194, Goodbyes Aren't Forever.
If you're going to leave, then just go.
Mei Terumi said, her voice trembling slightly beneath a forced smile.
Just.
I don't know when that will be.
Kaido replied quietly, a sigh escaping his lips.
What do you mean?
Mei's expression shifted.
You.
Her voice cracked as her face turned pale, tears welling up in her eyes. Kaido stepped forward, gently wiping away the tears from her cheeks.
I'm heading somewhere very far.
He said softly.
It'll take at least 10 years before I can come back.
He left the rest unsaid.
Can't you take me with you?
Mei pleaded, her voice breaking as she looked up at him. Kaido slowly shook his head. He was returning to his original timeline. Bringing her with him would risk breaking the natural order of the world.
If
I'll wait for you.
Mei interrupted before he could finish.
No matter how long it takes, I'll be waiting.
You!
Kaito was left speechless. He had hoped May would move on, maybe even meet someone else, but her words crushed that possibility. A pang of guilt rose in his chest. He suddenly felt like one of those heartless men in the tragic novels he used to mock.
You really don't have to.
There is no if.
She interrupted again.
Do you think that in this world, I'll fall for someone else just because you're gone? Or do you think there's someone out there better than you?
Without waiting for an answer, she threw herself into his arms.
When are you leaving?
She asked, gazing up at him with eyes full of reluctant hope.
3 days from now.
Kaito said stiffly.
3 days.
May whispered with a faint smile. Those 3 days passed quickly. During that time, Kaito traveled with May through the towns near the land of whirlpools. Every stop left behind shared memories, smiles, stories, and moments etched into both of their hearts. On the morning of his departure, Kaito sat quietly, eating the meal May had lovingly prepared. Neither of them spoke, the weight of parting had robbed them of words. After the meal, Kaito reached into his cloak and pulled out a sealed scroll. He held it out to her.
This contains the complete training method for the Yin Seal.
He explained.
It'll help you retain your youth forever if you keep practicing.
May's eyes sparkled, and for a brief moment the sadness faded. No woman was immune to the temptation of beauty, especially when the wait ahead stretched over a decade. Her words might have been full of devotion, but she still wanted to look beautiful when he returned.
If this really works.
She whispered to herself.
All right,
Kaito said, holding her close.
I'll take you back to the hidden mist village. I should inform Yagura as well.
Meh.
May smiled softly. The next moment, Kaito vanished in a blur of light, carrying May with him. At the gate of the mist village, Kaito appeared, holding May in his arms.
Terumi May-sama, welcome back to the village.
The 2 gate guards were stunned, but quickly recovered and saluted respectfully.
Is Yagura-sama still inside?
May asked, remaining comfortably in Kaito's embrace, completely unbothered by what others might think.
Yes, May-sama, he's in the usual place.
One of the guards replied quickly. She nodded, then pointed toward the village.
Let's go.
Kaito sighed inwardly but said nothing. He understood. They were about to be apart for a long time. Every second counted. As they walked away, one of the guards glanced at his companion with wide eyes.
Hey,
The other looked confused.
are you serious?
The first one hissed.
That's the guy who overwhelmed Konoha with lightning release. The one they say forced the Hokage to take down half of the Senju clan with him. Wait, that's him.
The second guard whispered, eyes wide.
I actually stood that close to him.
The other said quickly.
That's not for us to question, we're just gatekeepers, let's keep our heads down.
The streets of the hidden mist were quiet, less lively than Konoha, but still filled with vendors calling out to customers and townsfolk going about their day. As Kaito walked with May through the village, many turned to look. Some whispered, others stared openly, but no one dared interfere. May's status in the village remained strong. Under her lead, Kaito turned corners, passing between old alleys and stone paths, until they reached a large, traditional mansion that clearly stood out among the neighboring buildings. Just as they were about to step forward, a voice filled with disdain echoed from nearby.
I was wondering who had the nerve to make such a flashy entrance. Turns out it's just Mei Terumi, the one who went missing for half a year.
Kaito turned with May to see a young man leaning against a wall, resting a massive beheading sword on his shoulder. His eyes burned with pride and challenge. 6 others stood behind him, each carrying a strange, oversized weapon, tall, short, slender, bulky. It was unmistakable. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. May's pupils narrowed instantly.
It's them.
The 7 swordsmen, huh?
Kaito muttered, expression hardening. His voice turned cold.
Are you looking to die?
The moment he spoke, an overwhelming pressure burst from his body, crashing toward the group like a tidal wave. The 7 shinobi staggered, unable to withstand the crushing force. Their faces flushed red as they gritted their teeth under the immense pressure, bodies trembling as though burdened by a mountain. Mixed into the air was a scent of blood so heavy, it choked the senses. Even hardened killers like them felt bile rise in their throats. In that moment, it was as if they stood on a battlefield soaked in carnage.
You,
He stammered.
the man who defeated Sarutobi Hiruzen for annihilating the Senju clan.
Chapter 195, 195, Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, 3 months ago. Chapter 195, Seven Swordsmen of the Mist.
It's me.
Kaido replied calmly. When Biwa Juzo and the others heard that personal response, their hearts froze. They came intending to mock Mei Terumi for her absence and to discover who had kidnapped the village beauty. They didn't expect it would be this unstoppable force. Immediately, all 7 regretted ever confronting him.
Kaido-sama, Lady May.
Biwa stammered, face pale.
Please forgive me.
He didn't doubt the threat now. It was clear how quickly Kaido could obliterate an entire village the way he obliterated Konoha. Mist Village simply didn't have the resources to recover from a calamity like that.
Kaido, spare us this once.
Yagura said, stepping forward in his Mizukage attire, face grim but respectful. Even the 4th Mizukage couldn't stand by idly. A powerful enemy had just shown public aggression toward his own subordinates and done it within his village. He couldn't let his authority appear weak.
All right.
Kaido replied, withdrawing his aura.
This time I'll show leniency for May.
He paused and released the remaining pressure.
You're free to go. Move aside.
Yagura ordered the 7 swordsmen behind him.
Dismissed.
Biwa bowed deeply.
Thank you, Kaido-sama.
When they were gone, Yagura turned to the remaining trio and demanded.
Why are you here? Return Mei Terumi to her home. I'll be leaving for a while.
Kaido said simply.
Leave? Where are you going?
Yagura pressed, uncertain. Kaido tilted his head.
I'm entering seclusion for 3 years. I'll return for May after that. If anything happens to her, you'll all regret existing.
It was a threat and a lie. The fewer who knew he was leaving, the better. By then, the war would be over, Yagura likely under Abaido's control, and Mei would rise to claimed leadership. This was just time gained for her.
Don't worry.
Yagura snorted, gritting his teeth.
She has someone powerful backing her now. Mist Village isn't going anywhere.
Without another word end, unwilling to keep facing Kaido, Yagura activated a teleportation jutsu and disappeared. With no one left to impede them, Kaido gestured at a mansion across the street.
Is this your teacher's home?
Yes.
Mei replied, eyes shining at him. With one sentence he'd made Elite's bow, her pride in him was evident.
I'll take you to the door and then.
He said softly.
Well,
Mei murmured.
Understood.
Kaido brushed her forehead gently, then disappeared in a flash of light. In a hidden cave, a heavily wounded young man Abaido Uchiha, barely breathing and wrapped in bandages. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge was over.
Madara-sama.
White Zetsu whispered, voice echoing.
Kaido has left the land of whirlpools and reclaimed Kirigakure.
Madara's expression remained unreadable.
Heal him. He will act as my voice in the ninja world.
White Zetsu bowed.
Understood, Madara-sama, and your orders. There's no time.
Madara replied.
Go to Tsunade, he will seek her out. Let events unfold. Yes, Madara-sama.
At the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, senior leaders including Shikaku gathered in a tent, observing events with relief.
After Kanabi Bridge, Iwagakure has weakened significantly.
Shikaku said.
Victory seems close. We have Minato-sama to thank.
Minato Namikaze nodded with a gentle smile, though shadows flickered across his eyes. Loss weighed on him heavily after Abaido fell.
Now only the Mist Village remains uncertain.
Don't worry.
Yagura snorted, gritting his teeth. She has someone powerful backing her now. Mist Village isn't going anywhere. Without another word end, unwilling to keep facing Kaido, Yagura activated a teleportation jutsu and disappeared. With no one left to impede them, Kaido gestured at a mansion across the street. Is this your teacher's home? Yes, May replied, eyes shining at him. With one sentence he'd made Elite's bow. Her pride in him was evident. I'll take you to the door and then.
When the time comes, Hokage-sama will handle it.
Shikaku gave a bitter smile.
I hope so. And Lady Tsunade?
Asked Shikaku.
She is steady.
Inoichi answered.
Though blindfolded, she still works tirelessly with medical ninjutsu and has saved many lives.
A sigh of relief swept through the tent. Suddenly, Hyuga Hisashi burst in, sweat pouring from his forehead.
Hisashi, what's wrong?
Shikaku asked.
It's not good.
Hisashi gasped.
We detected signs of Kaido.
Shikaku relaxed.
He's probably here looking for Tsunade. No trouble. If that were true, I wouldn't be terrified like this.
Hisashi replied, opposite him.
What did he say?
Shikaku asked, narrowing his eyes. Hisashi swallowed, voice trembling.
Uchiha Madara.
Chapter 196, 196, Return of a Legend, Uchiha Madara, 3 months ago. Chapter 196, Return of a Legend, Uchiha Madara.
What did you say his name is?
Nara Shikaku's expression shifted sharply, his tone urgent.
He said his name is Uchiha Madara. I was too far away to hear their exact words, but I confirmed it through lip reading.
Hisashi replied, his breathing now steadier.
I read Kaido's lips. Without a doubt, he said Madara.
A heavy silence fell inside the war tent. The atmosphere shifted from tense to electrified with dread. Konoha's high-level officers didn't doubt Hisashi's statement. Lip reading was a core skill taught within the Hyuga clan's scouting division. If Hisashi claimed it, then it was true.
Uchiha,
Murmured a voice from the back of the room. The name echoed like a curse, draining the color from every face present. Even a young intelligence specialist known for her unshakable calm froze in shock. Could the legendary Uchiha Madara, who had supposedly died at the Valley of the End, defeated by the first Hokage himself, still be alive? It seemed impossible yet.
Minato.
Shikaku barked.
Tell Tsunade-sama immediately.
He turned to the others.
Everyone else follow me. We're heading there now.
For Madara to emerge from the shadows at this moment could only mean one thing: his time was nearly up. Rather than fade away quietly, he wanted a battle that would etch his name in history once more. A final blaze of glory. In this age, there was only one person in the ninja world strong enough to face him: Ayanami Kaido, the one known by every village as the new god of Shinobi. Shikaku realized this instantly. The others, slightly slower to piece it together, soon reached the same conclusion. Their eyes flickered with awe. They sprinted into the coming storm. Far from the war tent, at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, Kaido stood facing a hunched, armored figure wrapped in white like stone. The old man's eyes were deep bottomless, like rotating voids. His mere presence felt as though he commanded the heavens. Kaido frowned. He had originally planned to bid farewell to Tsunade, but here, at the edge of enemy territory, he appeared. This man had waited, knowing Kaido would come. And he was none other than Uchiha Madara, kept alive through unnatural means, aided by the Outer Path statue. A myth now made real. Kaito remained still. He didn't know if Madara was here to kill him or if there was something else at play. Either way, this encounter couldn't be ignored. Madara studied Kaido in silence. Then, in a voice deep with aged power, he said,
I didn't expect the Senju bloodline to still produce someone like you. You flatter me.
Kaido replied calmly.
But if you were defeated by my ancestor, Senju Hashirama, and chose to disappear from history, why reveal yourself now?
A glint passed through Madara's eyes.
So you recognized me. Your presence, your chakra, that ancient hairstyle. Combine it with your age and your clan's forbidden technique, Izanami, it wasn't hard to guess.
Kaido answered. Madara's expression didn't change.
You even know about Izanami. You're far sharper than Hashirama ever was, on par with Tabarama.
He gave a quiet chuckle.
So tell me, when did you first realize I was alive?
Kaido narrowed his eyes.
Do you remember when I first appeared? The battle where the third Reikage held off tens of thousands from Iwagakure? My perception stretches far. Back then, I felt 3 chakra signatures underground yours among them. I didn't know it was you at the time, but I never forgot. I see.
Madara's voice lowered.
Then let me ask, why are you here, Madara? Shouldn't you be hiding underground, pulling strings? Your existence disrupts the balance of the world.
Madara replied, voice steady, firm.
You are a threat to my plans. I don't like leaving loose ends. You want to take me down before you die?
Kaido asked, almost amused.
You could put it that way.
Madara said with a small nod.
I think it's more likely you won't leave this encounter alive.
Kaido replied coldly. Madara's eyes narrowed.
Young Shinobi, never forget, there's always someone stronger. If you were in your prime, perhaps I'd be cautious.
Kaido said.
But now you've aged, you've lost the Rinnegan, you're not the threat you once were. Junior,
Madara said quietly.
You've succeeded in irritating me.
Chapter 197, The God of Shinobi Reawakens 1. Not far off, Nara Shikaku and the other senior Konoha officers stood still, their expressions grave as they watched the scene unfold. The battle hadn't even started, yet the sheer pressure radiating from the battlefield had already caused a powerful shockwave. Trees bent, the air trembled, and the terrain groaned beneath the force.
If it's like this before the first strike,
Shikaku muttered.
What'll happen once they actually fight?
He asked aloud after a moment.
Agreed, I second that.
Several officers said quickly, unease spreading among them. Just then, 2 figures appeared beside them in a flicker of Chakra Tsunade and Minato Namikaze.
What's going on here?
Tsunade asked, frowning as she took in the scene.
Shikaku, is that really Uchiha Madara, the one my great-grandfather fought?
Shikaku gave a strained smile.
Tsunade-sama.
Tsunade stared ahead, recalling old stories.
My great-grandfather once showed me a photo of him and Madara. The hairstyle, the armor, they really do match.
We should move. When a battle of this scale begins, the backlash alone could level this entire area.
Shikaku said grimly.
Go, go.
Tsunade waved him off, her eyes never leaving the battlefield.
I'll stay.
Shikaku didn't argue.
Understood, Tsunade-sama, be careful.
With that, he and the other officers quickly retreated from the blast zone. On the battlefield, the pressure continued to intensify.
Good.
Madara said, standing tall in the center of the cracked ground.
Other than Hashirama, you're the first who can endure my full killing intent. Even Tobirama couldn't. If you're done talking,
Kaido replied calmly.
then make your move, I don't have all day.
In a blink, Kaido vanished. His figure reappeared directly in front of Madara, fist pulled back and coated in violent chakra. Bang! A thunderous shockwave burst out as Kaido's punch landed directly on Madara's chest. The sheer impact shook the air like a volcano erupting. Madara skidded backwards, boots dragging twin trenches in the ground. Then nothing, not even a scratch. Madara began to walk forward slowly. Around his body, a blue ethereal armor started forming Susanoo, its energy wrapping him like a second skin. Kaido's eyes narrowed.
So it's Susanoo, huh? It's powerful.
Madara said emotionlessly.
And with it, your fists are meaningless.
Then, without warning, Madara disappeared from view. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Kaido, his aged fist hurtling forward. But as he punched, chakra surged around his arm. A brilliant blue aura exploded from it, forming an enormous spectral fist. Bang! The massive energy-infused punch landed squarely in Kaido's chest, hurling him back across the ground. Kaido rose calmly, dusted himself off, and stepped forward. The wooden barrier that had briefly covered his torso faded into the air.
Would release.
Madara's eyes flickered. For the first time, his expression cracked.
You possess a terrifying lightning release bloodline.
He said quietly.
Appreciated.
Kaido said without emotion. Madara let out a low laugh.
Let me see how much of Hashirama's wood release you've inherited.
He formed hand seals at blinding speed. Kaito mirrored them instantly, his hands weaving the same seals as Madara's. Madara narrowed his eyes.
Young Shinobi,
He said coldly,
fire style is the pride of the Uchiha. You think you can rival me with it? Try me.
Kaito said evenly. Chakra surged in their bodies and both shouted.
Fire style, great fire annihilation.
Twin infernos exploded from their mouths. The resulting sea of flames consumed the air, twisting the very space around them. The temperature spiked, burning the earth beneath their feet black. Even Madara's eyes widened slightly. The two walls of fire collided, pushing against each other with overwhelming force. Neither gave in. Eventually, both canceled the jutsu, smoke billowing around them. Madara said, voice low.
You've earned my respect, Kai.
Just then, a white, plant-like humanoid emerged from Madara's shoulder. It was White Zetsu.
Madara-sama, there's no time. You'll need to use that technique.
Madara's face darkened.
So it's come to this.
He glanced at White Zetsu and nodded.
Go begin the next phase. Understood.
With that, White Zetsu vanished into the earth like melting wax. Kaito, having heard everything, spoke flatly.
So,
Madara smiled thinly.
a move I created while staring death in the face.
Suddenly, his chakra erupted violently. The ground quaked and the sky split as if the heavens were rejecting his presence. A torrent of pure, radiant chakra burst upward, piercing the sky like a divine pillar. Around him, his body began to transform, his frame expanding, straightening, becoming taller and younger by the second. The wrinkles on his face vanished, his muscles reformed, his eyes blazed scarlet, red battle armor appeared on his chest as if summoned by will alone. Madara, reborn in his prime, stood tall and regal once more. Calmly he said,
This technique,
Kaito's gaze didn't flinch.
let me guess, it's temporary and you'll die once it ends.
Madara smirked.
You're sharp.
Chapter 198, The God of Shinobi Reawakens 2.
That's right, there's only 3 minutes left.
Madara answered truthfully, then added coldly.
3 minutes is more than enough.
Kaito muttered, shaking his head.
HMPH, foolish brat. Allow me to show you what absolute strength means.
Madara sneered. In the next instant, Madara launched himself forward like a fired cannonball, shattering the ground beneath him. His right hand clenched, chakra flared, and a massive blade formed blue flames dancing along the edge of the weapon as it emerged from his ethereal Susanoo. Kaito narrowed his eyes, his thoughts calm but sharp.
As expected of Uchiha Madara.
Kaito's lips curled slightly. Whoosh! Kaito vanished in a flash, leaving behind a blur in the air. He reappeared, charging head-on toward Madara. His right hand erupted with black lightning, forming a colossal thunder blade laced with eerie black flames. A weapon forged from raw chakra, silent and deadly.
Boy!
Madara shouted, voice heavy with arrogance.
My body is now in its prime. You still think you can beat me like before? You're delusional. You don't get it.
Kaito replied coolly.
The world you and Hashirama once ruled is gone. It's time to return to your grave. Then die.
Madara snarled, his speed suddenly doubling as he surged forward. Kaito met him without hesitation. A streak of red and a streak of black collided in the air, each movement sharp as lightning. Clang! The weapons clashed, unleashing a deafening ring that echoed for miles. Raw power erupted from their blades. Boom! The ground beneath them crumbled instantly. Rocks and dirt blasted upward like a volcano erupting in reverse. A vortex of debris spun wildly around them, spiderweb cracks racing outwards from their clash. Buzz! The shockwave burst forth like a Category 10 storm, ripping apart the terrain. The muddy vortex shattered under the pressure. Winds howled across the battlefield, flattening trees and sending dust spiraling into the sky. In the center of the chaos, Kaito and Madara locked weapons, eyes blazing.
You're better than I thought, kid.
Madara admitted, red eyes gleaming.
You're not just a ninjutsu prodigy, you're taijutsu.
Kaito said with a smirk.
Honestly, I'm surprised you still have this kind of strength at your age. Must be those supplements.
Bang! Madara suddenly forced his blade forward, pushing Kaido back several meters. But Kaido anticipated it. As he was shoved away, he flipped midair and landed in a crouch, skidding to a controlled stop. Whoosh! Madara appeared in front of him again, blade raised and roaring with blue flames. Kaido didn't flinch. His thunder sword met Madara's strike head-on. Clang! Blue and black sparks burst across the battlefield like fireworks. The sheer force of the strike blew a crater into the ground beneath them. They split apart once more, then immediately collided again. Boom, boom, boom. They clashed repeatedly, leaping, striking, and dodging. The once flat plain was now pockmarked with craters and torn earth. The terrain warped and crumbled under their power. They moved like twin storms, one black, one red, tearing across the land. No grass survived in their wake, only barren dirt and destruction. From their blades, arcs of chakra-infused light streaked outward blue and black slashes, each one powerful enough to rival A-rank jutsu like Wind Blade. Not far off, Tsunade stood in stunned silence. This battle...
This is the power of Madara Uchiha, my great-grandfather's rival.
She whispered. Watching the two warriors trade blows, she suddenly felt small, insignificant. In that instant, she knew, if she entered that battlefield, even for a moment, she'd be destroyed. Meanwhile, Shikaku, observing from afar, couldn't stop shaking his head.
They're legends for a reason.
He muttered.
No wonder Madara was feared as the god of war. And this Kai...
Behind him, others echoed his thoughts, acknowledging that the cage level they once believed to be the peak of power.
Madara Uchiha.
He whispered.
He hasn't aged, not a wrinkle, not a scar. It's as if time never touched him.
But what truly shocked him wasn't Madara, it was Kaido.
That boy.
Anoki muttered.
Kaido.
He shook his head, trembling.
Damn it.
A dry laugh escaped Anoki.
But...
He glanced at the sky, already imagining the headlines spreading across the Shinobi world.
After today...
Chapter 199, The God of Shinobi Reawakens 3 out of 3.
Madara, there's no point testing me anymore. Nearly a minute has passed. If you keep this up, your limit break will be wasted.
Kaido said calmly.
It feels incredible. I haven't had this much fun in ages.
Madara grinned arrogantly, his voice thick with excitement.
Youngster, you're impressive. From here on, I'll fight you with everything I've got.
Madara declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, his Sharingan began spinning wildly, the tom forming into a curved sickle shape. Light blue energy surged around him, constructing the massive skeletal frame of a Susanoo. Madara rose into the air, standing atop the glowing skull's head, arms crossed, gazing down at Kaido.
This is the ultimate ocular power of the Uchiha clan Susanoo.
Madara said, his voice echoing like thunder.
It excels in both offense and defense, and it even wields powerful ranged attacks. It's no shame to lose to it.
As he spoke, the ethereal skeleton's massive hand lifted, summoning a glowing bow and a set of enormous energy arrows. One hand drew the bowstring into a perfect full moon arc, aiming the spear-sized arrow directly at Kaido. Whoosh! The arrow blasted through the sky, screaming toward Kaido like a thunderbolt, glowing with lethal blue chakra. Kaido's expression remained calm. Black lightning danced across his body, and in the blink of an eye, a gigantic thunder spear formed above his head. Whoosh! With a thought, Kaido launched himself into the air to meet the incoming projectile. Buzz! The two titanic attacks collided mid-air, black and blue energy clashing violently. It was as if heaven and hell had fired arrows at each other. One had descended from the sky, the other surged upward from the depths. The clash lit up the entire sky, splitting it in two, one half painted blue, the other black, like twin rivers battling for dominance. Dark red lightning coiled and cracked at the heart of the impact, distorting the air as the pressure built. Then, boom! A massive shockwave erupted outward, tearing clouds apart and shaking the heavens. Even the sky itself seemed to darken in response, veiled in shadow. Suddenly, a burst of white light exploded from the center of the impact. For a brief moment, the entire sky was lit as if by a second sun. And then silence. The light faded, the projectiles vanished, and the two titanic forces neutralized each other. Madara's Sharingan flickered uneasily. Kaido's strength had shattered even his revised expectations.
We're running out of time. If I delay any longer, this jutsu will be wasted, just as he predicted.
Madara thought, frustration flashing in his crimson eyes. He quickly formed a hand seal, chakra flooding through his body. The Susanoo skeleton began transforming, its bones thickening, muscles forming, armor assembling piece by piece. A massive light blue longsword materialized in its hand. The skeletal figure now wore a full set of armor, its chakra surging with violent intensity. Meridians and musculature spread down to form the lower body, completing the transformation. Kaito narrowed his eyes, feeling the overwhelming chakra erupting from Madara.
Is he going all in?
He muttered, brows tightening.
This won't work unless I go all out too.
Black lightning exploded around him, his chakra rising like a storm. The sky itself seemed to bend under the pressure of his energy.
5 billion volts.
Kaito roared. Bolts of electricity crackled and surged from his body, forming a colossal giant, nearly 1,000 meters tall, shaped entirely from dark lightning. It held a titanic black spear that hummed with power. Just like Madara, Kaito stood between the thunder giants, brows like a god gazing down from the heavens. He had completed his transformation, a fraction of a second faster than Madara. And now Madara's Susanoo was finished too. The complete form towered just as high, clad in Tengu-style armor and wielding dual glowing blue swords. Dark blue chakra flames blazed along its form. Two massive wings stretched from its back, wide enough to blot out the sky. This was the complete Susanoo, a form only achievable when the Mangekyou Sharingan reached its peak and was supported by an immense reservoir of chakra. As both godlike figures stood tall upon the ruined battlefield, the observers watching from a distance gasped in disbelief. This was beyond imagination. Was this the true power of Uchiha Madara, the legendary shinobi who once stood equal to the first Hokage? The answer was clear. The onlookers felt like insects, utterly insignificant. But Kaito and Madara had no thoughts for the crowd. Their eyes never left each other. Boom, boom. Madara's Susanoo took a step forward, shaking the earth beneath it. Each step left a massive footprint scorched into the ground. Not to be outdone, Kaito's thunder giant moved as well, black lightning trailing with every step. The battlefield trembled, mountains quaked, and dust rose like fog. In mere moments, the two giants collided. Madara's flaming sword came crashing down, cleaving toward Kaito with a force that could split mountains. Boom! The thunder giant twisted slightly, dodging the strike, and countered with its spearin obsidian bolt of lightning aimed at Susanoo's chest like a laser beam. Madara's blade missed and plunged into the earth, carving a massive trench through the battlefield like it was paper. Clang! Just as Kaito's thunder spear was about to pierce Susanoo's chest, a glowing blue sword blocked it with a thunderous crash. Boom, boom, boom. The impact forced Madara's Susanoo to stumble backward several steps. A fine crack appeared on the blade that had blocked the spear. Madara's eyes narrowed.
This brat!
He muttered, shocked for the first time. Even without the Rinnegan fighting at full strength, he still couldn't overpower this.
Junior!
Chapter 200, The Final Exchange, 3 months ago. Chapter 200, The Final Exchange. Kaito didn't care what Madara thought. After gaining the upper hand with one powerful strike, he pressed forward with relentless momentum. His black spear whirled through the air, generating violent gusts of wind. The sharp gleam at its tip radiated cold, piercing light as it swept directly toward Susanoo's head. Madara's expression turned grim. The scarlet Sharingan spun wildly in his eyes. The cracked sword of blue flames in Susanoo's hands regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye, restoring itself within seconds. Susanoo stepped forward, dual blades drawn, standing fearlessly against his opponent. Clang! A thunderous impact echoed as their weapons collided once more. Susanoo's blue flame blade successfully blocked Kaito's spear. A tremendous shockwave rippled out from the impact, tearing across the land like a natural disaster. Yet neither fighter looked away, their focus locked solely on each other. Madara, within the protection of Susanoo, seized the moment. His hands rapidly formed hand seals. Chakra surged through him, swelling in his chest. Calmly, he spoke.
Fire style, great fire annihilation.
A colossal fireball, glowing red and burning hot as molten lava, burst from Madara's mouth. It rocketed toward the thunder giant, its target, the glowing sigil at the center of Kaito's brow. The air around them heated rapidly, the temperature spiking in an instant. But Kaito didn't panic. Lightning danced across his entire body, his form glowing like a charged orb. With a swift motion, he thrust his right hand forward and snapped it down sharply. A massive thunder dragon erupted from between his brows. Wreathed in black flames, the beast let out a guttural roar as it launched itself toward the approaching fireball, its jaws wide open. Roar! The thunder dragon bellowed, swallowing the fireball whole like a celestial hound devouring the sun. Boom! The fireball exploded within the dragon's body. Its form bulged from the pressure, distorting the space around it, and the temperature soared to terrifying levels. Moments later, the thunder dragon stabilized. A thin trail of black smoke escaped its maw, and its luminous form began to fade. Weakened but still dangerous, the dragon surged forward again. Its dimmed lightning condensed into a narrow, destructive stream that shot toward Madara at Susanoo's core.
What an annoying brat.
Madara muttered, his Sharingan flickering with both irritation and reluctant admiration. Boom! The black thunder dragon detonated on impact. Electricity crackled and surged over Susanoo's armored body. For a split second, cracks appeared in its armor only to instantly vanish as the ethereal defense restored itself. But that fleeting window was all Kaito needed. Using the dragon's attack as cover, the thunder giant took a sidestep, twisting its body while pulling back the spear with the motion's momentum. Susanoo's twin swords swung with full force, but now they struck air. With nothing to connect with, their energy couldn't be recalled quickly. The force redirected downward. Boom! Two deep scars tore into the ground below massive trenches, gouged by the overshot attack. Kaito capitalized on the opening. The thunder giant lunged forward, its massive thunder spear pulsing with black lightning. With immense strength, Kaito swung the spear horizontally. It extended like a towering black column, crashing into Susanoo's armored torso with explosive power. Bang! The muffled impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, making distant spectators feel dazed and deafened. Boom, boom, boom. The eruption of force was like the birth of a new world. Susanoo, towering like a mountain, reeled backward from the strike. Its armored feet carved deep trenches into the earth as it skidded to a halt. Screech! Susanoo stabbed both flaming swords into the ground to anchor itself against the momentum. Twin gouges split open the terrain beneath it. High above, the thunder giant soared upward. Whoosh! Kaito flipped midair, upside down with spear in hand, spinning rapidly like a vortex of black thunder plummeting straight for Susanoo below. On the ground, Madara scowled as he watched Kaito's spiraling descent. He hadn't expected this much resistance. Even fighting Hashirama had never been quite like this.
Yeah.
Susanoo's energy began to wane. With a flap of its vast wings, it rose into the sky, casting a dark shadow over the battlefield as it ascended like a god of war. Now that his target had moved, Kaito's thunder vortex had no choice but to strike the earth. Boom! It was like a meteor smashing into the planet. The blast echoed for miles in every direction, a deafening roar of pure destruction. The sky trembled, the land cracked, and unnatural phenomena spread across the battlefield. Where the vortex hit, the land gave way, forming a vast abyss nearly a kilometer across. Black lightning still flickered within the depths, devouring anything that dared remain. At the center of the abyss, the thunder giant stood tall. With every step, the crater quaked. Kaito pushed off the ground again, launching into the sky with another explosive leap, dust rising in clouds beneath him. Inside Susanoo, Madara's voice was low.
You're forcing my hand, brat.
His hands formed seals swiftly. High above, the colossal Susanoo mimicked his every gesture, hands weaving the same seals in perfect synchronicity. That's right, the Susanoo was performing ninjutsu. Only Ayanami Kaido remained composed. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Kaido narrowed his eyes, his expression turned serious.
That technique, I didn't think he could use it in this state.
He muttered under his breath. Buzz! The sky trembled as though something had shattered through its layers. A dense shadow loomed.
It really is that jutsu.
Kaido confirmed as he sensed the swelling chakra overhead. He extended both hands. One.
You've earned my respect.
Madara's voice thundered across the battlefield.
To force me to this extent, Kai.
And with that declaration came a roar. Meteorites are falling from the sky.